Presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Let's say we take as the basic supposition, which is the thing that one sees in the experience of Satori or awakening or whatever you want to call it, that this now moment in which I'm talking and you're listening is eternity. This is it. So you don't need to do anything at all. But the difficulty about explaining that is that you mustn't try not to do anything, because that's doing something. And how to explain that? Because there's nothing to explain. It is the way it is now, you see. And if you understand that, it will automatically wake you up.
It's impossible through words to describe what is necessary to those who do not know what horror means.
And in the death of the last few corpses lay rotting in the slimy thoroughfare. The shutters lifted an inch in Temperance Building, high on Poacher's Hill, and red mutant eyes gazed down on Hunger City. No more big wheels. Fleas the size of rats sucked on rats the size of cats, and 10,000 peopleoids split into small tribes, coveting the highest of the sterile skyscrapers like packs of dogs assaulting the glass fronts of Love Me Avenue, ripping and rewrapping mink, shining silver fox, now leg warmers, family badge of sapphire and cracked emerald. Any day now, the year of the diamond dogs, diamond dogs. This ain't rock and roll. This is genocide. Okay, and we're back in the room. Yes, greetings, salutations, droogs. Anybody that managed to drag themselves in here after that incredibly long intro. Yes, I is here. It is me. It is I, your humble narrator, Little Alex. That's Still Chaos Live. And I have a guest, folks. I have a guest. And of course, it's the obvious choice to have a guest. It's a person I see as somewhat of a mentor, a person who may have left after that intro that I just did, the utter cringe that I just did. But if he's still here, I would like to introduce you, one and all, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the inimitable, the utterly, well, he needs no introduction. Please welcome to the stage the one and only Dr. Mega G. Chow.
Yo.
Hey. Yo,
What's up,
bro.
Brother? What's up, my droog? How you doing, brother?
It's just about getting through it, my man. I'm so happy to have you aboard.
First, I gotta say, that intro you said, should I play the short one? Should I play the long one?
Yes.
The long one every time is brilliant. Is there a
Really?
finer piece of music than Beethoven's Ninth, the fourth movement?
I was extremely happy about, I have to say I was happy when that came in and we can get away with playing something like that without getting like any bad connotations. So that was fantastic. But we did lose people. A lot of people came, well, not a lot of people, a few people came in at the beginning and then they all left as soon as they realized it was going to be like one of these fucking annoying long intros. But I guess, I don't know.
It sets the mood. And aside from the little video, that monologue that you did was brilliant. And it had me locked in. I leaned forward, I'm locked in. So
you're doing some maximum chowing going on right here now. But it's a David Bowie song, obviously. It's an intro that he did, which I like the idea of it being genocide, you know. Let's lay our cards on the table. We're not here to praise the DV, we're here to bury it. And a little genocide never hurt anybody. So anyway, that was a fun little ditty that I thought I'd just quote at the beginning. Thank you.
Yeah, and you said, hey man, you want to do the spite stream this week? And I was like, I don't know, man. Like, am I feeling any spite right now? Like, I'm thinking around, looking around. I thought, not really. And you're like, no, dude. You know, like. And it made me think back of like the origins of the spite ratio that we were talking about on life forms. And
right.
So if you're here watching this and you're hoping that like we're gonna be talking a lot of shit, maybe we will, but this is more about philosophy and life and music and just speaking what's on your mind, because I'm telling you guys, Stealth hit me up on the phone and we had like a 45-minute talk. Right?
I didn't send you a playlist though. No playlists, right? We're involved.
No, but that was this conversation we had was the most brilliant thing you would have ever heard, all you Dabblerverse super fans. This shit was so high level and it wasn't recorded. We were just shooting this shit, just two gentlemen who respect each other in the game. And man, I was like, shit, we got to do that again. So I think that's kind of why you reached out to me, and I appreciate it, man. You've been killing it in the game. Your 10-hour was dope. Like the origin shit that you did was amazing. I know I was giving you some shit on it, but yeah.
Really? No, the thing is though, like I can do 10 hours standing on my head, and yet there's people doing like 24-hour. Like, oh, we're doing a 24-hour marathon. Look at us. We're doing give me money, give me money. I did 10 hours. That was my like first proper stream, and I didn't even think about it like being a big deal. You know, just what you do if you're full of rubbish to talk about. You know.
No, and that's the thing. Like, when you kind of run out of ideas, you got to like hype up your show that it's a 24-hour show, or you gotta hype it up as like the 100th show, even though it's not. Like,
yes.
So it's all that dumb shit because like week in and week out, you have ideas that you want to do, but those ideas don't always come, right? So you kind of have to go to the tried and true, like doing brackets or making lists or ranking people and all that shit. So I've seen it all. I've done it all. And
yeah, you're very good at it. I mean, you're excellent at it. You talk about a conversation and the spite stream. The point of it was the thing about Chow, if I may give some back, what the hell is the word? Back of the scene? No, behind the scenes sort of insight. He never gets mad at anything. I get incredibly mad and upset at a lot of shit that goes down, and I say, Chow, look at what these fucking animals are doing. And he's like, oh no, mate, it's funny, bro. It's good that they're talking about it. It's good. He is such a fucking, okay, ball washing incoming. Everybody get your ball washing earplugs in. But he doesn't give a shit about anything. But I get extremely upset about people ripping off life forms, taking they provided Chow's provided so much bloody pure raw data for these people to use, and he's just happy that everyone's but I'm so pissed off about everything, and Chow does not give a shit, and he kind of it's like, get it together, bro, it's going to be okay, bro. I am literally scratching my skin, because I'm so annoyed by these people ripping them off, Mia Musk. Anyway, sorry, Chow.
No, I mean, and I know you expressed the concerns, and I do love the vim and vigor that you fight for it, and you're a just guy. You believe in what's right, but you're also missing an aspect. We created Final Boss, and when we did that shit, when we were talking about the levels and all that shit, and leveling up in the dab, and we'd say it all the time, he started mimicking it because
hell yeah,
he loved it, But what he also doesn't know is it was specifically designed for him to steal and take ownership of. So to me, it's it's just fucking the absurdity of it, and him getting all butthurt and talking about suing Shuli and all this shit. It's just that's just the peak. That's the peak absurdity, and you know how it is out here. Everyone's mimicking everyone else. And
yes, indeed.
If you remember, Blob took all of Karmic's music, right?
Oh yeah, famously, yeah. Music. Yeah. Did Karmic make music at some point? I'm not aware of this. Do you mean the AI
whatever?
slop?
Yeah, all the shit. And they
Let's be precise. We have to be precise in our language here. He took Karmic's AI slop and slopped it into a different bucket, I think is what you're...
Well, and then he hooked up his payment, so he was making all the money from the streams and shit.
Yeah, all the big bucks, yeah.
And then that he took that DJ Electra Fries video, and
yes,
he started saying it was his and shit, taking credit for it, and people were patting him on the back, and he was loving it. It's just it's just peak mimicry of mimicry, nonsense. It's brilliant, bro.
This is something we can kind of touch on, Dr. Chow. AB is a really good guy, but he's fallen in with some a bunch of bad apples. But I believe in AB. I met AB on the Mia Musk channel. That's why I have a soft spot in my heart for him. He was hanging out with me and little Mia, and that's what I like. But he asked a good question. I want to know who coined blob. Was it Chow or MGD? I'm interested in your take on this, Mega G.
I have no clue, honestly. It could have been either. I mean, I came up with a bunch of nicknames for him and shit, but I don't know. Like I said, I don't take credit for any of that shit. I just as far as the nicknames and shit, I don't know. So
okay, now that's not the answer that I wanted to hear, because we do talk occasionally behind the, I'm always looking for advice and mentorship, right? And a sane voice to talk to, and sometimes we just riff, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes, but honestly, and I know that you and we come up with shit between us, right? Sometimes.
Oh yeah, all the time. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah.
And that's why we say, shit, we got to go live with this. We shouldn't be doing this. I say we shouldn't be doing this in a chat. We should be going live with it. And you're always too busy because you got shit to do in the real world. And I get awfully excited about shit that I shouldn't do if I was a cool dude like you. But yeah, so I thought Fecal Blob came up in one of our sessions.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure it did, and
I don't want to. And Pandaverse was another one.
Yeah, well,
Tiredverse, I have no clue. I guess that's you, right?
I don't know. Like Mint was heavy in that shit too. Mint Diggity comes up with a lot of shit as well, so it could have been
Really?
him. Yeah, maybe
All
he
right.
might have a better idea too, but
Well, he
I don't
might
know.
do. We'll never know. We'll never know.
Basically, I look at it like this, Stealth. You created the essence that is karmic, and I created the essence that is Buckman, right?
Well, yeah. You created a hell of a whole lot more than that. Of course, you got Buckman, you got the Blob, you got J Mao,
Yeah, of course.
and you even got J Mao, the correct pronunciation of it. So
J Mao.
you've got a shitload going on. I'm just like a pretender at the throne here.
But we just sit out there and like we look at all this came from a dream and we created it all, bro. So like that astonishing reality of us is just like this is our shit, bro. We made Karmic, we made Buckman from scratch. We formed them like clay.
I watched you do it 1,000%.
It's
And
crazy.
if I may interject, since isn't it true? Well, okay, so famously, for me it's incredibly infamous, but Buckman has. I only started hanging out in Buckman's chat because you were there, kind of holding court, right, so to speak. But very undercover as you do, you know. You're not like pompous about it, but you're in. And then he banned you out the chat, right?
Yeah, but that was deep into the beef, like so. Yeah, that was like I don't know what the final smoke was, but like
Well, fecal blob is involved, right? Surely.
that was shit that like we all orchestrate. Well, mainly like Siggy Jones and all those knuckleheads convinced him of that, but that was always the plan from day one was to unite Final Boss and Buckman, and of course it happened because they're just so suggestible. Like, and that's what all these people are doing. The cloud, like the cloud chasers, like Bachman, they're very suggestible to all these people. So people are telling them shit to do all the time, and I get accused of that. Like people accuse me of like, oh, you're telling these people what to do. You're telling Penny and the Big Dork what to do and giving them
Right.
advice. It's like, dude, I don't really talk to them. I'll go in their chat and say some shit every once in a while, but
Right.
I never give anyone advice, bro, because for one, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't have any like advice that is actionable for success. It's just I know some things and I got opinions that I'll talk shit on, but aside from
To be
that,
fair, you do give me advice occasionally. You might be just chowing me, setting me up for massive failure, but that's part
but
of the
like
game,
what?
isn't it? Whatever. But listen, my point was though that whoever did it, like fucking these denizens of this fucking sewer called Buckman Live or whatever it's called, they banned you out of the chat, and since then, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't the numbers like hitting the shit? Aren't they going to shit now? Isn't he like in a massive nosedive since you were there to make the chat? It was always about the chat for me. That's what I'm trying to say. And it was interesting because you're in the chat. As soon as you were banned out the chat, there's no interest because the chat's boring. It just seems to be plummeting now, his numbers and everything else. So what say you? Is this part of the plan or?
I think it's a combination of a couple things. So I think it's that, but then if you remember, bro, like everything was building towards that hackamania. That was like his make or break thing. He was doing months and months of shows talking about it. And once it was over, I predicted, I forecasted and I shorted the stocks, if you will, on the pump and dump.
Cool.
Because I thought he was gonna his interest in what he was doing was gonna wane. But luckily, like that shit happened at Rodney's and all that shit, and Buckman got choked out. And if it wasn't for him getting his neck snapped and choked out by Landon, I think Buckman might have retired from streaming because he really is like he's gassed. He ran out of all the people to have on his show, and he's got nothing to say. So like he's in a bad spot for like wanting to continue to go, and his stubbornness will probably keep him going. But like, yeah, he needs more events. He needs more like neck snapping, more beefs with people, all that type of shit. So that's kind of like my assessment. It's not advice. It's just kind of that's what I read from right now.
I completely disagree because and we often disagree, don't we? That's the interesting
Oh
thing
yeah.
about us doing a stream together is that we disagree. Whereas most of these other shitty shows, streams, whatever, you got a host and a co-host completely in lockstep with each other. There's no disagreement. There's no debate. There's no like. It's just symptom and we do disagree. So I don't think he ever had anything to begin with. One of the reasons why I streamed so, I don't know if this was part of your plan, but one of the reasons that I started streaming so late, what was it, like last week or a week or two ago, was due to the fact that I saw Buckman pretty early on and I thought, oh my Jesus, I'm never going to do that. This is horrendous and sad and and awful. And I thought, Jesus Christ, I don't want to be that guy ever. So cut to me like taking like a year and a half off or 2 years and never going live because I just I don't want to end up like that dude.
Well,
Casper
there's two people who watch Buckman and have reactions. There's the people who watch Buckman and say, shit, I can do that too. And then there's the people who say, oh shit, I don't want to be like that.
Right.
And the people who say, shit, I want to do that too because he's making $2 to $3 a stream. Those are the people who shouldn't be doing it. And the people who watch it and say, oh shit, that could happen to me.
Right.
Those are the people who should be streaming. So it's like, it's all inverted. It's all upside down. So you're actually like, you don't have that Buckmanoid mindset that like possesses.
No, apparently I'm a Buckmanite. This was proved beyond any shadow of a doubt.
No, that was Mears shit. I think he was just trying to fill the list. Like I don't even see. I think he actually moved you off, right?
No, I kind of see it now though because I think one of your data points for being a Buckmanite is being too emotional and oversensitive, and that's me 1,000%. So I think you kind of nailed me on that one. So I'm not going to argue with it. If it's being oversensitive and getting upset too easily compared to you two G's, because you just don't give a shit about any of it. It's all fun and games. But for me, it's like, oh my God, this is fucking terrible. How are they getting away with this garbage,
No, yeah. And I love one of my favorite things that like when you and me kind of started running games and shit, like trying to stream together was, like we had already streamed together doing life forms and Clown Town and shit. But like it was when Karmic was popping off and early on, and that was the day where you were trying to take him down. And
really, back in those days.
Yeah, so this shit was brilliant because at that time, like Clown Town was kind of like getting boring and shit because Stealth wasn't on it, and they kind of ran out of shit. And Stealth was pissed at him, so he coordinated. And you told the story on your Karmic thing, but
I tried. Yeah,
you forgot Ashley was a part of that shit. You remember?
I remember her being part of a Nightmare stream where I was on. It was funny because Kevin Brennan, like name dropping, but Kevin Brennan sort of said you stream with Ashley Cummings, and I've never streamed with Ashley. And then when I said that on MLC, Ashley got very upset with me for like denying it. But I've never streamed with Ashley. I ended up on some horrible Clown Town where once again they're all kind of coordinating. Like I think it was Ashley, Ava, and all the rest of them all kind of like shitting on me for for living in Japan, of course, because the only people that move to Japan are those kind of people, obviously. So anyway, sorry, G.
No, and like that's the thing with that was like that was such a chain reaction because Karmic he really fucked up everything. And
yes, quite.
When that happened, like I think Ashley that was when she was actually more clouded than both of us and Karmic because she had been like on MLC and
1,000%.
So that shit was like destined to be the shit. And I think based on that, like that was one of the big things for your fallout with Karmic on top of the Taz thing. But then also, I think that's why you were hating on Ashley too, right?
No, it's a yoga thing. I was being all Buckmanite about it, and it was like I just didn't like the way she was using yoga as a prop, to whatever, you know. But can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
This is I'm going to get shit for this, but is Ashley a Dr. Chow psyop, as it were?
No, I wouldn't say she's a psyop, but you know,
No,
she
it's
was
maybe a bad choice of words.
no, because I mean, if anything, she was more of like a stealth chaos psyop because you were trying to get her to go on karmic to.
Oh, true, that's true. But nobody did. I didn't mention that, right? But nobody knows about that.
No one knows about it but me and like
You,
her.
I think it's
guess.
you.
She probably
you-
forgot about it because
I think she took it the wrong way, Madrug. I think she took it the wrong way, and it's my fault. But nowadays, because now I'm doing my own stream, people understand that I use colorful language to both. Yeah. Then they try to say I'm bisexual, but which is not true. But I use colorful language when I talk to people, and that's backfiring on me massively. And I like to mess around, you know, do a bit of the old, a bit of the old ultraviolence in chats. You know, I play around with words and shit. So another thing now since you brought it up, thanks, Drew. The other thing I famously did, I'm going to keep repeating this, I think, every episode, is I reached out because Carmax is so completely unable to reach out to anybody except like a Michael Ray Bauer type, right? So, and I was getting bored, like sitting on his stream. So one of the other people I reached out to was one, I can't say her name. I don't want to say her name. How can I say? Ron Fuddle. I reached out to Ron Fuddle and invited them to come on the show. And this was way before Crimax had ever met them. I think I mentioned it somewhere before because it's really on my mind a lot. I reached out to Ron Fuddle and I said, would you come on with, I'm on this awful shitty stream called Crimax Live. And it's awful, but he's getting quite a lot of views now. So if you come on, it might be good for you. And she was really arrogant and rude and kind of like, what's it worth to me sort of thing. And yeah, she was, and I just thought, no, fuck this. You're not coming on after all. But anyway, that's historically. Did you know that story about me inviting Ron Fuddle on?
Yeah, I mean, well, like that was the thing. Like Karmic didn't like try to seek out getting with her back then. It was like you were trying to get her on streams, and people were trying to get her on because he was fighting with Dixon and all that shit.
Right.
So, that shit was like, dude, if you think back, bro, like, and then to like where we're at now, like, where do you think how much destruction is left? I think it's basically like 80% destroyed now, the whole dab.
Right. So it's like, well, yeah, I mean, I always thought it was like falling to pieces anyway, and I was here to like help it along a little bit, but I still thought there was bastions of integrity in there. I mean, I get a lot of shit for going on me and Musk, especially from the Get Along gang, you know, the Buckham Nite crew. They hate me for it because they see me as like the low-hanging fruit that they can attack, you know, because no one dares come for you. Have you noticed?
I mean, but that's the thing. Like, I'm not really like talking shit or doing anything.
You're very low key, but you're obviously masterminding everything. It's quite obvious.
I mean, to some degree, but it's like just in such a like small realm of like shit that like, and mostly it was like life form shit. So it's like,
I don't know.
Like we did, bro. We just we built, you engineer, you build, and then you just let it grow. Like you take your hands away. So that's just kind of like my style. So
well, if you love something, you set it free, right? Like a butterfly. So falling apart. Okay, but you just reminded me of something. I remember the rot setting in MLC chat. I always remember at the start of it was the MLC chat. MLC's chat became a bastion of second-rate chatters suddenly. I don't know what happened, but MLC's chat stopped being so fun anymore at some point. Maybe I just got bored, but MLC chat stopped being fun. And then the people that made the MLC chat not fun and boring then went on to start their own streams. Yeah. And that evolved into the Buckmanites. So I see it as and then the whole Karmic X thing where all these, I put it as like the Ghostbusters thing where the streams all got crossed in Karmic X's Crimax's show. All these disparate like trolls all met up and started getting grooving with each other. So then there was no elite, there was no cool podcast to hang out on. Though I still think Mia Musk is the closest we've got to that. Like an elite chat and a cool place with integrity. Though everyone talks shit about Mia Musk because they're threatened by it. Anyway, I've talked enough, I think.
Well, here's something. What about you used to watch Ski Mask, right?
Yeah, and every now and again I jump. I like the smaller shows. I know it's a cliche to say that now, but I like the smaller shows that have integrity. Yeah, and that are wild cards.
So I think once that shit, once that kind of like fell apart, it created a vacuum, and that's when like Karmic started streaming, and like all these other like little shows started popping up, like basically year and a half, 2 years ago. And that's like when Bachman started getting big in the game and shit. So I think that's just what it is like Ski Mask like was, I don't know, like he's like a Bachman type too, whereas like people watch Ski Mask stream and they were like, you know what, that looks fun, or maybe I should try doing that because
right,
he's just low key. He didn't have like any like credits in Hollywood or any
it's
shit.
a kind of punk rock, right?
Yeah, so he had a certain style to it, and I thought it was fucking hilarious, entertaining, all that shit. So,
I always saw him as.
That was the first show I went on too, and Mir. So that's
Oh,
kind of
really?
like, yeah, and they were like some of the first guys that came on with us. So there's a lot of crossover of like philosophy or I guess entertainment style of that like wild and shit talking type thing that they were known for back then.
What I got from Ski Mask was the fact that he was like an original and very unique and a wild card, and he wouldn't be tamed. He wouldn't do what other people were telling him. He wasn't doing stuff to get views. He was just going his own path, again, which is a very punk rock sort of philosophy. So that, for me, that's what was refreshing about Ski, was that he just did whatever he liked. And I remember, and you remember this, I know you featured him on Mia Musk several times at least, right? A few times?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so you were definitely uplifting him and featuring him, which was a cool thing to do, and promoting him on your stream. But I do remember how it was like 10, 12 people in his chat most of the time. Is that incorrect?
Yeah, of course. Like 10 to 20, maybe I remember a couple times where they had like big things going or long streams.
Really?
Up to 50 to 100, but
like
not super hyped or anything.
But I do remember that when he, passed away, R.I.P., but when he did leave us, I remember everybody was there. It's like, oh yeah, me and Ski, I love it. Yeah, I miss him so much, and everybody missed him so much. But you were never in his chat at the time. Is a strange thing about it.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. I saw some people even fighting over that, and
really,
yeah, like saying Stevie Lou didn't like him, or Kevin was. Yeah, I don't know.
That's 100%. That's a fact. I mean, Kevin would, but then again, Kevin had his reasons. I mean, I don't need to defend him, but he had his reasons in that he knew that if because he was a wild card, if he came on, he might lose my channel. He might lose his channel. So what you going to do? It's true.
Yeah, no, it's like I don't know. I don't know if it really coincided by cause and effect that he bounced out, and that's when all these other shows started popping up. But at the same time, it was like it's kind of when it all happened and shit. So I'm glad you've got a channel now, because
dude,
you basically, like back in the day, Clowntown was mostly shit that you were doing or about you once you left and all that shit. So
but the thing is that I wonder if the thing is though, right, like today, for example, if you hadn't said that you would guest and all the rest of it, I don't think I would have gone live today. I'm not shitting you. I kind of get myself into these situations where I more or less have to go live because I talked about it with you and we said, okay, let's do it. And I feel bad about like chickening out at the last minute. But I swear to God, I don't really feel any motivation to do it most of the time. Honestly, I don't see the point of it because honestly, you know, it's what time is it? It's 2 p.m. here right now. I could just go out for a walk in the park, and I'd have a lovely time. I don't. My motivation now is talking to you, my Druk. Otherwise, what is the point of doing this? What's the point? Why do you need to stream? Why do you need to make money? I guess, but also, and you guys famously, you turned off your monetization. That was another thing that blows my mind about Mia Musk that not enough people talk about. You had your monetization turned off most of the time, right?
Yeah, but we had it off for I don't know, maybe like a year. Yeah, because we didn't really like doing super chats, and at that time we were doing interview style show. So I think Mir eventually turned it back on, but
I think I brought it up to. I think I was bringing it up to him, like, what's going on. I think I did that once, but I'm not saying it's because of me. Obviously, I think Mir would have done the opposite thing of what I asked him to do, but.
But I think you bring up a good point because would I have wanted to stream tonight if you didn't ask me to? Probably not. And even with Mir, a lot of times, if you didn't have someone to like kind of be like, yeah, let's do it this time tonight because I want to talk about this or that. If you're just held to your own self, like one person doing it, it's like I would probably just do the same thing and like every time be like, yeah, what's the point of streaming? And that's why
Right.
I have the same mentality as you too, where it's like when you tell me to stream, I tell you to stream because I would rather just watch you and be in the chat and you would rather just watch me and be in the chat.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like, so that's kind of like, it kind of sucks that we're both on here together because like I'd rather be watching you chatting and I'm sure vice versa. But no, like for real, like if we did that shit, if we recorded our phone calls that we had, where it's just
Right.
like that high level shit that we were discussing, that shit would be, you could, Dabblerverse people who are obsessed with this shit, they would pay a G, $1,000 just for that Patreon, bro, because that shit was like secret society shit that we were discussing.
I think they're too cheap, and also they don't have the imagination to. I think they just want the usual slop. They want people watching clips. They want people talking to the same old guests every time. They want what they used to. They don't want anything different. They don't want anything new. They don't want anything changed. They don't want to be challenged. All they want is the same old bullshit again and again and again and again. And that's what gets numbers, right?
Yeah, I think there's something to that. I mean, it's hard to see, but yeah, repetition is huge for the algo. Like that's one thing, if you can do the same time on the same channel for the same length every day or every week, a couple days a week, that shit will make people pop in the algo and people show up for it. So there is some diligence or discipline to all that pays off if you're trying to grow and have more people watching you. But everyone's got different motivations when it comes to this game. You and me, we have like a higher order of just self-discovery and intellect that it's not the base needs that people need. Like we've talked about it, you've watched all the life forms where we talk about the goon
Oh, yeah.
bots and all that shit. So
Yeah.
there's like Maslow's hierarchy of needs for the dab.
Correct. Yeah, I was thinking about that quite often, actually.
Yeah, so when it comes to that, like you and me are so actualized in the game,
Right.
that
Yeah.
like if we started talking our shit here that we were talking on the phone, it'd be too much for some of
I
these
can't
people.
remember what I mean. I insisted talking to you. Let's be honest about it. And I can't remember exactly what motivated me to do it. It's just that the reason I started doing the streaming at all, I thought about going on a stream, is simply because chatting in chat, you prefer chatting in the chat, but it gives me like a headache chatting too much, and also because I'm quite angry most of the time. So I know I do the caps thing, and it is an aesthetic choice. No one believes me; they think I'm just angry. But I do get angry, and I get it. I give myself a headache, so it's much better to just be on it, just using a microphone. Though it's a pain in the ass, but yes, yeah. I don't remember what motivated us, but I just think everything that we talk about, I mean, it's just much more interesting than anything that's been offered on streams. That's the sad thing.
I know, it's like, fuck, some of the stuff I want to bring up of like, oh man, but it's like these
Do
people
it.
they can't handle it, bro. Like
Well,
some
don't
of
worry,
that
they're
high
not watching.
level.
They're not watching this, so it's all cool. They're not. I don't think. They're all watching Kevin, right? They're all watching the man, the leader,
Yeah, that's true.
because they
Well,
watch
okay.
Kevin to get to know what is the correct talking point, what is the right direction. So, for example, what's Kevin's stance on Chad this week? Okay, can we shit on Chad? Is Kevin going to be okay with that? I think it's really that kind of mindset. I know you don't. I don't know. You don't cover MLC, but I think you're kind of over MLC at this point, right?
I'll pop on if like Zumok's on. You know, Zumok's one of my homies from OG
Right.
guys, so
Right.
I always got to back up. You know, unlike Karmic, I am loyal as fuck. So I'm loyal to MKE. I'm loyal to Zumok. I united those two guys back in the day when they were bitter
Cool.
enemies. So I'll watch a little of it. But another thing they could be looking out for is they need to see if Kevin comes up with a new catchphrase.
Yeah, because he's done a lot. He has. I mean, remember when was the last time he did? Because we had Panini's, Piazza's, of course, Newports, of course. He did. He did a bunch, but anything recently, I can't think. Well, I haven't been watching very often actually recently since the chat went to shit.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's like if you had to build up someone to take over the Dabblerverse, I think the number one trait that you have to give them is just being like a really good mimic.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Because there's just an incredible level of mimicry that AI can't even capture how much these people copy each other and like speak. Like the NPC ness of it all is like it's incredible, bro. Like
Right.
that's the what do you think of that as like a reflection of the broader society that we're in?
Oh yeah,
And,
1000%. It's all, everything is just recycling. So yeah, and there's no. You know what? The problem is, it's like if you look at the Doubleverse as a model of broader society in general, which it kind of isn't, but it kind of works. You said people are rewarded for replicating. People are rewarded for mimicry because people feel comfortable. Dumb people here say, oh, I get that. I understand why he said that. They love it. So the more you repeat it, the more we get bored. The more that the dumb people love it and they repeat it themselves. So, and then it finally ends up with Final Blob, right at the bottom of the barrel, catching the shit falling down like to something to consume. Yeah, in the bottom of the latrine.
And that's what's brilliant is like, yeah, he's like the ultimate aggregator of all that shit. So, but then you think about it, like people say like, oh, like Brennan or Levy and these guys, they want clout. But if you think about it, bro, like actually the chat room people want the clout the most.
Sorry, say that again. Sorry, I was distracted.
So the clout pyramid is actually inverted. Like Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
Yes.
Is a pyramid, but if you invert the clout pyramid.
Right. You've got to make that. You've got to make it. So can we address the elephant in the room? I'm hoping that bringing you on, you're going to get the OG Mia Musk crowd in here, right? And actually, I modded most of them because I think they're the coolest bunch around right now. But everyone's so like, can I say this? That at the moment, Mia Musk has kind of been on like somewhat of a hiatus. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, what we did is on our last thing, we packed up because I was looking at the analytics of shit, and it's like the financial crisis all over again for the Dabbleverse. That's about to happen. It's like the
Uh-oh.
Great Depression and all that shit. Like you said, it's all
Right.
coming to an end. So we packed up the Ark before the Cataclysm.
Oh,
and-
correct. Yeah, correct. Yeah, that was quite a biblical note to end on. If that was, but none of us knew it was a final moment. You know.
No, but we're gonna be out at sea for a while, and we'll see who survives off that. But I think that was like a very important episode that we did, because that kind of everyone who made the Ark, whether it was under the positive or negative scrutiny of me and the fellow researchers, it was those are the people who are deemed like worthy of like next season. What's going to be like, those are the people who are going to be doing shit next season. And you were like,
Okay.
you were admin on the vote, so of course like that doesn't really count. But
What I was famously, and I've told you this, I was at some point I was first mate to MKE. You forgot about me.
Yeah.
First of all, you forgot about me all the way through it, and then you made me into first mate like hurriedly because you just remembered that I was a thing, and then you made me into first mate to MKE. So I'm going to be thrown off this. I'm basically going to be murdered and then thrown off. Like I'm going to be in the ocean. MK people that MKE doesn't like end up in the ocean. We all know this, right?
no, but like I thought at first, I was thinking about it, and I thought like you would be up in like the top suite with like me, Dan, and
Oh
Veer.
yeah, fuck off. You forgot about me. Come on, admit
no.
it.
No, because we didn't even mention any high IQ people. Basically, it was all life forms that we were going through on the boat. And then at the last second, we're like, well, who's driving this shit? Because we need someone. And MKE, of course, because he's
Yeah,
a
MK's
G.
a driver, right? He's a
Yeah.
driver as well. He is a driver, though he'd probably get drunk and like crashes into like whatever a whirlpool, I would imagine. I haven't seen the Odyssey, but yes. So okay, but I'll tell you something. One thing, can I just play devil's advocate here?
Yeah.
I was somewhat displeased by the episode you did with that fuckhead, the skank, yeah,
Dario.
you know what I'm talking about. I don't even want to say his name because I don't want to sound like a certain little NPC that you created. Yes, exactly. That one.
Yep. The Lifeform University episode, which
I know it was supposed to be 2 guests and they were probably supposed to go out. I know it was kind of shorted. Was that Bacon Bits that was supposed to be the other dude?
yeah, one of those guys like Bacon Bits or whatever.
Yeah, I think it was
ratty
him.
looking, yeah.
Yeah, it was him. So there you go. But that's interesting because you called him. You got him. You tried to get him onto Mia Musk way ahead of all this controversy and all the rest of it. You were way ahead. Because the thing about the people who are way ahead of everything, way ahead of the curve, you never get the you never get to, what's the word? You're never given the accolades for that stuff. You know what I mean? When you're too ahead of the curve.
I guess, yeah, but that was, I had seen him on a show talking about like what's a life form, what's a Buckmanoid, and all that shit. And that was, so here's the interesting thing. You're talking about like my reception and our show, like life forms. Like we did that. Our idea for that show, we were running out of ideas of what we wanted to do, and we're like, you know what? Like some people fuck with this show heavy. Like all the OGs love it from back in the day. But there's all these like new people who are doing shows and like talking about it. But of course, like everything else in the Dabblerverse, everyone's like, they don't know. Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know. So they're just saying, I don't know all the time. So they're doing that shit. And so we were like, well, let's just do a chat room Q&A, and like the chat can ask us anything they want, and
Right.
we'll just, and there was 0 questions. So
I know. Yeah. I intend to do that. By the way, I intend to do like after the great and venerable Mega G leaves us because he has shit to do on a Saturday night, unlike most of us. I'll try to keep it going, and I will do like a Ask Me Anything later Yeah, and probably get no questions again like I did last time. Sorry, G.
No, no doubt. Yeah, and you're the best. You're probably the best chat room
I'm
reader.
I am the only. Yeah, I know that. I'm trying not to pull shit up because I know that you don't really mess with the chat, right? On your when you're on Mia Musk, you don't really look at it much. Can I just read this out? Decline
Of
House said
course.
about 20 minutes ago. He said, "Chow told me he's gonna palm bomb this stream." Can I answer this, Chow? Uh,
Yeah.
if Chow did that, I'd be totally fine with it because I'm only kind of doing it to get to talk to him. So if he gets bored, I mean, that would be that'd be legendary to be taken out by Dr. Chow. And B, sorry, call me a ball washer if you like, but I hate so much shit that when I actually respect somebody or like somebody, it's so like cleansing to be able to say some positive words. But like, if he did that, that'd be legendary. B, it'd be a relief. I'll go and get something nice. I'll treat myself. I'll go get something nice to eat. So yeah, no problem there. Also earlier, A. Thompson, who might have left about at this point, A. Thompson said like, "What's the calling number?" If anybody wants to, after Chow has left, obviously, because this is a very important guest I have on right now, and somebody I have to pay extreme attention to. After Chow has left, anybody that does want to come on and just have a talk, it's not a calling number, but you can come on no cam. It's fine. I don't give a shit as long as you've got something interesting to say. So yeah, sorry, I digressed.
No, I
Mega G.
appreciate what you said, and that's the thing. Like Decline said, or to piggyback on what you were saying, it's like I have too much respect for you as a gentleman to even do something of that low. Like if I was gonna do a prank shenanigan on you, it would be much more higher minded.
It's not your
Respectable.
style, is it? But of course,
No.
Decline is an OG Mia Musk fan, and that's why I thought Decline's a cool guy. But also, and obviously, it's not your style. You're so fucking cool and smooth, and under the nobody sees you coming. It's amazing what you do. It blows my mind. It really does.
Yeah. Well, likewise for you, man. Like no one can do that shit. Like,
can I just say something? This is on my mind. You are very, very. We've kind of not argued, but you've told me your advice, and I'm like, okay, right. You're very, very, very spontaneous, right?
yeah.
You're extremely spontaneous. You're like, let's do this. Okay, let's go live now. Let's see. I am the opposite of that. I want to have everything like bolted down, which is why that's why we're doing a spite stream. And I completely came, you're the only person that knows exactly what happened right now, but I completely came a cropper. And, because I tried to plan something and it completely blew up in my face. So thank God you showed up to help me out here. But oh my goodness, yeah, you're very, very spontaneous, which is actually philosophically, I'm 1,000% with you. But in terms of doing this streaming shit, I try to bolt everything down because I just don't know what I'm doing. So it does give me massive anxiety, to be honest with you. But you're kind of like you are an OG. You're a pro at this. So I'm still this is my second proper stream, third kind of stream. So anyway, you're very spontaneous, I see. And Mia, of course, also.
You have to be, because I was looking at the notes. Remember I told you I had like notes, and that was all shit I wanted to talk about like 2 days ago. And now I'm like, I could talk about it, but at the same time, like the passion isn't there to like speak on that right now. So
right, exactly.
So
that's it. We're both different human beings at this point, like cells have died and new cells have been born. So we've kind of been reincarnated in the past 2 days. Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like shit changes up so fast, because you wanted me to watch some of NJ Pander, and we're gonna maybe touch on some of it, but it's like, who gives a fuck at this point, right?
Oh, but last night, this was interesting. Last night, your protege, the fecal blob, did you catch that? What he said? What happened?
No.
So let's give him a shout out. God bless him. So basically, apparently, like last week, I think. Okay, what do you think about? Do you know someone called Rev Fug Lee?
Yeah, I do. I know who he is. Yeah, he's funny as fuck. He's like
Well,
that big like yeah, he's on Puzzle Factory, right?
the thing about him is, and what really he goes on awful shows. He only shows up on. He's like a chatter. I think he's big in Perry Caravello Live, or he used to be. That's how I knew him. In fact, I thought, do I know you from somewhere? But he was a big Perry guy back in the day, and like really quite a famous Perry guy. And he's ended up here, but he only goes on really awful streams. And I keep saying to him, why are you supporting these pieces of, and he's just clever. He's a guy, he seems to be intelligent, but he goes on really awful. I guess he's just slumming it with these people. But apparently, the fecal blob, and someone should clip this, the fecal blob, because he always keeps putting his foot in his mouth any given opportunity. He was like a couple of weeks ago or something, he went on there and he says something, again, because Rev Fugly is a guy with a life, a real life. And apparently he mentioned he had a 15-year-old daughter at some point. I mean, I don't remember it, but he said he had a 15-year-old daughter. Guess who chimes in with the immortal phrase? Yeah, you already programmed it, right? Is she hot? Right, so you got this little fucking blobby piece of nothing with no life experience, nothing. He's like this sub karmic, if there was such a thing, less going on than climax. And he says, "Is she hot?" to a man of the world, a man of, a smart guy, intelligent guy with a life of his own and a family and all the rest of it. And the little impotent little runt says, "Is she hot?" And of course, guys that exist in the real world that go about, have survived to a certain, that when you hear that, it shits on, right? If you do that in the real world, you get clouted, right? I mean, I don't mean it. I mean, sorry, that's a UK thing. You get punched, you get knocked the fuck out, basically, is what I'm trying to say. But yeah, so Rev Fugly held his feet to the fire, and he said, like, you don't talk. It's a bit like Brian Landon did the same thing on the same show, actually, because on that show, it's all about people talking shit to each other and being allowed to talk shit, and cool people getting disrespected and pieces of shit getting like applauded for being pieces of shit. That's what that whole show is. So like Rev Fugly said, like, hold the fuck on. You don't get to say that to me, and that was beautiful. And but it didn't stop. Of course, Fecal Blob, like, he's got 20-second, you programmed it. He got like a 20-second memory. So he'll be back again with another stupid thought in like, what is it, a day, a week? No, but he was back in like 20 minutes. He was talking shit again. But yeah, I mean, fucking hell.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing, because I remember seeing that he was doing that shit to, I think it was like Johnny Carson, that like fisherman guy.
Oh yeah. That's for me, that's the fact it's called Johnny Carson is very, very baffling. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
So he was streaming with like Final Boss once, and like that dude's daughter came on stream, and then Final Boss was doing the same dumb like he's like some type of like on some dating game bullshit. Like I don't know, like what's with these like gooner dudes who are like always trying to like work game. It's like it's weird.
Wait, so do you call it? Is a gooner an incel basically?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, because I have a lot of. I think this is an incel culture basically for me. I mean, you're trying to make it more interesting with calling them gooners, but it's basically run by incels. It's all run by incels. Like I was looking at a Gilly stream today, Ron Fuddle, and there's a lot of pro Ron Fuddlers out there.
Yeah, I mean, because she's single now, so they're simping, you think?
I think she's always been. I think she's been single her whole life, to be honest with you. If you catch my drift, I mean, yeah, I mean, because she had a nice filter on or something. The karmic orange filter that he uses, like 1,000%, like set the controls for the heart of the sun filter.
But if you think of it, there's like no real like baddies or even like decent looking chicks that came out of the Dabbleverse and did a show and made money, basically. Like Keanu is like probably the only one, and she's very like minimally popular.
Struggling massively. And everything, every word out of a mouth is every bad take under the sun, right?
I mean, it's like, yeah, I don't know. Just maybe like chat room, like simping or something works better than
She's
when you're on a
right.
show.
Yeah, you never know what's going on with the old Venmo situation, right? People get Venmoed possibly large amounts behind the scenes, I suppose. But yeah, it's not good.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna ask you, bro. Did you hear about what happened with Dave Blunt's the new album?
Okay, you wanted to talk about music,
Yeah.
right? I didn't because I get all my Dave Blunt's information from a mega G, a guy who with his ear to the streets. Yeah, so no, I didn't. Tell me.
So I told you about how him and Jesse Jones broke up or whatever, right? So that was
Yes.
basically his producer and sidekick for like all of his shit, and they had a falling out, I guess.
Oh
And
dear.
his album was supposed to release, I think, was it the 18th or 19th? It was supposed to be.
Can you introduce Dave Blunt's to to like the two people we've got watching us? Like, can you just, for the folks at home, can you just let them know who Dave Blunt's is in case they're not on your level?
I mean, Decline Host is like the only one in the chat, and he knows all about it. He's super into Dave Blunts from like even before Yay, the Yay time. He loved all the Purple Cup.
But explain it
Shit.
like you explain it to me, because I know nothing about any of this stuff. So, just so Dave Blunt's is he was working with Kanye, right? With Ye. How do you say it now?
No, I mean he's like a troll guy who grew up in the internet culture and does like comedic kind of rap, but at the same time he's also like a genius, and he's got like great production, great sound. So he's just an up and coming guy, but he produced a bunch of shit for Ye, and that shit was last summer, basically last fall. And
Can
yeah,
you name any? So, the thing I resonate most with, I'm not a big, you're a massive Ye guy. I know that, right?
yeah.
You're a massive Ye guy, and Dave Blunt's as well. Was he involved in NHH?
Yeah, so he did the reference for that. He did basically that whole album that came out last fall, or last spring, that was called Cuck, and then it got scrapped, and then a lot of the songs off of it got repurposed into new songs for
Right.
like uh the last album that came out, Bully or whatever the shit.
Yeah, the one with the mouth on it, right?
Yeah. So yeah, Dave Blunt's was working with him, and he just wrote a bunch of heat, and then
Did
they
they
had a
fall out?
falling.
Did they fall out?
Yeah, they had a
Yeah.
falling out too. So I don't know. Maybe Dave Blunt's is just actually insane, like he says he is, and it's just hard to work with. But I don't know. His shit's fire. So
You think he's going to be okay, old Dave Blunt's?
I hope, bro. I mean, he's brilliant, bro. He's a modern day Beethoven, with that shit. So
Look at props. Well, maybe the Mega G. Maybe the Mega G was smart enough to do that. I'm not smart enough to do that. To be honest with you, gang, I do not give a single shit what they're doing on any of them. When we talked about we this was going to be something totally different, and when Dr. Chow has got tired of us and he's gone away to do his real life stuff, I'm going to address some certain things that is going to be boring for everybody. But the reason, this was supposed to be something completely different. This Saturday stream, it was going to be something completely different, almost like produced, if you will. Chow was going to be involved, as he must be in anything that I'm actually planning. But I tried to do a planned stream. Whole thing blew up in my stupid, dumb face. But Dr. Megaji, he still showed up, thank God. But it turned into a snipe stream. But can I just address these? We'll get back to music if you want to take it that direction. Yeah, it was Chow that he decided to talk about music. He said he wanted to talk about music. Chow's got a lot more going on than just Dabbleverse shit. He's the OG Dabbleverse historian, whatever you want to call him. People call it many, many things. But yeah, but he's got a lot more going on, which is why I think I like to talk to Chow, because he's got a lot of more shit going on. So other than his DV stuff, which is why I think you and me and him, I really get on with Chow behind the scenes sort of thing. But Prop says they hear Papa Kill is sniping and start talking urban music, Genius Move. Chow might have done that. I didn't. But one thing I just wanted to address, this is called a snipe stream, and it suddenly morphed into the snipe stream. But me and like Chow has he's got no, not snipe stream. I beg your pardon. What the hell is it called?
Spite.
Thank you. I wanted to. It's almost shite stream. It's probably going to be the shite stream after you leave. But the spite stream, Saturday night spite, snipe. Yeah. So yeah, there was Chow has no. He's got no spite in him. Chow has zero spite. This kind of upsets me. Myself, I do at the time, especially if I've been drinking coffee. But when it comes around to doing this and planning it, I've got to say, I've got minimum spite right now. And the reason why we talked about calling it a spite stream is basically because there's a lot of spite out there in the DV, which Chow doesn't share any spite. I do on occasions, but what Chow and I talked about, maybe me and Musk even addressed it, is that a lot of these streams that you love so much and a lot of these nice guys that you love so much, it's all been the reason that they were motivated to do it, other than clout and ego, was spite. They did it to stick it to somebody else, and they're still doing it to stick it to somebody else, even though they're doing it under the cover of being super nice, good old boys. Anyway, Dr. Chow, can I have your take on that?
No, exactly. And it's not even just the origin of certain motivations to get into streaming, but if you watch like a lot of the shows, the people like watching hate watch stuff, basically. Like they like watching someone talk about Aaron Imholt from Steel Toe because they hate him or they don't like him or whatever. So it's very common for like spite to be like the motivating desire, because we've talked about all the different hormones, big
Right.
hormone,
Right.
cortisol,
Right.
which big hormone is a guy, but it's also, I'm talking about the actual hormones like cortisol and endorphins and dopamine. Now people are talking about dopamine and shit like that. But
yeah, scientifically.
yeah, it triggers all that shit when you get all like worked up with spite. When you see someone you can just like get mad about. So yeah, it sucks because like I don't have that as much as you, but you've experienced that, right? Like
Well, no, because this is the thing. Now what you're talking about right now, they get super shitty about it. When you say this shit, they get super shitty. They really get upset with it. They really spikes their cortisol, and then they do spite streams, and I'm the one, because I'm the low hanging fruit. They come for me.
Yeah.
They come for me. And recently they started going for Mia as well. I noticed they finally got the balls to go for Mia and ATP as well. But they'll go for people around you. They won't go for you, brother, because they're too scared of you.
I don't think it's that. I just think it's they. But because that's the thing. Like they don't. The spite isn't personal, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Because like if you think about it, like remember Big Hormone is like super pissed. He's always pissed all the time about
He's always
thing,
upset about something, yeah, whether it's pissed or not, I don't know.
But one of the things is like he's pissed on behalf of like things either Dan or Mir said. And he even pointed that out to you. I told you on Buckman, like, bro, you got him to prove your hypothesis that like all this runs on spite.
We should have done an emergency. We should have done an emergency stream right after that, so you could have analyzed all that stuff.
Because he said like the only reason he put out that another version of the video of you with that Annabelle lady was because
don't call her a lady.
whatever.
That woman. Yeah.
But he said word for word that the only reason he put that out is because you went on Mere Musk and sat by and didn't say anything and laughed when presumably Dan was trashing him, because I don't know exactly what it was.
Oh, that was
but
that was like a fever dream to me. I can barely remember that, and I forget shit so easy. That's why I'm not good at spiting people, because I forget like stupid stuff. That's the thing about meditation. I think it makes you forget bullshit, and I forget a lot of stuff. Like, but you just reminded me again of that whole. That was like a dream. It's like, what the hell did that really happen? Even because it's happened to me so many times. That's everybody comes at me. You know that your friend Shmuel Buckman, I believe you heard of him, right? That guy's got a massive boner for the fact that he wants to hold me to account for that still to this day. They all want to get on that bandwagon. That's the only thing really they've got on me, to be honest. And the other thing, of course, is little Mia giving it to me that one time when I turned the other cheek like a true Christian, like a Christian would, and nobody picks up on the fact that Little Mia is he's a big Christian advocate. So the fact that I turned the other cheek to a massive Christian should not go unnoticed, but of course it does by everybody. But anyway, sorry, ciao.
Oh, I was thinking of like Bachman's involvement into anything scandal related and just his general demeanor when it comes to that shit, and why he's even trying to get smoke from you and all that shit. But
I think he's kind of given up now. But
yeah,
it's the whole thing about like I was kind of incredulous. I think my mic was turned off for the whole Bookman debacle, by the way, so that wasn't a good thing. But I hope my mic is turned on today, or else I'll be shouting into my PowerBook. But yeah, one of the things that I thought was found quite incredible was that he's so happy to bring up the fact that supposedly I was hitting on this 27-year-old when he had this whole massive run of being accused of. I don't know if you programmed this into him, but this whole massive run of being accused of being a you-know-what. And yet he still felt very confident in coming at me about hitting on a 27-year-old allegedly,
I know, it's like I programmed this like the lack of self-awareness and the absurdity in all of it and the brilliance of all that. But yeah, that's like a glitch, because he's always talking about like young weird stuff like that, and it's like Buckman, I don't know why, like he puts on these airs like he's like a quote unquote sex guy. Like he's always talking about.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Like he's always.
I do.
And it's like.
I think that was my first introduction. That's my first introduction to Sex Turtle. It's like, my first introduction to him was the fact that I think I talked about a certain situation that occurred to me on one of these shitty shows, and then Buckman had also done that. I didn't know that, and I think I started to get compared to him on that level, and I think he's never forgotten that, and I did in fact forget it. I just remembered it now. You brought it up.
Who compared who to Buckman? Who compared you to Buckman?
It was because, little unbeknownst to me, he talked about having a threesome or something at some point.
Oh yeah, he's obsessed with threesomes.
Right. Well, I did, and I just happened to mention, for some reason, stupidly, that I can't remember, because I can't remember which one I was talking about or why I'd forgotten about it. It's not interesting. But they said, "Oh, who has the most blah 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 blah." So it's just a joke. It was just a joke. But then I thought, who's this Fuckman guy? Shmuel Fuckman, the sex god, right? The sex turtle.
That's his thing, bro. But I don't think he'll ever be able to have another threesome ever again, bro. Because think about it, like
the massively overrated Mega G.
No, but think about it. Landon broke his neck. Like that shit was so brutal, and like he broke his neck so bad that his heart quit working.
You think he has a heart?
I don't know. Whatever is. Do you think he made that shit up? I bet he made that shit up too.
I don't care, and I don't care. Let him. First of all, does he have the capacity to make stuff up like that?
Yeah, because I mean, he's always making shit up like all the time. Because yeah, that's the thing. Like he feels obligated to stream, but he's got nothing to talk about, so he just makes up like fake heart attacks, fake threesomes. I'm sure those are fake too. We got to start questioning everything when it comes to Buckman
I
because
don't know. I don't know. I don't find these people as like endlessly. You find these people endlessly entertaining. I find you being entertained by them entertaining. I don't actually find them entertaining, but you being interested in them and cultivating them, and you doing your stuff in the chat, that's what I find interesting. I told you quite often, it's all very meta to me. The show hosts usually absolute, really boring. This is about as close as you're going to get to spite today from me. The show hosts are incredibly boring. Most of the chatters who think this is interesting, I find incredibly boring because they think it's interesting in the first place. And then, you know, but it's some of the shenanigans that go in, like what you're doing behind the scenes, that I find incredibly interesting, to be honest with you. And there's other people that are not aligned with you that I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to shout out. It rhymes with Nasty Neil. There's one guy called some. There's this Lamar Kumia guy. He's pulling all sorts of strings in Crimax's chat right now. I wish he'd stop giving him money, but there you go. That's the price you pay. It's these kind of people I'm interested in who are really manipulating and adding to. And the other thing about you, Chow, is you don't pay a. Usually, you never pay a cent to anything. You usually don't pay any money to do this stuff.
well, I mean, I started super chatting again a little bit.
I know you famously did it when you made. You called it on the. This is again. You're not talked about. You called it on the whole. Brian Landon worst street. Who does the worst show? Right. You're the guy that called it, and you got pulled up. That was a free chat, though. Was that a paid
Yeah.
chat?
Yeah,
You
that
do
was
it.
just
Yeah.
that was just yeah, because they know like they know what I'm talking about, so they just pulled it up and
So
yeah, that was
you're the
fun.
guy that called it, right? Yeah.
Of course, I mean like I called it on December 31st, 2025 that 2026 is Buckman's year. Like he's gonna be number one guy in the Dabbleverse by the end of the year, and I mean I think it's still gonna happen. I know I said he's like basically on the decline now, and he's struggling because of all of his disabilities he's got now.
Right.
But he's still got it because just because he's crashing, like his stock is crashing. It's like
Mm.
this is the Great Depression. Everyone in the dab stock is crashing. So
Right.
it's kind of like who the least of the losers or the lowest faller in value, basically.
That's kind of what like Brandon was doing. He was kind of doing like who's the worst. He's not focusing on the best. Which is quite an interesting take, I suppose. Talking about declines. Decline host says, breaking news, Kamiya just said Chad is a loser and Chad called him a liar. Oh my God, great MLC tonight. So Decline, does that mean that Chad and Kamiya are on MLC right now? Anyway, what's your take on that, Mega G?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, like that stuff. I thought it was pretty funny when they were on together a few weeks ago, but I don't know. Like, I'm getting hooked on some of that shit and like some of this. So
Well, there was a whole week of everyone covering Chad. Everybody, literally everybody doing it. Literally the same clip on every stream, and people watched it. People showed up for that. Okay, talking about props, we've got to give props his props. So Props says, and this might intrigue you, I was first to call the implosion of YouTube streaming a vacuum of demand from every chatter becoming a streamer. There you go. So give him his shall I give him his props?
but you get props for that. I mean, I think it's good, and I'm not trying to say people shouldn't be streaming or doing any of that shit, but it's that's the best part, is figuring out the motivations, like with Buckman and his schedule and all that shit, versus even what we were discussing personally here, like us behind the scenes struggling with the motivation to do it, or the purpose
Right.
of like, what the fuck are we talking? We're gonna talk about fucking karmic again. We've been talking about this shit, but we're here, we did it, and
I
I'm
think
gonna
I might.
probably get out of here, bro.
Oh shit! Oh no, you're gonna
Are-
leave me to my own devices. Oh my god, shit's gonna go downhill really fast. Are you gonna run over to MLC to check out what Chad's up to?
No, it's like 1 o'clock here, so I'm gonna try to get some sleep. But
That's awesome. That's awesome because actually, I'm gonna cover karmic to a certain. I'm gonna talk about Crimax. So I know you don't want to be around on another shitty Crimax stream, but yeah. So thank you so much, Mega G. Thank you very much for holding my hand through this process of having a guest on, because it's nerve wracking, to be honest.
appreciate it, my droog, and till next time, brother.
All right, brother. So I'm gonna play the old. I'm gonna play a whatchamacallit. Give everybody a chance to go check out MLC. Thanks, Dr. Mega G.
Peace.
Okay, I'm back. Shit. Thank you very much to Dr. Mega G for coming on. That was amazing. I cannot think of a better first guest to have on. I got my headphones out, and I'm back. So we've got a very intimate chat here. So this time, I said I wanted to. There's certain things I want to address, Droogs and Droogettes. There's certain things I want to address. But at the same time, we can also do, like, you can ask me anything if you like. I probably won't be answering anything, but everything. But you can certainly ask me. And also, we can do that. I can actually, because there's so few of you right now, which is kind of fine. But that's what I want to address, is the fact that, I'll address the whole thing. Is like, I aimed to do, like, I wanted to produce a stream and for you guys on Saturday, and the stream I aimed to produce was gonna be, I was gonna hand over this stream to another person who shall remain nameless to do their own show. So I like to do new things, and I like to do quite unique things. So what I wanted to do was bring somebody who hadn't really had their own show, or hadn't really had their own voice very much, and I wanted to give them allow them to have my stream, and I would produce it, and they would do their own show in here. So then I wouldn't really have to say so much. I could just sit around and just watch it with you guys. No, A. Thompson, no, you're a naughty man. Anyway, so I set it up, and the first thing I thought of, like, because this person, the ideal guest for that person was going to be Dr. Mega G. So I said, Dr. Mega G, will you come as co-host? And of course he said yes, being a Mega G. That's what he'd been a droog. He said yes. And so it was all set up. And then I was even going to get another person on as a very special guest as well, if they were free to drop in. So it all was going to be fantastic, and it's going to be a proper show out of nowhere. No one expected it. You know, it wasn't just going to be me doing this, like sitting here, like just blah, 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 blah. It was going to be completely different people talking about different shit, because, you know, I'm not good with the DV stuff, right? I don't really know. And I know a lot of you are kind of interested in the DV, and there's nobody better to talk about it than the guy I was going to have as the show host, the co-host Mega G, and the special guest. These people are all massively involved in the DV. And yeah, so I was going to like shatter everyone's expectations with that. But instead, it all fell through. It all blew up in my face. And yeah, it all went to shit, as things that when you actually try to produce something or plant something, it all goes to crap. And Dr. Chow, he's always telling me, be spontaneous. You don't want to plan it. It always, you know, people always drop out. People don't show up. But I'm like, oh my Jesus, God, help me. And yeah, I was not happy. But then I was talking to Chow about it. I thought, fuck it, let's do it anyway. And let's do a snipes. I keep calling it a snipe stream, a spite stream. So then we came up with the idea of a spite stream, just to spite everybody else. And I don't know, spite myself, I guess. But to be honest with you, if I'd thought about it a bit longer, I could have called it a kamikaze stream. And the reason I'm calling it a kamikaze stream is because basically going on Saturday night at this time, what you're basically doing is flying a plane into the enemy, because, you know, I'm not going to get great numbers on this. It's not going to be, you know, fun. You know, everyone's doing something else. And to be honest with you, because I'm so bad at doing this still, I have no idea. Maybe there's a way for me to pay. Oh, actually, I can look at the Dabble dashboard, but this kind of freaks me out when I do this. Hang on. There we go. So right now I'm looking at everything. I can see, oh my God. Yeah, there you go. What's that? I can see what everyone else is doing right now. Yeah, I think it's kind of working. No, the thing is, though, bloody Kevin Brennan, KB, threw a wrench into everything, because he's going on ridiculously late. And so he spited my spite stream, to be honest. But it's kind of fine, because everyone's suffering right now. But the only person that doesn't really give a shit, I guess, is me, because I've got nothing to gain, nothing to lose, nothing to gain. I'll kiss you in the rain. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of a kamikaze stream. Everyone's gonna lose out of this. So that's cool. I mean, what happens after MLC? The thing was, MLC, he went late, really late last night. And then he's doing it again tonight. I actually thought he wouldn't go on at all tonight, but he ended up going on, and you know, but it was the intensely boring show I've ever seen before. Hey Guru. All right, so this is kind of like a kamikaze stream. It's going to be, the numbers are going to be terrible. Probably very few people are going to show up, but there you go. That's something we haven't experienced yet, particularly. You know, usually I've been used to, this is me supposed to be talking to cool chat people. And up until now, we've just been so inundated with chats that I couldn't possibly do that. So in a way, it's kind of cool that this has happened. I don't really have any spite. It was kind of an ironic thing to call it, because I don't have spite, but the people we're going up against are incredibly spiteful people. So I was being ironic. The fact is that I'm not actually full of spite, which is probably boring for you guys, but I'm not. But at the same time, we're going up, trying to take down people who are very, very spiteful and do literally hate on they're doing everything just to get their own back on other people. I kind of don't really give a shit, to be honest, which is, I know that's boring, but well, that's my originality, I suppose. Hey, Scott. Hey, Scott, the drummer, the rock drummer. So, Scott, one of the things I'd like to do with you is to get you and Danny on, and you can do your own stream on here. The bad thing about it is, until I get over onto Rumble, you can't play clips or anything because it'll get struck immediately. I might try to do clips. All right, maybe I'm going to read some chats now. Is that cool? Because they're going to be all over the place. But there's so few of you right now that I can get away with doing this right now. Okay, a bit later, maybe if the numbers go up a bit, we might do like Ask Me Anything. But I've got other topics. I've got other topics to talk about. Oh, one thing. A Thompson did ask, give me the phone-in number. If any of you droogs feel like you've got something to say and you want to say it, now that I've had Chow on and now I feel somewhat confident about sending a link out, then maybe we can do that if you're up for it. But we'll see. I am a little bit, shall we say, nervous about doing that, obviously. Okay. So shall we go? Shall we do it from now? What should we do? How should we do this? Okay, Scott, let's do Scott. Scott Sarah. Hey, Scott. Scott is a heavy metal drummer. Apparently he's a very, very, very good one. I think Scott should do his own show. He's got a sidekick called Danny, a friend of his called Danny. And Danny's incredibly entertaining and interesting. But Danny goes on streams where they are quite, I think they're often quite mocking of him, and they don't pay him enough. They don't give him enough respect, and they think it's funny to bully him in some respects. And I find that disgusting, especially because the streams that he goes on, usually when him and Scott, both myself and him and Scott, have been in situations where we literally carried the whole stream after the hosts had passed out or got bored or wandered off somewhere. And they are not given that respect. And also with Danny, sorry, Scott, I hope I'm not speaking out of turn here. Because Scott and Danny, they're heavy metal dudes. And one thing I've learned about heavy metal guys is they're extremely loyal. So like what I saw was that Scott and Danny brought a whole bunch of heavy metal people into the Dabbleverse. They brought a whole bunch of heavy metal dudes into some of the shows that are on right now, and they really boosted their watching, people, their viewers. And again, they got no credit for that. And I reckon that if they did their own heavy metal show on a stream like this, I think they'd have a very good time and people would dig it, and I think it would work very well. But of course, with the good people, it is kind of a hassle, pain in the ass to do this, to be honest with you. And because Scott's a rock and roll drummer, it probably doesn't need the ego boost there either. Guru One, AB. I knew a Victoria who went by Vicky. I knew a Victoria that goes by Pigtoria. I don't know if it's the same one. And a Veronica who went by Ronnie. Yeah. Correct. Like Veronica. Veronica? There's a movie called Veronica. I can't remember. Veronica is also an Elvis Costello song, I think. Veronica. I don't know. I don't really know it. That's more Pat Dixon territory. Yeah, good. Yes. Crosstalk. Okay, props. What about the Q&A? Q&A, right. AMA. Famously, I propose we did an AMA last time, and then I forgot what AMA stood for, which doesn't surprise anybody but myself. But yeah, Q&A. Yeah, Q&A's on the cards, Droogs. The trouble is I try to keep my... It's probably going to turn into why I don't talk too much about my private life, but I'll try to be as honest as possible. But you've got to, you got to be careful with shit, because people have tried to dox the shit out of me, though I'm not saying dox correctly, but Okay, what is the phone number? A. Thompson, if you want to, yeah, this is why you're supposed to have an X account, because then I would just send you the link in the X account. Otherwise, if you say I really want to come on and there's like 10 people in chat, I'll put it in the chat. But I don't know, you're going to have to verify yourself somehow, but then you don't get a phone number, you just get to, again, you could maybe, oh, fuck yeah, I don't. I'm very new at this, boys and girls, and chances are I'll never get better at it because I'm not going to practice. I did the stream. You're all very supportive, and we did a great stream. Everybody, we did a long stream, 10 hours. It flew by. I didn't need guests. I didn't need to watch clips. I didn't need super chats. We just had it flew by for me at least. It was like a fever dream again. And we did a great stream, and we got a lot of numbers for that compared to other people's debut streams and other people's streams now. We did really, really well. And I'm saying we because it takes you guys to be there to keep it going. Otherwise, I just switch it off. What is the walk-in address? The walk-in, Christopher Walken? There's no walk-in address, brother. That's one of the things I wanna be very discreet about where I am and what I'm doing and etc. Because there's people want to do me dirt. Props. I only call into shows. See Darren Seller show that one time. Yeah, but I can't do a proper call-in. But what you could do is you could just take the link, come on, and then because I've got your X address. I can send you a link, props, and then you could just come on, and I wouldn't put you on camera. Simple as that, and you'd be talking. Okay, so that works for me, for example. Okay, so in the future, this is it. I want to talk to cool people in chat. That's what the whole basis of doing this is. Either by pulling up your chats now and addressing them, or you can come on and talk to me. I mean, I'm talking to 3 different people that kind of wanted to come on, but it was very, very important to me that I got Chow on as the first guest, just because I trusted him not to do something incredibly, awful, but also because he can walk me through this. I've not practiced at all, which is lazy and stupid. But I can't be bothered. I really can't. And it's clunky, It's so much easier just being a guest. If my mic was good, I'd be tempted, but I can never, ever become a guy. AB, Drug, coming on this stream, you're not going to be you'll never be a guy. In fact, coming on this stream might guarantee that you'll never be a guy because you'll be tainted forever. Coming on this stream will mark you out as somebody that they might want to ignore and stamp out forever. So you're never going to be a guy coming on this stream, and you don't need to cam up. You don't even have to worry about it. I mean, I guess people watching probably would like to see you, but then again, it's a process, it's a process. You've got to get used to it. You've got to dip your toe in the water. Guru One, Scott's an okayest drummer. Joke. Yeah, everybody knows Scott's he's a fantastic drummer. He's got videos and shit out there. I do want to start playing clips. I do want to go to YouTube. No, not the other one. What the hell is it called? God damn it. I can't remember the name of it. Rumble. Is that it? Yeah, Rumble. I do want to go to Rumble at some point and do like proper culture, music, movies, whatever. But until then, I might experiment with playing a clip on here just to see if I can do it. And again, I don't really care if I get kicked off, because I don't really care about doing this show anymore. It was only because Chow appeared to be up for it that I thought, fuck it, let's do it. Let's do a spite stream. I think I was spiting myself, to be honest. AB, I knew a Naveed who went by Ava. Yeah, well, I think we all know that person. Okay, I'm going to, Scott, I love you, but I'm going to skip you because it's crosstalk. Hey, Thompson, how's the weather in Japan? Good question. Now, this is the kind of question. I live in a foreign country, and so it might be interesting for you to talk about it and for me to give you some honest answers. A lot of people, if you ask them about, if someone who lives in Japan and you say, how's Japan? Or if you ask somebody who went on a holiday to Japan, and you say, how was your holiday in Japan? They're going to say, oh, it's absolutely amazing, fantastic. I had such a great time. Because they've spent money on it, and they've got to kind of, people don't want to look bad. They want to look good and they want to flex. I won't do that to you. In fact, I'm kind of prone to be, I'm like the Eeyore variety, where I will talk about the bad shit first, just because you're so used to people saying everything's great over here that I would probably talk about it being shitty. How is the weather in Japan? Okay, boys and girls. I think last week was torrential rain. It was raining season for like a month and a bit. And then suddenly someone turns the switch on and then you can see, look at it. Can you see the light? I don't have a ring light. I don't have any kind of light. That's coming in from the window. Okay? And that is intense, and I mean intense sunlight. It's very, very hot. It's very, very intense. And if you went out there, you're basically getting grilled. It's intense. So I had a month and a half. This is Japanese summer, everybody, boys and girls. I had a month and a half of being rained on every day. And then you get intense, blistering heat. I can tell you what the temperature is if you're interested. I guess it's kind of boring thing to do. What the hell? Why my devices are all adding to new accounts and shit? It's 32 degrees, everybody. Partly cloudy. There you go, 32 degrees in the shade. And it's going to be, the high today will be 33 degrees. High tomorrow will be 34 degrees. High on Tuesday and Wednesday will be 35 degrees. So there you go. So I'll go to bed, I think. It's not good to go out in this kind of weather, boys and girls. A. Thompson, go and stream. Oh, there you go. The Mega G. Yeah, Mega G famously, we had an emergency episode with me, A. Thompson, and Dr. Mega G. He piloted the whole thing, and A. Thompson came on because he was extremely upset with me about stuff I couldn't remember about MKE. But A. Thompson remembers it all. Anyway, so yeah, A. Thompson, you're very welcome to come and stream, Droog, or you've just got to give me the word. But again, it's a good reason. It's a good reason to be on X, honestly. I know you have, A. Thompson's not happy about being on social media very much. He probably has very good reasons. I, though, however, don't care about whatever they do to me. Anyway, all right. So yeah, if anybody wants to come, the other thing is you've got to remember is I'm very bad at this. I'm practicing right now. So like, for example, Mega G could come on and he would, if I run into any difficulties, he would help me. If I had somebody on and it got really embarrassing and terrible and I didn't know what I was doing, which is probably, there's a 90% of the chance of that happening, then it would have just been awful for the person I had on. So I wanted to spare people that, but at least I know I can send out a link and I can get a guest on and I can kind of make it work to some degree. Props. AB, Sam said the same thing before guying. Yeah, I don't think he's not a guy. He's more of a parasite. He's more of a creature. I don't think he'll ever be a guy because I don't think he's a guy, honestly. He's not even a guy in the real world. Guru One, he has trouble reaching the pedals. Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about, Guru. Sorry, I'm late. And GAY. Not at all, Stealth. Thank you, Scott. Props. AB, saying Naveed is dangerously close to a Tukeyism. Restrain yourself. Yeah, but I kind of got into that as well. Just because, to be honest, AB, it's because I think we do it because when you're told you have to act in a certain way and it's frowned upon if you don't, and you're kind of policed to go in a certain way. I think a lot of us want to do the opposite just because we don't want to be that guy, you know? It's like if people say you have to do this, but you don't have to do it. We're allowed to have free will, you know? I believe in America, you're allowed to have free speech to a certain extent. I don't know how true that is, but yeah. So some people will do it just because it's naughty to do. Is, just to like flex a bit. Why can't you reach the pedals? I don't know what we're talking about. Thank you for recognizing that, Scott. You should come on and talk about it, Drew. Again, we're talking about spite. When people do that to you guys, it upsets me. You guys, you roll with the punches. But it really upsets me, especially because you don't take any shit, Scott. Most of the time, you don't take any shit unless, you're enjoying yourself. But But Danny, he takes a lot of shit, and it's not cool. You know, I really dislike that. I think they're beginning to recognize how important Danny is, and that, you know, Danny brings views and Danny's interesting. But Scott, I don't see you going up very often now. Maybe you got tired of it, or maybe you just got sick of it. I don't know. But at any point, if you and Danny want to do like, because you bring a load of people, you know, you have you doing a rock and roll stream would kick ass, I think, you know, and I'd host it for sure. AB, my dad loved Elvis Costello. That's very cool, you know. Elvis Costello was very cool. You know, he's done a lot of shit. He's done just about every genre. Started off new wave, basically. I suppose technically it would have been pub rock when he started, but yeah. He started off new wave and kind of edgy and kind of punky. And he's done country. He's done spoken word. He's done like orchestral stuff. The Rachel Papers he did like for a stage show or something. So yeah, he's been all over the place. And of course, he famously, he produced the Specials' first album, I believe. He's produced people. Yeah, Elvis is a good guy. Elvis, what's he called? McManus is his real name, I believe. Yeah, so if your dad was in Elvis Costello, then God bless him. Listen, I'm sorry, but I don't know any docs names of any other MTF transitioners, male to female. Right. I don't know. That is an Elvis Costello song. What's an Elvis Costello song? Sorry, this is going to help. Thank God there's only 10 people watching. Veronica. Yeah, that's one of the earlier songs, right, Scott? So that's the thing about Scott. He's like this heavy metal guru, but he also knows a load of other stuff as well, but he never talks about it. But Scott knows a lot about music. Private Life. Now, the Soft Cell song is stuck in my head. Isn't Private Life your private life, baby, won't leave me out? Isn't it a Pretenders song? That was redone by Grace Jones. That's the one I know. You're very superficial. You hate, yeah, I don't know the words, but your private life drama, baby, leave me out. That's Pretenders did that. Pretenders are amazing, amazing band. Chrissie Hynde, again, Chrissie Hynde was one of the original punks. I mean, she actually worked in Malcolm McLaren's shop. She was an American that came over to England to hang out in London, and she was working in Malcolm McLaren's. Pretenders are an amazing band, amazing. And they got yeah, amazing. Sorry, I won't bore you with that. Dr. Mega G, I was going to talk some Pavement, but next time, yes, sorry about that, Mega G. Maybe I'm going to, when I've talked this for a while, maybe I'm going to try to play a clip. And if it works, I might start playing clips. But I mean, the aim is to go over to, if I continue doing this, I will go over to Rumble and I will do like the music show, whatever. But yeah, I remember Pavement because they were very big in the British press. Pavement is probably one of those bands that were bigger in England before they made it in the States. I know they did blow up on MTV or whatever, the late night show. Anyway, I digress. Yeah, so Mega G, Pavement, yeah. Are you sure you're not just saying that to kind of like, yeah, I don't know. Okay. Next time, Mega G. Rudy Bagger. Rudy, finally. American Motorcycle Association. AMA, yes. Well, I just didn't have a clue. I spoke about AMA. Let's do an AMA at the beginning of the last stream. And by the time I reached the part where we were supposed to do an MAA and people were requesting it, I'd completely forgotten what it was. Can we see out the window? No, you bloody well can't, A. Thompson. First of all, you wouldn't be able to see anything because the sun is starting. What you can do is watch the sun. The sun is coming in. And at some point, I'm going to have to go over it. I'll get fried, literally fried. So I'm going to have to go close the blinds. But depending on how stupid long this thing is going to go, I'm not going to try and do a 24-hour stream, but hang on. I had to mute it, but I'm still watching. Well, for probably, yeah, whatever gets you through the night. Props, I'm going to stay in this chat until my phone dies. It's at 15%. Well, that's not great, Props. That's not good. Why are you watching on your phone, brother? I don't understand watching shit on your phone. I don't like even watching it on my iPad, let alone my phone. It's got to be my computer or nothing. But thanks for staying with us, props, if you're still here even. Boils and Ghouls, is that the name of your show? UK scrapping digital ID. Art Bell, thank you, Art Bell. That's great news. That's great news. What made them do that? Is it the new Prime Minister or massive unpopularity? I'm surprised they did that, but I'm sure they're going to do it anyway. Something's, but that's fantastic news. Digital ID is basically the old, what's it called? Putting what's that thing called that you, when you go shopping and you have to, barcode. It's digital ID is basically putting a barcode on you. It's one step towards that, basically. Thanks for that, Art Bell. That's very cool. Rudy. Perhaps I want a window shot as well. Yeah, of course you all do. Of course you all do. We can't always get what we want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. Okay, Dr. Megaji, the Shield Society keeps this place great. Yeah, the Shield Society, yeah, there's not a lot of the Shield Society, like, I think about, I don't know what, like 5% of them are showing up today, but God bless you, boys. The point is, my aim is to turn everybody that's not a complete asshole into Shield Society. But I feel like turning certain people into a Shield is possibly disrespectful to them. Like even Dr. Chow, I think he's a Shield now. Is he? Yeah, he is. But I feel like everybody that's not a complete asshole is questionable or needs to prove their worth will get a Shield. That's what I'd like to do. But it's even that's clunky, turning people into Shields. Yeah, Rudy. Do Me Dirt is a great track. That's Rudy, isn't it? Yeah. You know what, Rudy? Give me the go-ahead to play some of your stuff on the stream, right? I'd love to. If it's good for me to play it to my 8 watchers, feel free to, just give me the go-ahead. I haven't ever played a clip yet. I had my first guest on tonight, and for me, that's like I can basically shut it off now and go to bed or go out and do something more fun. Hey Thompson, can we walk outside? Yeah, that's been suggested to me. That might be something good, but again, I'm getting used to doing this rubbish. So, but again, if I did that outside, the problem is I'm showing you where I live, and I don't know if people have noticed, but like people are on my ass all the time. People are so desperate to find out shit about me that I haven't revealed. I revealed the stuff I want to reveal, but they're so desperate to get a scoop on me. I've no idea why. I mean, I've only been streaming for like 1 week or 2 weeks, but they're so desperate to get a scoop on me. So of course, me streaming out and now, streaming outside, they'll give. It won't be too difficult to get. But yeah, in the future, of course, yeah, certainly, when we're all dead, I'll be doing that. I miss Tokyo. Yeah, A. Thompson famously came over and had he got invited over to some massive car thing. A. Thompson's a massive car guy, and he got invited over as some kind of specialist in his field to do some massive car thing in the mountains, much more interesting than where I am, and it's cooler up in the mountains. In fact, it reminded me that this time last year, when the sun came out, I actually took time off and went up into the mountains. And I'm thinking I need to do that again. So seriously, I don't know if I'm going to keep doing this because it's such a pain. Guru One, practice it for nerds. Oh, practice is for nerds. Yeah, but Guru, it's comme ça. It's like it will make it so much easier to do if I practice and find out how to do this shit, and it will make it more entertaining for you, Droogs. And there's no point in me doing like something that's incredibly boring and awful. But it's never going to be like, like timestamps and play the clip, timestamps. No, it's always going to be spontaneous to a certain extent. Not as cool as Mia Musk is spontaneous, but I'll try my best, Oh, that's not right. Stealth is butthole COVID a thing yet? Oh, isn't that a monkey thing? It's not, but then again, I never got COVID. I never got COVID, boys and girls. Or maybe I just caught it now. Yeah, I never got COVID, so I don't know. I'm just very antisocial, so maybe I don't catch shit like that. AB will only be a gay. No, don't be mean to AB. Thompson, I told him to do a walk and talk earlier this week. Everybody wants me to do a walk and talk, but why though? Why? Isn't it more interesting to ask me about shit? There's a lot of other channels out there which are basically all only walk and talks, and they're trying to make it look as cool and interesting as possible. I stay away from cool and interesting places because I find them boring. And I find people that want to go to cool and interesting places are basically boring people trying to make their lives more interesting. I go to boring places and just chill out. I'm a very boring person. So, yeah. But, I mean, I'll see what I can do. But Crimax has been at it for like 2 years and talking about it. Oh, yeah, he kind of did, though, didn't he? I don't do shit on my phone, though. A lot of the time I leave my phone at home. So I'd want to do it somewhat. There are phases. This is phase one. Phase one is just getting used to the basics. And let's see, if it goes to phase two, then phase two will be doing more interesting stuff with more people around. I kind of guess I strayed over to phase two when I had a guest on today. I mean, you can't call it phase one when you got Dr. Mega G guesting. Dr. Mega G, you almost need to do it live. I practiced all week in the mirror for this appearance, and once it was live, all the preparation didn't help. Mega G, thank you so much for coming on. I appreciate your time. Mega G is not somebody, like, he even drops off his own show. So, and the fact that he actually alerted me to the fact that he was dropping off, that I take that as great. Thank you very much for doing that. I was hoping that you wouldn't just disappear on me. Can you take the camera outside? The camera's attached to the, I'm not, it's all to do with the Wi-Fi, isn't it? And I'm thinking that I don't know. I don't even have like hotspot turned on my phone. I could do one on the roof for sure. I thought about doing one on the roof. For sure I could, but you know what? I don't want to be one of those guys. I don't want to be one of those foreign, gaijin streamers that are making an ass of it, spoiling everybody else's time. Because you know what? If I went live, I'd go to the park. And if I went to the park, I don't want to be one of those assholes talking into a phone and spoiling everybody else's experience. I'm just not that guy. So I think this is where I suck at that. You have to be driven by like a real, what's the word? Lack of, you really want to be desperate for clout, desperate for people to recognize your genius. I don't have any of that. I don't give a shit about any of that, I'm more interested in not bothering people around me, So I guess I'll never make a good streamer. Good one. I looked it up. The cost of living in Japan is half that NYC. Okay. I'll tell you something else, though. The standard of living in Japan, but you can't say Japan. You can't say Japan versus NYC. That's silly, Guru. Now, I know you're probably you are being silly. You got your tongue in your cheek. Yeah. But I read today or yesterday that the standard of living, once again, the best cities to live in, Japan sweeps it again, and America doesn't even show up, I don't think. I've been to New York quite regularly before COVID hit, and I think that was the last time was pre-COVID. Yeah, because once I'd gone through COVID airports, I'm like, I'm not a number, I'm a free man. I'm not going through COVID airports ever again. I'm not going to be treated like that. It was bad enough taking your shoes off bullshit. But yeah, I mean, going to New York now is just not worth all the hassle, to be honest with you, except to buy gummies and sit on the sofa just watching shit. But apart from that, it just isn't worth it. I enjoyed Chow's appearance on here. Stealth and Chow sounds to me it was good. More measured. Come on, don't be mean to Mia. Mia is obviously that's the great thing about Mia and about Mia Musk is that you have two co-hosts who are literally fire and ice. Literally, you have somebody that's a real, wild card, and you have somebody that's very dependable, very measured, very relaxed and chilled out. And so that makes a good podcast. I don't care. And then they get a guest in as well. They throw a guest into the mix, and see how they deal with everything. There are other certain podcasts now that get a lot of views, considering, and it's the same guy twice. It's like that sort of like Johnny Carson thing where there's a guy sat on the sofa who's basically just there to say nice things to the host. And there's a lot of when they do have like two people on, which is great, but they have exactly the same opinion about everything. So it's a complete waste of time. And I was going to bring that up to some certain host of a certain show and ask them why they did that and what was the point. Because to me, the perfect combination is Mia Musk. And even, Kevin, when Kevin gets on a complete horribly boring person like Panhandler, and the reason they do that, or Crimax, the reason they do that is because Kevin is the wild card. Kevin is the fire of the show, and he needs somebody boring to kind of counterbalance that. And then when they get that going, then you bring on a guest, throw another guest into the mix. So me, myself, I see myself as being, I kind of, depending on what's the energy of a stream, depending what's going on, I can be either, to be honest with you. I can be extremely chilled out. I'm talking about as a guest here. I can be very chill, or I can be extremely raucous, shall we say. And depending on what they need from me and the energy on the stream, if a stream is incredibly boring and I go on, I will try to, or already be extremely annoyed that it was so boring and we were being forced to watch this shit. And that's why I'll go on and I will kick shit up. I will try to make stuff happen. But if it's people shouting at each other, I'll probably go on and be more of a peacemaker, Anyway. Guru, are you calling stealth poor? That's all right. Call me what you like. I'm here to entertain you. A. Thompson, do you live around Kabuki? I tell you, he's saying it again. Right, it's not Kabuchinko. There's a famous, used to be called Kabukicho, and it's in one of the major metropolis of Tokyo, because Tokyo is a mega tripopolis, and the major metropolis of Tokyo, the major city is Shinjuku, I guess, and or one of them, and the sort of sleazy part of that is called Kabukicho. And he's calling it Kabuchinko, and Chinko actually means your little guy, as a guy, it's your penis. That's called a chinko, but little kids call it a chinko, I think. I guess. But so Kabukicho, it's like Soho in London. It's like Times Square in New York, Times Square, Soho in London. It's these sleazy places that are now they're not sleazy anymore. They've been kind of cleaned up, like kind of whitewashed, to be honest. So I don't live around Kabuchinko. There's no places to live around there. And anyway, I hardly ever go to that city unless I'm buying books. I get a lot of books from Shinjuku. That's the best reason to go there. That heat would be tolerable without humidity. Yes, AB, I agree. The heat would be a lot more tolerable without humidity. However, the heat is actually dangerous. I'll be honest with you. You get dressed to protect yourself from the heat. There's people going around literally covered in UV protection, because a lot of people pass away during the summer months. The summer months are very, very scary. A lot of people pass away during the summer. I remember that stream, good one. Yeah, I spent so much time farting around that I don't recall what you're talking about. Can't at sports game. Thompson's doing something. Thompson, he's such a modern guy. that he's probably watching at a sports game, watching this on his phone. I wouldn't dream of watching something on my phone. Sam Bibley isn't all that bad of a chatter, and I still actually quite like him at times. That's fair enough. Fair enough. You probably haven't had the same experience as I have. I typed that for the audio clip. Okay. Oh, wonderful. I liked AB. I liked teasing Danny about drinking what appeared to be a cup of dirty water with gnats in it, but he seems like a nice guy to me. Danny, he makes things entertaining, AB, and to be more entertaining and unique, and that's what you need. It's not you, AB. Obviously, it's the way he's treated like shit on certain other channels, shall we say, and it's supposed to be a funny. But when you watch it enough, it stops being funny and you start getting kind of angry and annoyed about it. Again, because Danny and Scott, literally, they've kept that stream going, a couple of streams going actually, and we know what we're talking about. They've kept those streams going when the hosts have literally, and I'm not being dramatic, passed out, drunk, or on pills or whatever they're doing. And the other people have left because they're bored or because they can't be asked doing it, and they have literally kept that ship sailing. So you cannot underestimate, and they're completely unique and interesting, and yeah, they are good guys, so yeah, why not? I looked it up and I was thinking of Secret Life by Soft Cell, but I think he says My Private Life in that one. Secret Life, I don't know the song. I'm guessing, AB, that's a later Soft Cell tune, maybe. I had a girlfriend that used to go to a club where Mark Almond was worked on the coat check. So apparently Mark Almond and they all thought of him as somewhat of a joke back in the day. So again, people that become famous often start off as sort of like social pariahs and sort of a joke, and then they get this fierce determination to become famous. And I think Mark Almond was one of those. Yeah, my favorite Soft Cell song, which you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you anyway, is probably Torch. I think that's very cool. He is God, I won't try. After watching Crimax's streams, doesn't it kind of turn you off the whole? Doesn't it make you not want to sing anymore ever? Because he just completely ruined it for everybody, made it look so hack and so awful. Art Bell. Use the refresh at stream's end's trick to see MLC at any speed you like, if it appeals to you. I've kind of done that by mistake, I think, where I've but you've still got to watch it. I don't want to rewatch MLC, honestly. When Panhandle came on, and then the guy, from the Stern Show, I check out. I like Kevin on with a crazy person. But these Stern things and these boring people from the Dabbleverse, I'm sorry, I'm just not that into it. That's why one of the reasons why I wanted to do a totally different stream today with somebody that's really into the Dabbleverse, plus Mega G, who knows a lot about the Dabbleverse, and another guy who would have been great as well because they know a lot about the Dabbleverse. I'm just not that guy, Droogs. I really am not, and I'm unapologetically so. I'm not going to lie to you and pretend I know a lot about the Dabbleverse. I don't know shit. I honestly don't know shit. I mean, you can question me about it if you like, but I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know shit about the Dabbleverse. MLC can be good because Kevin is very compelling, and he's got a lot of, Kevin's an interesting guy on his own, but he kind of gets, understand why he gets boring guests on, and I also understand why I would never be a good fit for that show. And even Mia Musket got a bit dicey at times, me being on. And I had to become super boring to be on with Mia because Mia's a super interesting, very outgoing person. So it's necessary for me to be kind of meek and mild for the show to work. Otherwise, it'd just be shouting. The Tatinokai. I'm sorry, that's not springing to my mind. Tatinokai. That could be a group of people doing something, or it could be tate is like when you is the face you show to the world. I don't know. I should spend more time studying Japanese. Hey Thompson, we want to see the Tokyo skyline from Stealth's penthouse. I can do it from the roof. I can, but I'm a bit. You're gonna have to give me time. Guru One, nah, Do Me Dirt is by Pumpkin Spiced Heroin. Oh, really? Really? That's interesting. Oh, right. I understand. Sorry. Oh, is that the Nine Inch Nails one? Yeah, it's but Rudy's the OG, so I defer to Rudy. And I think the Do Me Dirt one, the Nine Inch Nails one, which is really, really, really good, but that one is I think that's the only one he's done, whereas Rudy has literally covered Crimax. He's chronicled his career, so you do tend to go straight to Rudy. You can play anything I've sent or posted. I don't care. Rudy, don't say I don't care. Say I don't care. But of course we want to share stuff. And of course you're excellent. Your stuff's excellent. AB, if you do a walk and talk, do it miles from where you are, though I guess that'll still reveal the city. I would like to do that. I mean, the thing about Japan is literally every little section of it can be completely different to the other one. So for me and my ADD brain, it's constantly wonderful. It's constantly something interesting going on, which is very necessary for me to be able to deal with life, but generally I would head to it. I'd go straight to it. I'd go to the most foreign thing, which for me would be the temple. I'd head for a temple or a shrine, because it's just amazing, and there's not been enough foreign tourists yet to mess everything up yet. Hey Thompson, I don't want to find out anything about you. I just want to walk around Tokyo. I know, Thompson. I know, darling. It's not you I'm worried about, honey. Me too. I know, AB. I know, but AB, there's people that you wander around with who are really evil pieces of shit. And those are the evil pieces of shit that'll spoil it for everybody. Honestly speaking, if I can get a bit more invested in this, I will do more. But right now, Marigawa is nice, says A. Thompson. I don't know what Marigawa is. Is it Shinagawa you're talking about? But Shinagawa isn't particularly nice. So I think A. Thompson is kind of there might be a place called Marigawa. I don't know what it is. To be honest with you, I find endless entertainment like on my doorstep. Well, in my room, to be really honest with you, but on my doorstep too. So like, I don't feel the need to go, especially tourist spots and stuff. There's really little need to go and like to these fantastic places, because I find everything's endlessly entertaining. Oh, wrong. I got COVID 3 times. Seriously, Guru. I literally don't think but you know what they say? I think stupid people don't know when they get sick. I might have got it and not noticed, to be honest with you. But then I was forced to get the jab so I could go to England. There was a family thing that I had to attend, or I would have been, I had to go. And I was forced to do the jab. And I don't think it was good. And I think I'm not happy about it at all. See, even my body's starting to reject it. Props, I don't want to dox any of you. I just want to know what you look like and what you do for a living, and if you have siblings. What about insurance number and stuff like that? What about bank account? What about your mother's maiden name? Don't you want to know that sort of stuff? That's the stuff I want to know about. Props, the royal you, meaning all of you. All of you. AB, props, I don't have any siblings. There's a dribble for you. Ooh. Yeah, AB is letting all hang out tonight. I have siblings. Rudy Bagger, I went over to say hi to Crimax. He blocked me once again. Rudy, is Crimax streaming right now, my darling? Though by the time you tell me, I probably won't know. But I bet the one time he's managed to go live on Saturday night. Don't tell me he did it when I went live. What I'm worried about, one of the reasons I held off streaming for so long, and you're going to think I'm a massive narcissist and crazy. One of the reasons I held off streaming so long, and also one of the reasons why this is more practical and more understandable, one of the reasons why I wanted to stop going on Crimax's stream when he disrespected me like for the 53rd time was because I don't want to allow him to watch me and get pick up inspiration from me, the way I talk, the things I talk about, the bands I like, the way I break into song, any of it. I don't want him in any way other than what I've already stupidly given to him. I don't want him taking anything else from me, if you understand what I'm saying. I don't think he deserves it, and I don't want him to get any more influence from me than he's already has done, than he's already stolen from me. I mean, it's my own fault. I went on, so but I don't want him watching this stream. I don't want him doing longer streams. I don't want him getting the confidence to start. Yeah, actually, Rudy, yeah, he blocks you and he unblocks you, right? I don't think it's that easy to unblock people, to be honest. So I don't do it that easily. But like one thing I noticed was he never sang on stream until he blocked me, kicked me off, and he never did karaoke until he made sure I wasn't around. I'll put it that way. And then he went, "Oh, I've got something to talk about. If the free chat dries up, I want to address this whole thing about the song choices that Cryfax started. The minute he blocked me for life, the minute he blocked me, he started singing songs by bands that were very, very important to me. It's like he didn't think he could, he knew I'd be talking shit massively in chat. But as soon as he blocked me, he started massacring that stuff. And I take that as incredibly annoying. But I won't do it now because there's chats to read. He's having a rough time, as per. No, he's not, though. He's not, Guru. I would like to disagree with that. I don't think that guy... Remember the famous time when he crashed out massively and everyone thought he was going to end himself, right? The next day, he came back completely oblivious, like nothing had happened. He came back completely mind-swiped, okay? So I think that guy is so shallow that he has the ability to come back as if nothing has happened. Like yesterday, he did that god-awful karaoke stream bullshit that he does, ripped off, he tries to do it like when I was on his stream, I used to break into song all the time. I did it on 2 other different streams as well. I've done it. That's kind of my trademark. He wanted to get a piece of that, as well as he also, his whole thing is based on the Pat Dixon model, of course, but without properly. Serenity Now's done it too. So he's ripped off everybody to do that. And yet he still managed to crash out on his stream yesterday. And then sure enough, he comes back. He says he's never going to sing a song again, he said. Didn't he say that? He literally said, I'm not going to do any more requests. I'm not going to do any more singing. A few hours later, he came back on, started singing again. I'll tell you what he's doing. What he's doing is he's the guy in his bedroom with his hairbrush in front of the mirror. That's that guy. That's who he is. He's in his bedroom in front of his mirror with his hairbrush, pretending he's Simon Le Bon. That's what he is, okay? But now what he's done, he's found a way to get people to actually give him money to watch him live his weird, creepy fantasy. All right? And you're giving him money to do that. So not only is he getting to pretend he's a rock star, whatever the fuck he thinks he's doing, a pop star, not only are you allowing him to do his creepy fetish live on screen, and you guys are like the voyeurs, watching him do it. He's forcing you to watch him live out his fantasy live on stage. And then people actually give him money to do it. And he still crashes out. He's living his own creepy little fetishistic dream. And yet you guys are, and that makes me feel a bit, it's funny. It's funny to read the chats. It's really funny to read the chats giving it to him and calling him out on his bullshit. Even when I'm not allowed to chat myself because he's blocked my ass. But then to see him, actively getting off on it, he's getting off on it, guys. He's getting off on it. And that repulses me. And I know I take things too seriously. Chow would be having a laugh. I'm kind of throwing up in my hand a bit. ABC, that's respectable about not wanting to be the guy who streams in a park. I could never. Seems rude. Exactly. And imagine doing it in a temple. It's just not wanting to be the asshole, not wanting to be the streamer asshole. There's so many goddamn but also, AB, to be fair, it's also narcissistic in that I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to, because it's so uncool. And because I'm kind of like an egotist and a narcissist, I never want to be uncool. So that's why I've resisted the urge to stream, because I think it's uncool. I just think streaming's uncool. I think it's all incredibly uncool. But I don't know. I just thought it was time. And part of this is just getting it out of my system, really getting it out of my system. Props, only child. What the fuck? That makes sense. Who are you talking? Props, are you being mean to AB maybe? Or Crimax is not an only child. So maybe Crimax not being an only child means that being an only child is not as bad as you might think it is. Guru One, desperate for dongs. I thought that guy was in Thailand, but now he's in Vietnam. I don't understand. I thought he was in Thailand. I thought that was the story, but now it's Vietnam. Well, whatever it is, I think flexing, pretending, flexing because you've got money. I think they used to call that nouveau riche, but I think that's kind of the most detestable, lowest form of humanity possible. Because does anybody seriously think that rich people are in some way better than anybody else in the age of like bloody all these horrific 1%ers, all these horrific, what's he called? I can't even remember the names of these horrible people. What are they called? What's that awful one called? There's so many of them. The Microsoft guy. Like, are you telling, does anybody actually, but they do. They respect red super chats, don't they? They think, oh, it's a red super chat. This guy's cool. And of course, the streamers love it. But again, I suppose you got to kind of like, you can't feel to, you can't really hate on the streamers for wanting to get paid, when they're just, if they're really serious about it, I suppose. But that is some awful shit, flexing for money anyway. But I digress. America is overrated. Well, my friend Morrissey has got a brilliant song called America is Not the World, which I don't know which is a great song. And when I'm more in the mood for it, maybe one of these days I might sing it for you guys. But yeah, he's got an amazing song called America is Not the World. And that's all that's saying is like, just saying don't be so. But then again, it kind of is at the same time, because every other country is modeling themselves on the American model now. So it's one of the things I love about being in Japan. It still feels like you're in Japan. Where when I go to London, could be anywhere. Props. AB says, why does that make sense? Yeah, come on, guys. Depends on how you live. Yeah, correct. Correct, Amundo. Doom. Skull. Thanks, Doom. Props. We could stream just walking down the Tokyo street, buy a sushi on a stick from a vendor. Yeah, he's being silly. You'd buy a dango on a stick, silly pants. Sushi. Don't buy sushi from a street vendor, silly. I mean, not in this heat, especially. I don't know. I don't know about sushi, boys and girls, because, fish is full of parasites. We know that, right? We're full of parasites. So raw fish, I mean, I don't know, guys. Would have to be a night stream. There's so many of those, boys and girls. There are so many of them out there. Night streams, walking through Kabukicho. Walking through the really happening places where looking for homeless people, or looking for, the girls that come in from outside the city and get exploited. All that horrible shit that people seem so fascinated by. I'm so boring. Skull, yeah, Rudy. Hey, Thompson, Pokemon Go streamers make money. I've met a few of them. Shit, I wanted to play. There's a really horrible Pokemon Go song that I wanted to play for Thompson because I'm damn sure he didn't look for it. And of course I didn't. Maybe one day I will get it. Maybe next time I'll get it together. Okay, I'll be honest with you guys. One thing you need to know about me, which has made everything much worse than it needed to be. I usually use what's it called? I usually use Safari as my browser. Safari is my go-to browser. But to do anything on like StreamYard or anything, I had to get Chrome and started using Chrome. But I still not been using it very often. But now I'm on this. It turns out that when you access YouTube, the stuff that I've got on my YouTube on Safari is not like my playlists. It's not the same shit that I've got on Chrome, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But it didn't work. It didn't seamlessly integrate. So like a lot of the stuff that I want to play anyway, I don't have access to. Okay, boys and girls, I'm going to take a short break. We finally got some decent numbers, but I'm going to ruin it by taking a break and playing a little bit of Rudy Bagger magic.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Let's say we take as the basic supposition, which is the thing that one sees in the experience of Satori or awakening or whatever you want to call it, that this now moment in which I'm talking and you're listening is eternity. This is it. So you don't need to do anything at all. But the difficulty about explaining that is that you mustn't try not to do anything, because that's doing something. And how to explain that? Because there's nothing to explain. It is the way it is now, you see. And if you understand that, it will automatically wake you up.
It's impossible for words to describe what is necessary to those who do not know what horror means.
Okay, we're back. All right. So one thing, when I was talking to Rudy and everything, but one thing I wanted to do to avoid was when these horrible, massively long intros. I know they're necessary to get people in, get people like in the seats. But one thing I wanted to avoid was like having these massive breaks. And yeah, like also they have like, these people have massive breaks in the middle of their streams as well. And like Rudy made me a little like 2-minute clip there, a really cool 2 minutes. And I found out that I only needed like 1 minute, but other people do like 5 minutes, don't they? It's what do they need? What are they doing? I could get everything sorted out, and I just put the I put some blinds down so I'm not getting literally incinerated over here. All right, boys and girls, we're back we go. Yeah, I wish I'd got that I Love Pokemon Go clip. It's fucking hilarious. All right. Props. Only children are obvious. They lived a life without rank. Stranger in a strange land types. Stranger in a Strange Land. Robert Heinlein, science fiction novel. I used to think for a long time that's what my favorite movie was based on, but apparently it isn't. But it's a similar thing. Isn't that grokking? Props. I think in Stranger in a Strange Land they grok, don't they? But yes, only children. This sounds very intense and deep. Only children are obvious. They lived a life without rank. Stranger in a strange land type shit. All right, there you go. That's your moment of zen. KB needs punching bags. Yeah, he does, but also, am I crazy? I actually like CWC, Clearwater Chad. I actually think he is a good guy. I think he is a sweetheart. I don't mind him being boring. I think there's a chemistry going on. I thought about this the other day while I was washing some dishes or something, cleaning my hands. There's like it's a delicate balance that you need, like a chemical balance between the fiery guy, the outgoing, the extrovert, and the sort of like the quiet person. And it's quite delicate, I think. I guess because Kevin's so popular and been going so long, I guess he's found out how to do it. I didn't know when I went on MLC, I didn't know what I was supposed to do, but god damn it, I wish my microphone had been a bit louder. Anyway. But yeah, I mean, sometimes it seems, I don't know. I just knew I'm not the person to be on there. I feel like, because I know I'm a newbie, I'm a nothing, I'm a nobody, but at the same time, I don't know that. I'm unaware of my nothingness. And so it doesn't matter if I go in MLC, it doesn't matter where I go, I still don't feel like taking a crap from anybody, So I'm not a good guest, but I try to be polite. AB says, that seems very true, actually. Interesting. Yeah, you go, props. Yeah. Well, AB's a very thoughtful. I want to have like, so now we're doing okay. We've got decent numbers, but it's still very elite because, and I want to have a decent, thoughtful, elite set of people talking to each other in the chat, because those are the shows that I used to like. And, when it gets massive with a bunch of haters and horrible people, it just gets out of control. But this is working quite well. Kabukichi. AI Al Kabukichinko. Yeah, it's funny. Funny guys. Okay, I'm smart. I'm like the sorcerer, but not a fake. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the sorcerer. What the fuck is going on there? That fucking douche. But people love him being what he's supposed to be, and they met him in real life, right? So he's some sort of, we should have, you know what? You should have asked Chow about that when Chow was on, but I have to be, the thing about Chow is he's got a very limited amount of time to be around. He's not like me. He doesn't fart out 10-hour streams. Chow does a quick 2 hours and he's out of here. A. Thompson, it's the same in Bangkok. The RLD is actually nice now. I don't know what they are. I know what BKK is, but I don't know why it's. Isn't there only Bangkok? Isn't there only 1K in Bangkok? The RLD, I have no idea what that is. I'm sorry. Makita makes a jacket with fans powered by the. Yes! A. Thompson, literally saw that on the street yesterday and thought about it being Makita. I saw, because when I go out in this heat, usually on my bike, to be honest with you, and I see the guys with the fans usually it's with tank tops, not actually jackets. And I see those guys, I'm like, my God, these poor guys, they're out building shit and, fixing stuff up in this incredible heat. It blows my mind, it really, and then you've got our friend Crimax over on his stream, like self-pitying himself for like people asking him to play songs he doesn't like. And there's poor guys out there like building roads, and it blows my goddamn mind. But yeah, A. Thompson, Makita is the brand. Yeah, Makita was the brand that I saw literally yesterday. I'm sure there's a bunch of people making them, but Makita seems to be the go-to. You're absolutely right. Yeah, because I saw it literally yesterday, and not much sticks in my brain, but that stuck in my brain. Guru One, I never wear sunscreen. Haha, Aussies laugh at that. Guru, I never wear sunscreen either. I heard you're just better off. Sunscreen is meant to be poisonous, and also it gives you confidence that you shouldn't have, and you stay out longer and you get burned and you get into trouble that way. But also, I heard that some people say use aloe gel. Some people say use coconut oil. 8,000. That place in Shibuya overrated like Times Square. Place in Shibuya. Are you talking about Center Day? There's one street. There's a pedestrian street called Center Gai. Sorry, not Dai. Center Gai in Shibuya. That might be what you're talking about. There's no other particular like meeting place or place for people to congregate. So I'm think you're probably talking about Shibuya. Center Gai. Is this one street that goes from the station into the heart of the city? It will take you to Tokyo Hands, which is a big important store, which is closing down, which makes me kind of sad. Do you live around Meiji Jingu? No, brother, I don't live around Meiji Jingu, my angel. I don't, because around Meiji Jingu is a park called Yoyogi Park. So no, I don't. But I used to love walking through it at dawn. I don't like going there when there's... And hey, do you want to hear an interesting fact about Meiji Jingu? It's not really interesting, but I'll drop it anyway. I think I saw Tom York walking through. And the reason I think I saw Tom York walking through, the thing was he was dressed so normally. He was dressed like a fecal blob type. He was like in like an anorak or something. And I thought, well, it looks like Tom York and he's wearing really, really boring clothes. That's probably what Tom York would dress like, I thought. AB, Torch is one of my favorite soft cell songs too. That and... Yes, say hello, wave goodbye. Ding, 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 ding. Say hello, wave goodbye. I was to sing like Mark Almond, you basically have to, you know what, yeah? And Torch, of course, has got the duet on it. Yeah, say hello, wave goodbye. I was asleep around, lost and found, so insecure, you see. Okay, someone clip that and send it to Cryfax. AB, I hope you enjoyed that if you're still around, brother. Can we look at those $100 houses? Hey, Thompson, I was watching something. If you want to know about Japan, there's a guy called Chris Broad, an English guy, and he's got a show called Abroad in Japan. And they had a... Watch that. Don't watch this. Yeah. Watch that. Guru, you insect. I am an insect. My force of habit, I am an insect. Pan adds so much to the show. Yeah, well, he scowls and he says something. He's got a bit and he says, oh, why this show is so rubbish now. And everyone says, oh, Pan, you're such a wag. Yeah. He's controlled opposition is what it is, Rudy. Controlled opposition. Basically, he goes on, talks shit, and they say, oh, Pan, you're so edgy. And then, yeah, off he gets. And everyone goes home happy. I think Tatanokai is what Mishima called the shields. Ah! God damn it, AB. God damn it. God damn it. MFA, yes. Point AB. AB 1, Stealth Chaos 0. Well, there's a vampire. Okay. AB. I think Tatanokai is what Mishima called the Shield Society. I think that was brought up last time as well, right? Maybe AB said it. Goddamn right it is, AB. And you're absolutely bloody right. And I was right. You're bloody well right. Yes, you're right, my darling young one. And it's a hard, and it's a hard rains. That's actually a Dylan song, but Brian Ferry covered it. Oh, what do you do? Yeah, so he took it into a different place. Yes, Tatanokai is Mishima's Shield Society, which we talked about last time. Now I'm thinking that the idea about modding everybody is to elevate everybody. Everyone that's in here chatting is basically an elevated, you're an elite chatter in my book. So everyone gets elite. It's a new normal, you could say. So everyone gets elevated to become an elite Tatanokai Shield Society. Thank you, AB. AB, you won the game. I surrender. You win. I'm a loser. AB wins. I'm fake. I don't even live in Japan. AB just exposed me. I'm gonna do. Oh, Doodle, I've got to say hi to Doodle. Doodle with some things. I don't know what they are. They're too small for me. Maybe I should make this bigger, but I'm just keeping it the way it is because it's working right now. I should really practice. Props. You aren't Shinto, but you feel connected to their shrines. What do you like about them? Good question, Props. Okay, I'm going to answer it and bore everybody, but I'm actually going to answer that. Shinto. Okay, what I like about Shinto, other than the fact that they mobilized it in order to make everybody worship the empire, I think, and the emperor, I think that that's the way they motivated and mobilized the Japanese people to support the, to go to war, was using Shinto. I think that's the idea. So Shinto is the national religion of Japan. But and Buddhism was imported from China, originated in India. Okay. So Shinto is the original. Buddhism. So right now in Japan, it's kind of like a mix of. It's either half Shinto and half Buddhism. Whereas like in the UK, it's like half Christianity and half Islam, right? But in Japan, it's Buddhism and Shinto. Now, and Shinto is the original Japanese one. The reason I like Shinto and respect it is because it's like a nature worship. It's nature worshipping. And I worship nature. I just do. I mean, nature probably is a different word for God. So yeah, Shinto is fine. And also what you'll find in Japan, what's very interesting is you will find a Buddhist temple and a Shinto shrine in exactly the same place. So when you go there, it's like a twofer. So there's no, like, some say that Buddhism is a philosophy, it's not a religion. And Shinto is just nature worship. And don't we all worship nature to some degree? So yeah, so I feel connected to, I didn't say connected, I like them. I like the piece, like when I'm in when I was living in Milan, for example, I would often go just sit in the Duomo, the cathedral in Milan, purely because, these places of worship are basically some say they're power spots. They're places, the places of natural energy, natural spiritual energy. And also like the great temples and cathedrals, they were built basically as a form of energy battery or some sort of like energy collecting device. So I won't go into this because I don't exactly know what I'm talking about. I'm kind of like just talking off the top of my head, but I think that's okay too. Yeah, I'm connected to Shinto because of their nature worship, and I like about them is they're incredibly natural places. They're very minimalistic. They don't have all the pomp and ceremony of like the Christianity, and they don't have all the bloodlust and despicable disgustingness of other religions that I'm not going to name right now. So yes, I love Shinto because of its connection to nature, its and its minimalism and its simplicity. Okay, props. Thank you for that very interesting. And this is the kind of boring ass stream that I want to do, where people that like other streams in the Dabbleverse will come in and say, what the hell is this shit? AB, one of the reasons I remembered Props in the first place is he would often hit me with a bit of like spirituality. And I like that, even though maybe he was taking the mickey. AB, religious space is generally peaceful, even if you don't share the faith. Props. I've had a relaxing time at a Mormon temple. Well, exactly. There's a Mormon temple in that close to, not very close, but close to where I am, and I was shocked at the architecture of it. It's very, very flashy, right? It's like, it's crazy how flashy. But yeah, so yeah, they're peaceful, but also they're full of energy as well. They're peaceful, and if you find yourself in times of trouble, go to a church or go to a temple, Buddhist temple I'm talking about, obviously, Go to a church and go sit in a church on like on a hot summer's day when you're feeling really bad, and then just sit there and you'll feel peace will come over you. And I think that's what AB is saying. Guru, I have 2 older sisters that could kick Prop's ass. Guru being Guru. Props, I think the smell of old milk would ruin my praying. Old milk. One thing that they do in Shinto, oh no, Buddhism is in charge of, one thing about Japan is Buddhism is in charge of funerals in Japan. That's why Shinto and Buddhism, they coexist, because Buddhism takes care of burials. So, and one of the things about the burial sites is they offer Buddhists, I don't, but Buddhists offer food offerings. But this is ancestor worship is Shinto. So it's all kind of mixed up. It's all quite incestuous. So they offer food to the ancestors, which I'm not into. So maybe that's what he means by old milk, I guess. Because they put out like yogurt or yogurt drink on the altar when they pray to the ancestors, because they put out food for the ancestors. And then sometimes when they do it, most of the graves are outside, obviously, and crows and ravens will come down and take the food. And the Japanese see crows and ravens as being like Harry Potter owls, you know, they messengers to the gods, so to speak, as they also were in Norse mythology too. So it's interesting how like all of these religions and philosophies, most of them kind of link up somewhere. There's one in particular that doesn't really link up with anybody and just wants to destroy everybody else's, but I won't say anything else on that. Yes, Climax is live. God bless him. So I think I told you on the 10-hour stream that nobody could sit through. And the beginning of, I said that how the fact is that one of the reasons I broke off with him the first time was because I was trying to motivate him to do a Saturday night Spite stream. Well, I was the one with Spite, but I was trying to motivate him to do a Snipe stream because I knew that if he did a Saturday night stream after MLC, it was very different back in those days. And he only had one other stream to take down. There was nothing else going on. And I said, this is your time to shine. This is when you can really go massive. And of course, he slept through it every fucking time after promising me he would be there. So, of course, he motivates himself. But the other thing is, any of you guys that watch these other streams, you know that when he did crawl out of bed on a Saturday night, he would beg to go onto the other streams. He wouldn't do his own stream even then. He would beg and go onto the other stream so they would kiss his ass because he got, because it was a big deal to get him on because he was getting numbers back then. So he would never go live on a Saturday night. So he's doing this to spite me, honestly, I believe. If you think I'm a narcissistic and I'm demented and I'm delusional, please tell me. But I honestly believe he's doing it to spite me. Though I don't think any of the people that watch him would come on here, would be watching this anyway, because they just want to go on and call him names, I think, most of the time. But thanks, Rudy. Thank you. Karmic Watch. I should be sniping him. I will get around to sniping him. Maybe I'll try it out. I need to snipe him and give my commentary, my insight, because none of the other people that do it know what they're talking about, most of them. And again, most of the crew in here have some idea as well, so you can give your insight as well. Props, and it saddens me to hear you are not religious. Who? Oh, AB? Who? Well, AB, Props. It shouldn't sadden you to know that people are not religious. There's a difference between spirituality and religion. There's a difference between spiritual and religious, okay? And I believe, forget about being religious, just be spiritual. You don't need to be religious, okay? Because religious means you've joined a team, okay? You've joined a clan, and maybe you're paying into it. Just be spiritual, dude. You don't need to be religious. It's like Jesus. Jesus didn't get on with the religious sects of his time. Famously, Jesus was not particularly religious. Okay, so I know that sounds like a cliche, but anyway, old milk. I think I might have nailed that, but I might be wrong. But hopefully, Props will have told you that. Mormon smell. There's worse smells. I imagine that's what they smell like. Mormon temples. God only knows. God only knows what Mormon temples smell like. God, I sounded worse than Climax then. Jelligaroo, is it you? Jelligaroo, is it you? You'll be fine. Sorry, I think I got that wrong. Rudy Bagar. I agree with Chromax being shallow, but he uses this I might hurt myself to manipulate the weaker members of the audience. Rudy, I don't think he actually plays that card. I don't think he's smart enough to think that. I think it's people like A. Thompson, and A. Thompson won't mind me saying this. I think people, the good God-fearing folks, the kind people of the Dabbleverse, they project that onto him, and they worry about him. Like again, last week I talked about how Taz was crazy worried about him and basically forced me to go on stream with him because she was so worried about him. But I don't think somebody like Crimax will hurt themselves because they are too narcissistic. They love themselves too much. They're too egotistic. They love themselves too much. They're never going to hurt themselves. Everything is about themselves. Everything they do is for themselves. And I don't think they're self-reflective enough and honest enough. They're not honest enough. They're too delusional to ever hurt themselves because they honestly think that Elvis, Michael Jackson, and Simon Le Bon all rolled into one. That's my take on it. But Rudy says, I agree with Crimex being shallow, but he uses this I might hurt myself. Yeah, I think if he was self-aware enough, he would, but I don't think he's self-aware enough. I think people do it for him. I'll sniff next time I'm there. They're obsessed with ice cream. Really? Okay, we're getting some insider Mormon stuff here. Rudy, follow up. He's like the kid that runs away to the treehouse in the backyard to get mommy or daddy off his back. I think that's very insightful, Rudy. I think so, yeah. But he goes live to get mommy and daddy to notice him, I think. Where the mommy and daddy now? Bill Gates, thanks, Doodle. Yeah, that was a while ago, wasn't it? Jesse Angel, okay, here, Jesse, my darling. The Avenging Angel she's now like part of the Tatanokai. She's now part of the defense stream, the defense team. But at the same time, everybody is, so everybody can just coexist. I don't want anyone to mess with Jesse, put it that way. And maybe one day Jesse's going to come on and air some views that she has. I believe Jesse's got insights that we should all all share. All right, and Jesse's allowed to do that. But I am going to do a little thingamajig again. I'm going to feed a cat. All right. See you in a minute. It won't be that long.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Let's say we take as the basic supposition, which is the thing that one sees in the experience of Satori or awakening or whatever you want to call it, that this now moment in which I'm talking and you're listening is eternity. This is it. So you don't need to do anything at all. But the difficulty about explaining that is that you mustn't try not to do anything, because that's doing something. And how to explain that? Because there's nothing to explain. It is the way it is now, see? And if you understand that, it will automatically wake you up.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not...
Oh yeah, fuck that up. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. messed up Rudy's beautiful art. But I am aware that watching the intro over and over again can be a little bit upsetting. And Rudy's been great, had the grace to do me the intro, so I just don't want to smash you over the head with it, okay? Right, so back to the comment. Jessie Angel, welcome in, my darling. So Jessie's going through some shit because she lives in New York City and it's a hellhole up there at the moment. I've got friends who live upstate, and I was worried about them because of the air quality. And they said it's okay. They said it's much worse in Manhattan, and I think Jessie's closer to Manhattan. So, yeah, that must really suck. If all you need is the air that you breathe and to love you. But if the air that you breathe is messed up, I mean, that's the basic. It's a basic human right, isn't it? Clean air, clean water. Otherwise, what are we doing here, folks? Forget about like showing money around, like being rich. If there's no clean air, no clean water, it doesn't matter how much money you got. You've got your oxygen tank, I suppose. Really bad. Who are they flexing on? Weak losers, yeah. There you go. We tied backing nicely. Thank you, really. Who are they flexing on? Weak losers might buy it, but most don't believe it or are repulsed by it. Are you talking about people showing money on? Yeah, well, it's bad. I don't know. Sorry, this is what happens. We're getting more people. Well, we got a decent. I think we've got the perfect amount of people, actually. I downsized my life around 10 years ago and I have no regrets. Guru says, wow, there you go. Yeah. I mean, you cannot. I believe like buying stuff. It's almost like when you buy stuff, it's like sticking it on your back. You're carrying something around. Everything you buy is like added to the weight of life, I believe. But what do I know? Sound like a hippie. Shit show. Parasites. Who are we talking about though? There's a lot of parasites in the Dabbleverse, my friends, my druids. Parasites is one of my favorite words because I got parasites all up in here, dudes. I got parasites on my ass all the time, and I do not like it. No likey. No thank you. And parasites, god damn it. Yes, indeed. Well, don't get me started about parasites. Who is in Vietnam? We don't know. We don't know who's in Vietnam. We know you're in Thailand, but I think someone I thought was supposed to be in Thailand turns out they're in Vietnam. Not you, though, Drew A. Thompson. No one will question you. Doomspare, we need more morning streams. Do we, though? I guess so. We see. So now it's 4:30 in the afternoon for me. So I don't know. I just don't know. Crimax is always saying he's going to do a morning stream, and then he doesn't do a morning stream. He says, I don't know. And then he does an evening stream. Then the next thing you know, he's doing a morning stream. That guy, nothing he says is ever going to happen. On contrary, he's always going to fuck it up. Doom knows. Shit show. Are you saying? I don't know. I don't know. It's like it's 4:30 in the afternoon here. Don't know what's similar for A. Thompson. Guru on Church of Dario in session. How so, Guru? How is that possibly be a thing? That would never be a thing, Guru. You're just being a wild child. No. Guru, that sort of thing get you unmodded around here, dude. I remember recently Dario, the wonderful Dario, he likes to pontificate on shit that I don't think he knows much about. And I saw him on a stream yesterday, and what he said was like the creators of they were talking about recently, what was it? The two indie movies that went massive. Is it Backrooms and Obsession? I think went massive, right? With two directors that came straight off of YouTube, basically. They went straight off of YouTube, made two indie movies that have become massive. And fucking Dario said something about like, oh yeah, but they refused. Did you guys hear anything that I just said? Sorry, I wasn't talking into the goddamn mic, which is, I used to never have a mic, and I'm kind of enjoy it better, actually. Okay, I'll just move along. I think I was getting spiteful. Fuck that. Rudy, don't even say it, man. Just ignore them. The people that are repeating that and going on about that, they're completely empty vessels, have nothing else to talk about. It's the real dregs that are doing all that shit. Did he leave? Me? Who, me? Potty break at him. I didn't. I fed a cat, and I told you I fed a cat. I just want a stream where he walks outside. Yeah, I know, A. Thompson. Nothing's ever good enough for you, my darling. You've been to Tokyo, so you had every chance to walk around it. Good one. It's boring, but it's a YT thing. If you swear in the first 10 minutes of YT live, you get hit. Yeah, I don't know about any of this stuff, and it's not looking good for me, brothers and sisters. Elon Musk tainted Stranger in a Strange Land forever. How so? By building I can't really remember what happens in it now. I don't think it was I didn't really enjoy it that much. I think I've read it maybe once or twice by this point, but I thought it was quite dry. I think what the problem is, it was because I mixed it up with another novel, which I thought it was, and it wasn't that novel, so I was kind of nonplussed. Jesse Angel, I'll be honest, this made me afraid to watch A Clockwork Orange. Darling, you've got to watch I tell you what, darling, you live in New York, so anything that's your real life is far, far scarier than anything Anthony Burgess and A Clockwork Orange ever dreamt up. It's way worse now than they thought it was going to be in the 70s, darling. So don't worry about it. Watching Clockwork Orange is so beautifully made, and it's such a beautiful. There is a scene, but it's very artistic, and it's very, very funny. Clockwork Orange is very, 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 very funny. It's hilarious, some of it, because it's so over the top. A lot of it's really, really over the top, hyper stylized. It's a Kubrick movie, so you know it's going to be hyper stylized. It's just amazingly funny, because Kubrick uses a lot of really funny actors, like little British actors, and he has them in a lot of his stuff, like Leonard Rossiter. He wasn't in Clockwork Orange, but he's been in Barry Lyndon, and he's been in other shit. They're very, very funny comic actors and really, really good. Props. I got dubbed the moment of Zen in a stealth stream. Namaste. Yes, of course. Props, always. Props always brings a bit of spirituality. And we know that by talking about spirituality, we'll be able to get rid of like a lot of the riffraff. It's like a crucifix and a vampire. A lot of people a lot of the MLC crowd and the NLO crowd, if I start talking about spirituality, they're going to be out the door so fast. Red Light District, so that's Kabukicho, right? But not so much now. There's not much left of it, I don't think. Like, I used to DJ in strip clubs, right? And they're incredibly classy compared to like ones in other countries. But they weren't that sleazy either. There was sleazy stuff going on behind the scenes, but they weren't that bad, I don't think. Stealth, props, you ride a bike. Can we see it? No, you can't see my bike. Obviously not. It's quite a fair way away. I don't have it in the building with me. It's outside, obviously. Though I tried to bond with, can we do a bike stream? I did try to bond with Kevin Brennan about his bike. And I was thinking about it. I ride a mountain bike, and Kevin's bike keeps breaking, right? So I wanted to ask him, if I hadn't gone on a bully stream where people were beating me up, I wanted to ask him about his bike and say, why don't you get a mountain bike? Because riding in the city is just as hard on your bike as anywhere else. So I ride a mountain bike, and it goes fast enough for me, and the heaviness of it kind of gives you a little bit of a workout. So I was telling him, I wanted to tell him to get a mountain bike, and I don't know what he's riding, but I'm sure it keeps breaking all the time, so it can't be good. I decided to get a mountain bike because I think on a normal bike, I'd go so fast that I'd just crash. I'd crash straight away. I've kind of got a death wish. Can we do a bike stream? I know a guy that on Instagram who every time he goes home, he basically films it. I'm just not that guy. Are there like 100,000 people walking across the street? No. It's very, very. You can walk down. It's not crowded at all. It's wonderful. If Stealth's bike isn't black, I'm going to quit the show. Props. I'm happy to report my bike is black, definitely black. Oh no, it's black. Okay, moving on. Sometimes, like Trek, right? If you want to buy a particular type of bike, they make it in one or two colors, and you're stuck. So sometimes they don't make it in black. In fact, they make it in. You see more red and dark blue around Trek, for example, famous because of Chad Zumach. I saw Alison Moyet and Soft Cell open for Human League recently. Great show. Okay, the great Mumble Slam has shown up. Finally, Mumbles, where you been? But Mumbles is a big MLC guy. But yeah, Alison Moyet, Soft Cell. Yeah, Alison Moyet famously, Yazoo, right? With Vince, who started off Depeche Mode. So yeah, Alison Moyet, only you came into you. Yeah, so I'm not a great, and don't go. I'm not a big Alison Moyet fan. I've got to be honest with you guys. Soft Cell, fantastic. Soft Cell, amazing pop, and Human League, I love. Like Human League, there's two versions of the Human League: the original version for 2 albums, and the rest of it that you all know about. You know, don't you love me, baby? But the first version was like prog rock, sci-fi prog rock, computer band. Amazing band, and I love the early Human League. Is like some of my favorite music of all time. So, did they play out any of the really, really old stuff, Mumbles, or was it all like off Hysteria, which is their breakout album? I love that song. Which song, AB? Oh, so I enjoyed the Torch rendition, but don't they need? Was there a female for the Torch? You are the torch. Do you have a scooter? No, I don't have a scooter, though. I think I'm more of a mod than a rocker. I can't be in things that crash because I just drive them into I'd crash. I think I'd just put my foot down on the accelerator and just keep going. I've always had that fear. There's a Joy Division song. I've been waiting for a guy to come and take me dad. There's also a Human League song as well. There's a Human League song where it keeps going faster and faster. It keeps accelerating. The tempo keeps getting faster and faster and faster and faster. And I always thought about myself, when I get in a car or get in a scooter or get in any sort of like thing that can go really fast, I'll just keep going until I smash into something. I'm not a big, I'm very attracted to Thanatos. What the fuck? No, I'm not. Okay, Guru. Good for you, man. Really, this is the heavy metal month. This is the heavy monster sound. One step beyond. Yes. Damn, lame. That's probably, yeah, I am pretty lame. Doodle was waving. Sorry, Doodle, darling. Sorry. I'm looking at a very small window here. 8000, are you on a high floor? Can you see the... No, you fucking can't. Stop it. Guru One, give me my wrench or I'll switch over to PK. Guru, you are wrenched, aren't you? Guru, aren't you wrenched? I thought Guru was wrenched, and if you're not wrenched, Guru, you'll be wrenched. You'll be wrenched by the next time. If there's a next stream, you'll be wrenched, okay? I thought you were wrenched, Guru, okay? Why wouldn't I wrench you? Nobody mess with Guru. Hang on, what the... Okay, hang on, Guru. Maybe I can wrench you. Can't wrench you. Sorry. I can't wrench you from here. It's very strange what you're allowed to and not allowed to do on here. It's very odd. Okay, here we go. They don't want you at PK Guru. AB, they don't want you at PK Guru. I don't know what that means, but we want you here, Guru. Decline host, chopsticks, practical or gay as hell. Chopsticks. They're pretty good. Chopsticks are good for certain types of food. I tend to use Yeah, I mean, yeah, for certain types of food, they're ideal. You know, if you get a bento with rice, vegetables, a main dish, you know, as long as you got rice involved, they're cool, and they're good for salads too because you know you don't pick them things up in a big clump. You can pick them things up individually, so they are very. I think they're practical. I do. Um, I think certain people using them would be gay as hell, but if you use them properly and respectfully, of course, you understand the difference between. There's a difference between Japanese chopsticks and Chinese chopsticks because Chinese chopsticks tend to be longer and smoother. Japanese chopsticks are often like made out of like wood, and literally they're really really easy to use, and they're not so tricky. But Chinese ones are extremely long, so go with Japanese washi. Go with Japanese chopsticks. Shit show. It's so late. I'm sleepy and old. Are you gonna leave, shit show? Never mind. Thanks for showing up, my Droog. The timing's been really weird tonight because I wanted to do a so-called spite stream. I go up against the two old adversaries of mine, and apparently a new one. Apparently, Crimax has entered the ring now. But Kevin was doing some weird shit, you know. Like yesterday, he went really, really late. So I honestly thought he wouldn't show up today, or I thought he'd finish early. But again, he went really, really late. Also, I scheduled this an hour later than I should have done. I wanted to go at midnight, but it ended up being 1 o'clock. So I kind of went as I was waiting for, in the end of the day, I was waiting for Chow to show up. But it was a big mess. I didn't want to go up against MLC, to be honest with you. I mean, I said this was a kamikaze stream, but I didn't want to be, I wanted it to be kamikaze. I wanted to take some of the enemy out. I didn't just want to get destroyed in midair, you know, which when you go up against MLC, you might as well not exist, you know. But like I said, I thought if Scarlet showed up and it got really interesting, then that's understandable. But what I saw in MLC earlier was like, it was awful, really dull. Doodle, I love the Duomo. If Doodle's here, that means MLC isn't on because she's an MLC diehard. I love the Duomo in Milan. I lit some candles for my family. That's beautiful. That's very beautiful. Duomo is amazing. I can't imagine what Milan's like now after everything that's happened to Europe recently. But back in the day, it was only the young Italian boys you had to watch out for because I walked through Milan with a lady, and my God, they were like flies. Piggy Bones, we need you to judge a drawing at Puzzle Factory. Well, fuck off over to Puzzle Factory then, fuckhead. Okay. Metal Gear Solid, what's up, Stealthcast? Metal, you joined us, Droog. How you doing, my dude? Shit show, he's sticking it to us. That could be anybody. A. Thompson, can you please take us out? Shut up, A. Thompson. Don't make me skip your stuff. Go in real. Oh my God, everyone's at it. Shit show, Thompson gets it. Yeah, I know. I love a bit. Okay, I guess I'm just not interesting enough to stream. You have to go in real life. Ask me questions first before we get to the in real life stuff. Doodle, I love a beautiful church. Yeah, I do too. One of the things I love the most about going back to England is going into like an old country church, an old country churchyard, looking for the oak tree or the sycamore. Art Bell, I typed to at KXL, no stealth, no wealth. Thanks, Art. That's lovely of you. Gorgeous. Thank you. No stealth, no wealth. But of course, Crimax, when he isn't doing exactly what I did in my first two streams, reading every chat, he's ignoring the chat because you say rude words to him and nasty things to him, so he can't take it. A. Thompson, I don't know what to think. I like Karmic, but he gets so angry. I can't listen to that. He has no control. He has no self-control whatsoever, A. Thompson, over anything. He thinks he's a victim. He thinks everyone's doing it to him. So when he gets angry, he doesn't take any accountability for it. It's other people doing it to him and forcing him to do that. It's not his fault. So how can you blame him for things that are completely out of his control, like his actions and the words that are coming out of his dumbass mouth? All right, thanks. Thompson, you want to get me spiteful? People want me to do a spite show, and I think I'm letting everybody down because I'm not very spiteful most of the time. Also because I haven't drunk coffee. But you want to get me spiteful, there's certain things you can bring up to trigger me. I'll put it that way. Shit show, Karmic has taken this singing shit too far. Shit show, just so you know, it was all, he fantasizes that he's this entertainer, that he's a singer, songwriter, blah blah blah. None of it's real at this point. Some of us, few of us, believe that any of it's real at all. It's all just stuff he just shit out. He just dreamed it all. But one thing is clear: when I was going on his stream, I used to be a vocalist in bands, and I say vocalist. I don't even say singer, but I would be a vocalist. I could vocalize in front of. I can vocalize, and so when I would go on to certain other streams, Clown Town or the other, the Puppet Factory, as someone called it, which I think is very funny. They would, people in chat would say, "Can you sing? Can you sing this particular song? Can you sing that particular song?" And I would sing it for them, and people liked it, and it became a bit. And then when I went on Crimax's thing, sometimes they'd ask me the same thing, or sometimes to entertain Crimax, I would sing, and Crimax never sang. He could never sing. He couldn't sing he sometimes tried to sing, kind of joining with me, but it was fucking awful, as you can imagine. But when he was really drunk. But basically, when I was around, he literally could not sing at all. And then when I finally left, or he kicked me off, or both, he started singing, and now he's doing this karaoke grift all the time. But there's no singing involved. It's just him talking and grifting is all he's doing. He can't sing. He cannot vocalize. But it is hilarious at first. But when he starts doing songs I actually care about, by bands I care about, bands I told him about, that kind of seriously pisses me off. It does piss me off. It's one of the things I wrote down to talk about today, just in case I ran out of things to talk about. But as long as there's interesting streamers, you never run out of shit to talk about, because there's people bringing up insightful, interesting points. Like you just did, shit show. AB, I like it when Karmic sings. Sometimes, don't say sings, croaks. I think the best thing to say is say croaks. I like it when Karmic sings. Sometimes he's happy and that's fun, and sometimes he hates the song and he sulks and that's entertaining. What it is he wants to prance around. It's his fetish to cosplay as an entertainer for a crowd of people. So as long as it's going his way and he's fooling himself into believing that he's doing something and people are like digging it, and he's living out his fantasy and living out his fetish, then he will enjoy it. As soon as he thinks that people are not taking him seriously, as soon as reality hits, basically, when reality bites, he will get upset because he doesn't accept reality. He wants to live in his fantasy land, his fetish cosplay fantasy land, where he's this amazing entertainer singing for adoring fans. Remember what he said? He said when he sang karaoke, people would basically throw flowers at him and say what an amazing, how amazing. I can't remember exactly what he said because it was nonsense. But yeah, he lives in a fantasy of like he's this amazing karaoke guy. And everybody knows now that he's completely full of shit. The more he streams, the more he talks, the less people will buy any of this bullshit anymore. So, but again, AB's a nice guy. Some of us have been around so long and dealt with this fucking guy so long that we've entirely run out of patience. Send Jessie the link. Jessie's gonna have to tell me that she wants to come on. You might hate her, you might like her, she's that kind of person, similar to me. Like Kevin kept asking, why do people hate you? Why do people hate you? People hate people when you have a strong opinion, when you have a strong personality. If you've got a strong opinion and a strong personality, there's going to be people that hate you. Some people would sympathize with you and like you. But there are other people that everyone kind of likes because they don't say shit. They've got no strong personality. The fact that Jessie manages to raise people's hackles enough, that for me means she's an interesting person. So I'm going to get interesting people on. I'm not going to just get people on that I like or I think you guys are going to like. I am going to ask people to come on that I think has an interesting, unique voice. And you guys, please cut me that enough slack. Don't hate me for having people on that you hate. Please understand that and then I will open them up to your questions, okay? So then, you can you can talk to them. I will, as a guest, they will be under my protection to a certain extent, but at the same time, I will try to do that. Just get interesting people on. Jessie has not been on live on many shows, if any, maybe one or two. So that's the reason for me to get her on here, to give her a voice. Same with other people that you might dislike. And I might be able to get something out of them that other people couldn't. And I will open them up to you guys, not super chats, to you guys to talk to. So then you might be able to get something out of them that I can't, or that no one else can. So we're not playing the making nice game here, where we're trying to do something different and interesting and unique, maybe outside the Dabbleverse, okay? And there's not going to be many people will be able to watch this, and that's the point. AB, stepping up momentarily and praying the stream is still going when I'm back. AB, all you had to say was, don't stop streaming. That's a massive compliment. I really like AB. I really do. Jesse Stinks, shit show. I love you, man. I think you're amazing. I love your tweets. I love you when you get into Crimax's chat. And that's probably, you might have a grudge from Jesse, but we can talk about that. We're all human at the end of the day, right? We all have our good and bad points. Well, most of us. Other people are sociopaths, as we know very well. Other people are sociopathic, and I don't think they are human. I would like to talk about that another day, maybe. But yeah, sociopaths, I don't think they are human. I think they're the next stage. They're the apex predator. Okay, that's another thing. I'll talk about that another time. AB, Jesse's always been nice to me. Yeah, well, Clay Dabbler. See, there's AB being nice. I skipped over A. Thompson. I've been to Vietnam a few times. I've never been to Vietnam, and I've never been to Thailand, and I live incredibly close. So some of my detractors would like to think for 2 seconds about the awful shit they say about me, and just factor in the fact that I live in Japan and I've never been to the poorer countries where more hideous things are said to go on. Then perhaps these detractors would shut their fucking mouths for 2 seconds. Clay Dabbler, morning Stoke, morning Clay. Thank you for dropping by, my droog. Clay would be welcome to talk to Clay about what's happening in the UK and stuff, and more about him and his journey and where he's at and stuff. But I think Clay is possibly so loyal to Stuttering John. I won't ask him about Stuttering John, basically because I know nothing about him. And I'd never really watched it, so I don't really know Clay from being on Stuttering John. I only know him from being an English guy. I mean, I know what he looks like, an English guy that creates art, and sometimes I see him in the chat. That's what I want to talk to him about. None of this Stuttering John stuff. I'm not interested, really, but he could talk about that too if he wants. Clay's always welcome to come on. AB, a Vietnamese tourist in Prague told me to visit Ho Chi Minh City and see the big Lenin statue in a park there. I want to one day. See, this is the thing about AB. AB wanting to visit big Lenin statues and stuff. I do wonder about him just because of some of his pals as well. I do wonder about stuff, but I still doesn't stop me from liking and respecting AB. You've got to look for the positive points on everybody. It's not good to hate. It's not good to hate. It's like a cancer. It's bad for you. That's also why I think the Dabbleverse is actually really, really bad for us. And, if I could find some way for it to lead us all to the promised land and get us out of the Dabbleverse somehow. But only the cool people, only the ones that are actually, I think we're all better people than that. I think we're all looking for an exit somehow. Metal Gear Solid, we stuck it to Karmic X with his stream and he randomly goes live to cope. Who does that? Karmix does that. Crimax does that, Metal. Mel, I worry about you spending too much time in the place where you were modded before. That's a horrible stream, man. I know you like computer games, and I know you probably dig watching computer games. Do you watch MKE too? But I just think that guy's voice, Mel, that guy's voice is repulsive. That guy's voice is probably going to do you damage listening to it. He's a repellent person. Really foul little parasite. And we all think, I hope you can guess who I'm talking about. He's a fecal blob of a man, but we all thought he looked like a little boy, a little cherub, but he's like a grown man, and he's very repellent, and he's a really nasty piece of work, and it's not funny. It's not funny what he does. I mean, Chow laughs about it, but it kind of disgusts me what he does, what he tries to get away with. It's really foul, and he shouldn't. Don't give him a pass. Clay W says we heard, but I don't know that's in. Mumbles is laughing. Laughing's good. Atos and I want to be in Tokyo now around Jap women. No, you don't. You're happily married. Japanese women are not all that, my droog. Again, if anyone ever wants to ask me about this shit, I will tell you my opinion. But they're not, it's like everywhere, I guess. They're very introverted, and the other countries are very extroverted. And then you need a balance, it depends what your personality is like and everything else. Okay. Oh, I love the book. It's like learning a new language. We're talking about Clockwork Orange there, because you literally have to kind of learn NADSET, Also, INSOC as well in 1984. Two of my favorite books have their own kind of like double plus on good. They have their own language. We want you, big brother, big brother. I started off this stream with and in the death as the last few corpses lay rotting in the slimy thoroughfare. The shutters lifted an inch in Temperance Building, high on Poacher's Hill, and red, mutant eyes gazed down on Hunger City. No more big wheels. Fleas the size of rats sucked on rats the size of cats, and 10,000 peopleoids split into small tribes, coveting the highest of the sterile skyscrapers like packs of dogs assaulting the glass fronts of Love Me Avenue. Ripping and re-wrapping, mink and shining silver fox, now leg warmers, family badge of sapphire and cracked emerald. Any day now, the year of the diamond dogs. Diamond dogs. This ain't rock and roll. This is genocide. So the theme of this was genocide, basically, not rock and roll, spite. But you guys have led me down a spiritual path, and you've softened my heart. But yeah, can we go play pachinko? No. I think they stopped them smoking in pachinko parlors now. Pachinko is run by Koreans, or used to be by Korean gangs, and somehow it was. I guess they did a trade with the yakuza at some point, and but it used to be smoky and extremely noisy. It's like brainwashing. It's literally like flashing lights. Very, very noisy, people shouting at you, and everyone was smoking like crazy, because it's like climax, people like retarded people are still smoking nowadays. Everyone else has kind of got off that, but like I think they stopped smoking now. But my God, those places were like it was like Abu Ghraib or something in there. So I've only been in a pachinko hall like twice, I think. Sometimes if someone comes, like someone visits, I will just say, have a look at this. But we never sit down in it. It's just, I guess when you get used to it, it gets you hooked. It's like everything else, right? It's like every other drug. Buy a Vespa, be a man. That's a Thai thing. Thai people do that stuff. There's not even that many scooters around I tell you what, hey Thompson, something just occurred to me. There used to be a lot of scooters around in Japan, but I think that's been superseded by the electric bikes now. The people that used to ride scooters ride electric bikes now. That's just my idea anyway. Stuff, have you ever messed around with AI? Hey, Thompson. I use the AI to Google stuff. When I Google stuff, I always AI it, just in case, But in terms of making shit, I tried. It never works. It never works for me. But I didn't pay for anything or anything. Hey, Thompson, there is a YouTuber in Swindon that live streams electronic repairs. I don't know why, but I enjoy that stream. Yeah, it's like Johnny Carson. I mean, I felt good about myself doing meditation streams, sort of. Though actually, in a way, meditating on camera is a very despicable thing to do, and it's not really meditation at all. It's kind of disgusting. But the truth is that Johnny Carson doing his fish stream, his fish slicing stream, though again, that's kind of disgusting to me. But again, that's very unique and original, and I'm sure some people find that fascinating too. So it's horses for courses, isn't it? That's the thing about YouTube. I guess you can always find your flavor. Hey Thompson, you actually twist the throttle on a scooter? Yeah, I once did that and I crashed. I'm not joking. I think I twisted the throttle and I was trying to brake at the same time, but at the same time the throttle was twisted, so I ended up crashing. I'm always crashing in the same car. A. Thompson, he has 400 accounts. 200 of them are mods. Who does? Guru? Who? Mumble Slam. They played Being Boiled off Travelog. Most were from Dare. Yeah, Mumble Slam. Being Boiled is exactly what I was talking about. Being Boiled. Listen to the boys of Buddha. There was 2 versions of it as well. Saying stop your sericulture. Who cares for the little children? Blind revenge on a nameless victim. Listen to the boys of Buddha. There's 2 versions of it. And it's amazing. Amazing song. Thank you for bringing Being Boiled up. Okay, let's do it. 8 times and stuff. Can you just live stream from a used car dealership? I love walking around those places and seeing cool 1990s cars. 8 Thompson, honestly, I don't remember the last time I saw a used car dealership. Around where I am, well, in Tokyo, I see a lot of like Ferrari dealerships, Lamborghini dealerships, and what's the other? Mercedes, obviously. There's a Volvo, Lexus, obviously. There's another Maserati, Lamborghini, and Ferrari. Isn't that amazing? But no used dealerships. Sorry, Droog. Stealth and Felicia are the only people I have ever contacted outside YouTube. What are you up to with Felicia? Felicia's got me blocked. Please ask Felicia and Crimax to unblock me. Please, Droog. And also Scarlett Johampton. What is Puzzle Factory? I think it's called Puppet Factory. You're pretty confused because it's actually called Puppet Factory. L takes us outside. Yeah, he does. I know you're fascinated by that stream. I think that's hackers bullshit. Old churches keep inexplicably lighting on fire. Mumbles. I think Morrissey wrote a song. He wrote a song called Notre Dame. We were talking about the Duomo in Milan earlier, but again, Notre Dame is another fantastic place. Though in Paris, there's another beautiful church. I can't remember what it's called, but it's got a massive head outside it, which is also great to just chill out in. Also, they got great acoustics in churches. Have you noticed for singing? Crimax would sound shit, but everyone else would probably sound a lot better. Mumble says, old churches keep inexplicably lighting on fire. And Morrissey wrote a so-so song called Notre Dame. And he didn't specifically, like a smart guy, he doesn't specifically say why he's singing about Notre Dame. But one of the lines is something like, we will remember or something. So because Notre Dame inexplicably caught fire as well a couple of years ago. Yeah, it's a fucking disgrace. And they are destroying everything. They're destroying everything. Because we know those churches that it's not just Christian symbols. There's more to it than that. Jesse, I would hate to eat salad with chopsticks. It works for me, Jesse, because when you're pulling out individual pieces, you know, otherwise what you're using, a spork or a fork. You can't use a spoon. Knife and fork, I guess. None of those work all that great. So I think chopsticks actually works pretty good. AB, I returned from the outdoors. Thank goodness. Glad the stream marches on. It marches on as long as you guys are in the chat, my droogs. And remember, you can be talking to each other. You don't have to talk to me. Just hang out and chill out. Just don't watch rubbish streamers. I mean, I might be rubbish, but at least I'm self-aware. You know what I mean? And AB, I'm very happy that you're here. Have you noticed that your pals have all drifted away somewhere? I don't know why. I don't know if they had to, you know, the shift that McDonald's started or what happened, but I'm really happy AB's here and he's rubbing shoulders with people like Rudy Bagger and Mumble Slam, people who know about music. Though I must say, a lot of the people the elite Illuminati of the Dabbleverse are not here, but that's cool. That's all right. We're not here for the numbers anyway. Rudy Bagar, comic is only ever unintentionally entertaining. Yeah, because he wants you to entertain him. It's not about entertaining you. It's about you watching him entertaining himself. That's all it is. It's all an ego trip. It's all a complete ego trip. Maybe I'm grifting, maybe I'm lying, and maybe I'm gaslighting you guys and saying I'm here to facilitate you guys having an interesting conversation with each other. You know, eventually I do want to contribute by providing music and clips and stuff, but then it will also include a huge amount of conversation. It's communication, basically, is the name of the game. I'm sure a lot of people have said that before, but that's all I've got to say, really. AB, someone paid comic to sing. Oh no, I don't want to know that. I don't want to know that, AB. Someone paid Karmic to sing Perfect Day, and it reminded me of Karmic and Stealth's duet. I never duetted with that prick. AB, if I duetted with, I would have started singing it, and he would have joined in. There's no duet going on. He can't sing. He can't duet. I would have started singing it, and he might have been drunk enough to join in, stupidly. Because again, it's a good one to do because it's Lou basically talk singing, but at the same time, he also croons a bit. So it's Crimax has no clue. He's never had that day. He's never gone to the park. You know, he's never had that day of redemption. He's never done that. We know that. His lack of experience is so well documented. We know that he's never had that day where he felt like he was someone good, you know, someone else, someone good. What I'm doing now is I'm looking at my phone. I'm thinking about maybe singing it, or not singing, attempting to vocalize it. Can't find the fucking app. I know the song, but the trouble is that I don't want to massacre it. Most of the time, I don't care about massacring lyrics, but with that one, I'd feel bad. I can't find it. God damn it. I don't use my phone very often. Oh, you know what? I could find it on my iPad. One of the things I notice is that when I sing karaoke, I often mess it up. Whereas if I, oh no, I didn't even have it open at the, there it is, Spotify. When I sing karaoke or I try to sing on this stream, I suddenly start second guessing if I know the lyrics or not. Whereas if I'm just like wandering around, I can come up with lyrics pretty fast. But just the idea of getting it wrong and being held accountable. But when I look at lyrics, I find that something messes up. Okay, get the lyrics. Where's the goddamn lyrics? Here we go. Okay. Just a perfect day. Drink sangria in the park. And then later, when it gets dark, we go home. Oh my God, fucking it up. Just a perfect day. Drink sangria in the park. And then later, when it gets dark, we go home. Just a perfect day. Feed animals in the zoo. And then later, movie 2, and then home. Oh, it's such a perfect day. I'm glad I spent it with you. Oh, such a perfect day. You just keep me hanging on. You just keep me hanging on. Just a perfect day. Problems all left alone. Weekenders on our own It's such fun. Just a perfect day. You made me forget myself. I thought I was someone else, someone good. Okay, I know that was pretty bad, but I hope it got better as I went on, because I'm off my game. I'm not used to singing these days. And so, yeah, hopefully if I start to sing more on stream, then I will get slightly better, but, at first I'm really, no idea what I'm doing, but I think I got a little bit better at least. Sorry, Lou. Poser, yeah. Well, I am a poser. Sometimes I am a poser. I am what I play. Can't turn around, no. Can't turn around, no. Oh no. Numbers have gone down. They were not high to begin with. But. Talking about Burt Bronx? Are you talking about Burt Bacharach? But Burt Bronx, he's my droog. I love him. Outside is the key. It's Thompson. Spite stream is the right stream. It is the right stream, but I just don't have much. Spite takes energy, and conviction, and I lack all conviction. Jesse Angel, I don't give a fuck who hates me. I'm one of the kindest, loyal people ever. That's what matters to me. That's the thing about Jessie, is that when she was Crimax's mod, she was a mod, and when you're a mod, you have to be loyal to the host. You've been given. She has that duty, sense of duty, which is commendable. Unfortunately, she happened to be loyal to one of the shittiest pieces of, but she knows that now. So you've kind of got the loyalty and the stubbornness and the strength of Jessie combined with, she's now learned that sometimes the people that you're standing up for are horrible pieces of garbage. So maybe she's, this is a different Jessie we're dealing with here. MK is garbage. Yeah, I know, but I do miss. But he's more entertaining. He's better than Carmax. Come on, A. Thompson. MK is way better than Crimax. And I think we're only watching Crimax because we got kicked out of MK's chat. Rudy Bagger, not everyone returns that loyalty, Jesse. Yeah, the thing about Jesse was scary for me too, man, because I really wanted to lay into Crimax, but I was afraid of Jesse like everyone else, because we were all afraid of Jesse. So, but I think she kept it on an even keel, Jesse never, I think Jesse might have messed with me at some points, but in the end we had we kept a respectful distance. A. Thompson, can you do a stream about Japanese streetwear? No, thank you. Not a streetwear guy. And the streetwear I wear, I do wear streetwear, but I think it's Spanish. Yeah, I wear streetwear and Japanese designer only. It says he's sitting here in a pair of Nike running shorts. Yeah, I steer away from Nike, but I have trouble finding clothes that don't kind of give me like an allergic reaction these days. That's the problem. Jesse, Rudy, no one has so far. So I think we're going to get Jessie on when she's ready. We're going to get Jessie on, and she's not going to come on cam because she's shy, and she doesn't need all the shit. But we're going to get her. I think we can do a redemption arc for Jessie. Easy. I think we can get Jessie. I think we can get everyone falling in love again with Jessie, except for the shit. The horrible people that are going to hate everybody anyway. Any day now, the year of the Diamond Dogs. Anthony Burgess wrote a fun commentary on 1984 called 1985. Yes, where he analyzes the Newspeak thing academically and critiques it. Remembers post-war Britain, you might like it still. I'm definitely aware of that, but I was also slightly disappointed that it wasn't a follow-up to 1984. But yeah, I'm actually one thing I think I'd like to do is to play a clip from an Anthony Burgess interview. In fact, I might be able to do that right now, but I'm just scared because I think people are waiting for me to read the chat now. But yeah, one thing I can do in the future is I'm going to try pulling up clips, and at some point I might try to play a clip on here and see what happens. But I think I have to give everyone a chance of getting the chat read out. I'm going to have to take a break in a minute, Droogs, because I got the aircon on cranked up, and you know what happens when you do that. Rudy Baga. Now that is sad, Jesse. Really, really sad. Yeah, come on, guys. Droogs. It's a new day. And I'm feeling good. It's a new dawn. You know, new dawn fades. We gotta go forward into the future. And let's face it, I don't know about you guys, but the people that I don't despise, the people I don't actively despise in the Dabbleverse, you know, one of the reasons I shouldn't stream is because there's so many people I dislike. It's like, if I had my way, I'd just block everybody, okay? But you can't do a stream if you hate everybody. You just can't. I guess you can pretend to, like Panhandler, but he doesn't do a stream either, you know, because it wouldn't work to just hate everybody. You've got to kind of find a way to look for the best in people. So we just got to get through this together, boys and girls, okay? 8 times, yes, it's like brainwashing, it's smoking and terrible, but once you start playing, it's difficult to stop. Yeah, pachinko, yeah, it's very addictive. That's how they get you, brother. Ashley, the great Ashley Cummings, Stealth is Life. Ashley, Rochi sent me the link, and I was going to come on as a warm-up for my voice to come on your stream, but at the end of the day, I just couldn't put it off because timings were going crazy, but I would have liked to have done. Oh, I don't know if Ashley's still here, but I really hated what Rochi was saying about Amy Winehouse. I really hated that. Anyway, we won't get into that right now. Sam Bubbly. Lol, he talks tons of shit about comics AI music, but when he tries AI, it mysteriously doesn't work. That is... first of all, did I talk tons of shit about comics AI music? A. How many times have I referred to comics AI music today? I think directly, possibly 1 or 0. When he tries AI, it mysteriously doesn't work. I never said I was trying to create music. So would you have preferred me to have lied about it and said, yeah, I tried AI, but I find it boring, or I tried AI, but it's not my bag, man? Or would you prefer me to be honest about it and just say it didn't work for me? I was trying to do something with a photograph, actually, a picture, and it didn't work. Okay, it kept making a mosaic, which it just didn't work. So I just tried experimenting with it when I was extremely bored. But this is why Sam Bibley is a waste of time. Literally, he says he talks tons of shit about comics. So that's what they do. They start off with something that's a lie to rage bait you. But I haven't talked tons of shit about comics AI music. I call it AI slop, and I leave it at that. I just say it's AI slop. There's other people that rage more about it. I just call it, I say it's AI slop. I mean, there's not much to talk about anymore. I certainly don't talk tons of shit about it. So anyway, this guy's a loser. And if you keep chatting, your chats will be put up and pulled apart because you're full of shit. And I want people to, I think people are afraid of you, I guess. But Mike, you're pathetic. Okay, Ashley again. A. Thompson, I can't get AI to make anything like what Karmic or Rudy makes with it. A. Thompson, you got to pay. You got to pay. That's all it is. You pay, and you got to put in the time. It's a small amount of time, maybe, but you've got to put in the time. And don't compare Crimax with Rudy, okay? Leave Rudy out of this. Gadol Hader, this is good because it's a new name. So this could be, I haven't read it. I don't pre-read. So this could be interesting because it's a brand new name. So it means somebody brand new, which is great. Or it means somebody old who's pretending to be somebody else, in which case it's maybe not so great. Stealth Comic said he introduced you to the band Japan. Yeah, that's cool. What he said, Gadol Hader, who's maybe trying to bait me, but that's cool actually, because I wanted to talk about that today. What he actually said was he thought he was introducing it to the chat, is what he said. He literally said this. He said, I'm really glad I can bring bands like Roxy Music and Japan and sing their songs and introduce them to people in the chat. That's what he said. So yeah, he insulted me and he insulted the people in the chat too, a lot of whom, some of whom actually know about music, and they know, some of whom also know the fact that I would go on to Crimax's stream and I would tell him, I would talk about Japan and Roxy when he would talk about fucking Duran Duran. And I would say how Duran Duran is basically just a copy of Japan. That's all it is. It was Japan for dummies, is what it was. And he's a Duran guy, and I am a Japan and Roxy guy, and Bowie guy, and Lou guy, and Iggy guy, and everything else, Doors, anything. And then you get bloody Crimax banning me out of his chat, and then suddenly having the balls to go on and singing songs that he would never have dared sing when I was around. Okay. Go at 24 hours. A. Thompson, the thing is, right, it's too much. It's too much. I could easily go to fucking 24 hours, but I haven't had anything to eat. I'm drinking water and chamomile tea to stop me choking, which is working out pretty good actually, because I usually drink another echinacea, which I think might be triggering. It might actually be making shit worse. So it's working okay today, but 24 hours is pointless. And again, the people that do 24 hours stream, they make a big song and dance about it. They watch clips the whole time, and they have guests on. So as far as I'm concerned, doing 24 hours with clips and guests, I mean, doing a stream week, I mean, I'll do clips and guests. I will. I did it. Oh, I had a guest on. I had Dr. Chow. Glory be to God. But yeah, I mean, it's a big fucking, it's a con. It's the greatest rock and roll swindle. AB, I enjoy Stealth. I enjoy the gang of miscreants that hate Stealth. I walk the line. No, that's not cool, AB. You cannot like both of us. You can enjoy them, sure, but why do you enjoy them? Because you know what they're doing. You can see what they're doing, and it's not really enjoyable. What they're doing is disgusting, actually, I think. But also, do they hate me, or is there something? Is it hate, or is it something else going on? Do you really think they hate me, AB? I'm probably never going to get to your reply, but do you really think it's hate? What's going on? Do you really think they hate me? It's something. Anyway, whatever. AB, I remember seeing a clip that opened with Stealth singing Perfect Day and Karmic joining in. This was post first Felicia breakup, I think. Yeah, it was definitely Karmic joining in, because he can't do shit on his own. A. Thompson, can you make peace with Karmic? Me? I never got my chance to tell him what for. I've done it before, like a long time ago. Thompson, you might have been around at the time. I've done it before. I've told him, but he was too drunk to remember, or he might not. He might not remember me doing it. But I definitely told him to go fuck himself a couple of occasions. However, I always held back. I always tried to do. I was waiting for the perfect time to tell him exactly what I thought of him. But my hand has been kind of forced because he keeps blocking me, bro. After all that I'd done for him and all the support I gave him, and like, according to you, keeping him from doing the worst thing he could possibly do to himself, though I don't think that's the worst thing you can do to yourself. But so I just did a classic Crimax move of contradicting myself right after I just said something. But yeah, he owes me, A. Thompson, and I think even you will admit that. Okay, I'm going to choke, and I'm okay. A Transformer is the perfect album. I don't think there is such a thing. I don't think there is such a thing as a perfect album, right? I was going to say Berlin is more perfect than Transformer, but I mean, Berlin is my all-time favorite Lou Reed album, but and I think Caroline Says too is a better ballad, better song than Perfect Day in a way. Possibly because Perfect Day is kind of like, even Crimax is singing it now. Like Perfect Day, Crimax is trying it. Caroline Says too, Crimax has never heard of. Okay. Do you know Caroline Says? I know Mumbles will. Caroline Says too is possibly the most brutally beautiful. It costs you, you know. She's, you know, it'd probably get you banned off YouTube for singing it, right? She's not afraid to die. All of her friends call her Alaska. When she takes speed, they laugh and ask her, what is in your mind? Anyway, yeah, that's my favorite Perfect album. But then again, it's not perfect either because they're coming to take me away. Hee hee ha ha. It's not a perfect album because it's got the kids on it, where it's got little kids crying on it, and that fucking sucks. Okay. Produced by Bowie. Yeah, very famously. And also Bowie's doing all the backing vocals. So satellite's gone way up to Mars. Soon it'll be filled with parking cars. I watched it for a little while. You know I like to watch things on TV. Okay, that's enough of that. Metal Gear Solid. Still cares. You're a better singer than Comic X. Yeah, but metal, that's not, you can't, that's not, everyone's a better singer than Comic X. Everybody's a better singer. That's called damning with faint praise. Still cares, you're a better singer than Comic X. Also, I'm a glutton for punishment. Our blob roasted me hard 2 days ago. I did nothing wrong. He's an angry little boy-looking man indeed. He's shit. He's human shit. He is human shit. I don't find it funny. He's Mumble Slam also. He's a famously. Me and Mumbles have hated that little piece, that little wank stain from way back. We hated that guy. He's a little, and we give him a pass because you think he's like, oh, he's harmless. You know, what harm can he do? He's fucking harmful. He's toxic. He's a piece of, and like, I don't know, Metal. The last thing he did, like last night, he got called out for calling somebody's 15-year-old daughter hot, making a joke about someone's 15-year-old daughter and us saying, is she hot? And then he desperately tried to cover his ass, desperately tried to suck his way out of it. He is literally just a piece of garbage, okay? Let's leave it there. But you do you, Metal. Just all I'm saying is piece of garbage. Stalin, you get kicked out of Comics' chat too, though. Everybody does eventually, and if you talk truth, but then he can't go with one thing ever. He has to. He can't. What's the word? What's the phrase? He cannot commit to anything. He cannot commit to anything. He's gonna U-turn eventually. It's just gonna happen. He's okay. My adjective or my phrase for Karmic X, Climax, spineless worm. Spineless worm. I called him spineless worm to his face like over a year ago on his stream. I said, Karmic, you're a spineless worm. And he was drunk out of his head. But that's, if you talk about, just call him, he's a spineless worm. That's all he is. And blob, fecal blob, he's a fecal blob. That's all he is. He made this crazy cool name for himself. And of course it backfires because he can't live up to it. He's a fecal blob. End of. Okay, my throat's getting a bit dodgy. But anyway, so that's why I'm trying not to sing. And also because maybe you have an allergy. Possibly it might be damage from the old, the old Fauci, ouchie. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to sort it out. I'm trying to sort it out in time for when I stream. But you know what? In the end of the day, I think I'm just going to give up. I can't get AI to do anything properly. I don't know if you really want to, Thompson, but you can. Anyone can. Crimax can, so anybody can. What's happened with Sam? Never mind. I'll never understand the stealth Bibbly War. I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you where it started from. Because since he's not here and everything with him is about him getting attention, you will understand it, AB. It's very, very simple. It's incredibly simple. I find him to be, he's a parasite. I find him to be an incredibly annoying parasite. And he tries to make everything about himself. So rather than you or Mumble Slam or any guru, any of these other people, props, rather than actually giving something to a chat, contributing and saying something interesting and making an interesting comment or saying something funny or making interesting criticism, all they want to do is make them say, oh, everything is about them. So therefore, you're not contributing, you're trying to suck out. You're trying to suck out the energy and the attention of the people in the stream, in the chat. Okay. So they are negative. They're a negative, right? And I dealt with one. He made one chat tonight that I dealt with, and the first thing he said was a lie, complete and utter lie. And I addressed that. So, liar. He's a liar. So he doesn't bring any truth to anything. And the third thing is the fact that he's gone out of his way to find information about me, which I have not introduced voluntarily. He's done everything he can to try to find stuff about me that nobody knows and to force my hand. So I call that doxing. You might not call that doxing, but for me, that is a disgusting, spineless thing to do. If somebody, to try to, and also he's gone out of his way to do that. So that that reminds me of stalking behavior, obsessive stalking, because he spent time and energy looking for shit which he thinks will embarrass me, because none of the materials that he's found obviously are flattering to me. He's gone out of his way to find things that tries to make me look bad. Like, for example, I've always been told my whole life that I have very beautiful hands and fingers. He tried to do a thing like he clipped something so it looked like my hands were slightly, I guess the idea, the joke was it were claw-like or something. So again, he goes out of his way to try to make people look bad. And again, I'll tell you where it started, exactly where it started. I find him annoying. Oh, the other thing is, he showed up like out of nowhere in places that I had been chatting in for a long time. He just showed up out of nowhere and tried to, again, take over. He tried to drag energy out of the stream. And the way he does that two ways. He tries to shit on people that he thinks are weaker than him, and he tries to glom onto and suck onto people that he finds interesting or he wants to be friends with. And he tried to glom onto and try to befriend me. And I didn't want anything to do with the little shit. And how does he glom on? How does he try to make it about himself, etc.? He calls you Hoss, right? So he said to you, blah, 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 Hoss. And I said, don't call me Hoss. Because to me, I don't want people I don't know that I don't like and annoy the fuck out of me pretending to be my friend or trying to be my friend. I'm not everybody's friend. That's not my deal. I don't try to be friends with everybody. I don't try to be popular. I don't try for popularity. People should know that about me, and people need to respect that about me. If I like you and respect you, I'll be lovely to you. But if I don't know you, fuck the fuck off. Leave me the fuck alone, right? I'm not outgoing person. I like to stick to my people, and they know who they are, and they're elite, and they're not well liked. They're not popular people. They are who they are. And for this fucking nobody to show up and say, blah 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 Hoss, I'm like, don't call me Hoss. I'm not your Hoss, or don't call me Hoss. I don't remember exactly the way I phrased it. He's never forgotten that. He's never forgotten that, because everybody else is trying to be like best pals with this fucking piece of shit, this parasite. And I'm like, don't call me Hoss. Fuck off. And he's never forgotten it. I'm like, stay in your lane, fucker. I don't know who you are. I don't know when you showed up. I don't know where you came from. But you don't get to call me fucking Hoss, dickhead. And so there you go. I mean, Props has talked to me about this. But yeah, he's never forgotten that, and he's come at me ever since, because he's got a fragile little fucking ego. Everyone else kisses his ass. Everyone else lets him get away with shit. I am not letting him get away with fuck all. It's just the only problem is he wants attention, and he doesn't care if it's negative or positive. He'll spin it anyway. He'll spin it into a victory, whatever you do. He just wants attention, like a leech, like a parasite, like his friend Roachy. A roach, a literal roach. Parasites. These people are fucking parasites. They're sucking anything. They're sucking energy. They sucked energy. Even talking about him sucked energy out of this stream, But there it is. You asked, I answered. I didn't let him call me Huss, and everyone else kisses his fucking ass, and I told him to go piss up a rope. He doesn't like that shit, but he can't help himself. He's a little fucking attention-seeking whore, a parasite, nothing to contribute. So, and because of that, because he's so desperate to get attention and get people to call him Huss and like him, that if someone stands up to him, he hates it, and he will try to take you down. And a lot of people try to take me down. So maybe, AB, if you want to pretend that someone hasn't been trying to take me down for like last year, and you don't understand that, then God, I wish I lived in your reality. Yeah, I'm new. It doesn't matter, Drew. You asked a good question, so it's all fine. Mumble Sam says he's so delusional. I guess it's Crimax. Like Crimax is some kind of cure. Yeah, Crimax is such a dickhole. Yeah, he said he literally said to people he introduced Japan and Roxy to the Dabbleverse on his stream, which is cute. But then again, you see, there are so many sweet people like AB that don't know what's really going on and have no idea about context and the clue, because he's been gaslighted so hard by fucking parasites that AB probably doesn't know what, and people like suddenly saying, oh, I'm just joking around, why are you taking something so seriously? Because you're a fucking gaslighting piece of shit, that's why. Not you Mumbles, that's a fucking Crimax thing. God, I hate it when I hear myself doing normal things that Crimax does like 50,000 times on all his streams. AJ, hey Stealth, yo AJ, thank you for coming, man. Sorry if you're not bored out your head already and left. 8 times Stealth, is music still taught in schools in Japan? I don't know, brother. I don't hang around schools. I hate to break it to you. Japan is great. All the food there is the best in the world. Best pizza, best burgers, best Thai food. I don't know about that, Droog. The thing about Japan is right, they don't have a great deal of variety. Everything's they don't have a lot of variety going on, so that's a bit of a shame, I'm sure I think I've had better stuff abroad. I've got to tell you. We all love you. Some people love you and like getting reactions from you. Who are you talking to? Are you talking to Jesse Angel? Karmic is never going to change, so why bother? Yeah, I don't want him to change. I want him to implode. I want him to disappear at this point. I just want him to get the fuck out of Dodge. Because he's lied every lie he can possibly lie. He's bullshit every bullshit. He's there's nothing, it's not funny anymore. He's got nothing unique to offer except making a disco floor and dancing on it, which he's never going to do. We know he's just lied to us so often. And that whole fucking, the whole Ron Fuddles shit was just out of this fucking insane. Remember before we knew Carmex drank? Those were fun streams. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, he just seemed so boring and normal back in the day when he was our little baby boy in a test tube, right? Carmick was never drunk on stream for like 2 months, and suddenly he went live drunk. It was so shocking. Yeah, but A. Thompson, the truth is it came out that possibly he was high out of his brain and maybe he might have been on kratom and all sorts of shit. We just didn't pick up on it because we thought it was when you think about druggy people, you think they're being interesting and weird. Carmick's was so boring, and I think we thought, he's such a drug addict that he takes it to be normal, right? All right, brothers and sisters, I'm gonna play you some Rudy Bagger, and I'm gonna see you in a minute.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Let's say we take as the basic supposition, which is the thing that one sees in the experience of Satori or awakening or whatever you want to call it, that this now moment in which I'm talking and you're listening is eternity. This is it. So you don't need to do anything at all. But the difficulty about explaining that is that you mustn't try not to do anything, because that's doing something. And how to explain that? Because there's nothing to explain. It is the way it is now, see? And if you understand that, it will automatically wake you up.
It's impossible for words to describe what is necessary to those who do not know what horror means.
Horror, the horror. All right, boys and girls, I'm back again, and a slightly different angle because I'm sitting in the meditation pose most of the time, and literally the lower half of my body is literally shutting down. It's shutting down to such a degree that I have to keep remembering to go to take a break. So now I'm sitting kind of normally, so to speak, and Western style, and so readjusting shit. All right, boys, it's not working. Hopefully, there you go. Just talk right into it. It's probably better. All right. Okay, now you're probably hating me because all the comments are old and we're way behind. And though it's still not that many people watching, so it's still kind of okay. But again, can I just remind people that this is a kamikaze stream, which is, as you all know about kamikaze, is like they would take the planes up and they would, because they didn't have bombs anymore, they would literally crash into ships and stuff, right? So like what I'm doing, this stream is basically a way to kamikaze other people. So this stream is not going to get big numbers. It's not going to have lots of people watching. I specifically went up against people just in order to stick it to them, stick it to the, kicking against the pricks, basically. Oh shit. Hey, yeah, I'm going to try to play a clip, Droogs. And of course, because it's kicking against the pricks, which was a really great, well, it's not really great, but it had a couple of good songs in it. An interesting Nick Cave album. I'm going to try to play a Nick Cave live clip and see what happens. But I'm still not desperate enough to play it. Yeah. So anyway, so I just want to address this. I know I'm playing comments, right? And everyone hates it because they're old comments and no one cares anymore, right? But it's about me. What's the word? About me communicating with the chat, and it's about me interacting with the chat. So this is supposed to be kind of not an MMA, an AMA. So it's more or less, it doesn't really matter if the chats are, hopefully we'll get used to each other, and the chats, it won't matter if they were today's chat or yesterday's chat or tomorrow's chat. They will still be, we can still read them out and it will still be okay. Oh my God, here we go. All right, so just sort of saying that, I just saw mumbles. Oh, hang on. I like that Louis song, Waves of Fear, the most. Okay, Waves of Fear. Okay, AB, that's not my favorite song. It's not even, so that's off Legendary Hearts, which was kind of like pretty mainstream, right? I like Legendary Hearts is by far not my favorite Lou Reed album, but I like that Waves of Fear. That was Legendary Hearts, right? And the one after that was the Blue Mask, and the Blue Mask has got some really great stuff on, and that segues into Mumble Slam makes a joke, an elitist joke. He says Karmic's favorite Lou album is Lulu. Okay, do we all know who Lulu is? What the Lulu album is, which is the Lou Reed album done with Metallica, which some people say is like the worst album ever made. So Mumble's making a very funny joke because it's very difficult to listen to Lulu, because Lou Reed at some point he just decided he couldn't be bothered singing anymore. So in a way, Karmic should sing a lot of like late period Lou Reed, I think. I'm doing what I want to do. When I used to do a Lou Reed impression, it was like, baby, baby, baby. That sounds like Janis Joplin though, doesn't it? Baby, baby, oh baby, just to see you. Yeah, Lou just stopped singing. It was wild. He just couldn't be bothered anymore. He had a song called, I'll tell you what, Karmic's favorite Lou Reed song is Mumbles, Disco, Disco Mystic. That's a shitty song. All right, Rudy Bagger, I Am the Table. It sounds like, are you being Zen? Are you being Taoist? Yeah, that's an interesting statement. This is weird. I can't hear. I mean, yeah, I can't hear myself at all. So it's like, now I can hear myself better doing this, but literally can't hear a goddamn I'm literally talking to myself. Examples. Last night, YouTube autoplayed a video of a restaurant in rural Japan that cooks 3,000 eggs per day. Really? In rural Japan, 3,000 eggs. Is it like okonomi? Are they make okonomiyaki restaurant where they're making that kind of Japanese pancake? A. Thompson, that is mean stuff. Yes, A. Thompson doesn't like me talking shit about Crimax. Though Crimax just goes off on me all the time. Furious pretends to hate Blob, yet always has him on. Yes, Mumbles. Well, I'm very happy about that because, well, there you go. You see, apparently Blob. Did they go live again tonight? I guess they did, right? That's insane as well. I wonder if does everyone know who we're talking about with Furious? And does everyone, and you know Blob, right? Right. The thing about it, yeah, they're best pals now. And also he went live yesterday suddenly out of nowhere. But you know what? I'm thinking this is quite interesting, Mumbles. Hear me out, okay? You know that he did the song about the song. It's all based on me, kind of like Clowntown did Major Stealth, and everyone thought it was fantastic. And he's done a song based on me. Not the Dance Little Man was actually based on me too, which because it's All Alone in Japan. Well, obviously the only person that's alone in Japan, it's not Crimax, is it, folks? But like that was about my interaction with Crimax on his stream, basically, and the fact that I owned Crimax back in those days. But it's about Crimax looking up to me, which is kind of cool actually. But again, my name was never mentioned in it, though I'm on it. I'm on it. That's the first, and that was big for them. But he just made this new one. It's all based on me, and last time we went live yesterday, got shitty numbers. Last time he put me in the picture or the thumbnail, they got pretty good numbers. And then he did the song about me, and it's going through the roof in popularity, literally. Like it's done more than the only things that ahead of me in his stream, whatever popular shit is like something from 8 months ago, and maybe something from 9 months or 7 months ago. I forget which. But yeah, it's going through the roof, and I'm wondering if it's going to be like a Stuttering John situation with them Mumbles, where if they don't talk about me, no one's going to watch it. Well, that'd be funny, wouldn't it? The only way they're going to get good numbers is by talking about me or putting me in the thumbnail or making a video about me or calling me a you-know-what, a PD you-know. So that's interesting. That's quite, but that again, that's not a good place to be, where the only time that anyone watches you is if you're talking about someone else that you apparently supposedly hate. But obviously he doesn't hate. It's quite the love. The thing about when they made Major Stealth, and it's supposed to be shitting on me, but no one really. They're trying to shit on me, but it doesn't really work. A. Thompson, wait, who is a piece of garbage? There's so many. A. Thompson, it's hard for me. I just want to have people in this chat who are not pieces of garbage. That's all, but it's very hard. Wormicx, yeah, probably. Amorphous Blob, definitely. AJ, spineless jellyfish. Yeah, but he's spineless coward is our friend Crimax. Mumbles, Guru, Stealth was trying to mod you when he saw your chats. No, definitely, I'm going to mod you, Guru. I thought I had modded you. I don't know what's going on here. You haven't blocked me, have you? No, you should be unblocked too anyway. Oh, here we go. Are you going to talk me out of it, Guru? Stealth is a boomer. Joke. Mumble Sam. Yeah. I mean, when it comes to this StreamYard crap, again, one of the purposes of this stream is for you guys to see somebody like myself, boomer or whatever you want to call me, in this basically trying to navigate doing StreamYard, because I'm not practicing offline, so everything you see me doing is what you see me doing. So like that can be quite interesting for you, I believe. Doxing is gay. Doxing is worse than that. But again, they always say when I bring up doxing, because they're trying to bring information that I don't want to disclose, they're trying to disclose it in order to in some way hurt me or besmirch my name or drag me down in some way or embarrass me. It's not just gay, it's also it is whatever it is, fuck it. 8000 Sam is a bad guy. It's not for me to decide, honey. Sam Bibli, Stealth is lying. Well, and what evidence did you bring for that? Lying about what? But we can't have this conversation now, you little prick. But again, there you go. That's very helpful. Stealth is lying. That's all he has to bring. Negative. He's negative. Negativity. It's not a joke. Stealth is lying. That's all he has to say. Stealth is lying. Yeah, you're telling them I'm lying. You're not saying why I'm lying, how I'm lying, when I lied, what I'm lying about. Or you're saying Stealth is lying, like you know what you're talking about. You don't know. You never know what you're talking about. You're a complete and utter prick, and you try to gaslight people into thinking you know what you're talking about because you've read a lot. I think you've been in some kind of university education where you've been brainwashed to believe that you're in some sort of more than shit than other people do. But that's not how it works. Your education system, most education systems have been proven to be complete and utter bollocks, complete disinformation factories. So I see right through you, you little prick. Final Huss, yeah, exactly. Here we go. Ha. I love people that say LOL and haha for no apparent reason. I didn't try to befriend Stealth. I made fun of him when I saw him on Clowntown, and he responded by sucking up. Sam Bibli, I always liked you, Sam Bibli. I never said anything bad about you. All right. So first of all, when you tried to do the Hoss shit to me, and I said, okay, so you're talking about a completely different time, obviously, because you tried to say, I said, don't call me Hoss. That's the situation I'm talking about. Okay? First of all, so whatever the fuck, whatever you find so haha about it, stupid people laugh at stuff they don't understand or that triggers them. The first thing that stupid people do is laugh at something they don't understand. I didn't try to befriend Stealth. Well, what's this? Why are you calling people hostile? So why didn't you try to befriend me then? So you try to make an enemy out of me? Well, congratulations, you managed it. So well done. So you didn't try to befriend me, haha. You tried to, so what were you trying to do then? If you're not trying to befriend people that you don't know, what are you trying to do then? I made fun of him. Okay, so you were making fun of me. All right. So the first time, whatever this, if this is I was talking about the first time I ever became aware of your bullshit. But if this wasn't the first time, why you made fun of me? Okay, why are you making fun of me, dickhole? When I saw him on Clowntown and when you saw me on Clowntown, why were you trying to make fun of me? All right, AB, there you go. He's saying that he didn't try to befriend me. He tried to make fun of me. Okay? There you go. All right? He goes on to say, he responded by sucking up Sam Bibli. I always liked you, Sam Bibli. I never said anything bad about you. Okay, first of all, does that sound like me to anybody that knows me or anyone see me around in the chats? Does that sound anything like me whatsoever? The fact that he appears to think that I mentioned his name twice. It's a quote. It's a direct quote, by the way. I said his name twice. This creep, this parasite that likes people saying his name because it gives him attention, and because I believe in his real life, nobody knows he exists. So he comes on here and tries to get people to notice him so he can feel more like a real person, because in reality, he's probably like ignored. I see him exactly like Final Blob, exactly like Fecal Blob. They both ended up as clippers, and they're both in their clips. They are sucking off their parasites, but at the same time, in their clips, they're also trying to draw attention to themselves. They're clipping not to give as a, they're clipping like a Doom or a So Thorough Joe Burrow or whoever. They're not doing it as to be a service or to be journalistic. They are doing it precisely in order to, they're providing clips in order to draw attention to themselves, using other people to do it, which is what a parasite does. A parasite attaches themselves to a host and then proceeds to drain the host of energy. And they're always, and that is exactly what Fecal Blob and Sam Bobley are doing with the Dabbleverse. They've attacked, the host is the Dabbleverse. I just happen to be around in it and in certain chats, and they've attached themselves to me. And there you go. There's the chat. You can look at it and you can decide for yourself if that's something that makes sense to you, if what he says makes sense to you, if it seems like a complete a load of bollocks and he's not actually addressing what I said was when I first became aware of him, I was in a chat and he literally tried to, he was hossing me. Okay. Does that sound reasonable thing to say? And me, rather than saying I've always liked you, so I guess he's trolling me. Is this supposed to be funny? And the joke is that I took him seriously when he's obviously trying to be funny. Yeah, well, that's disingenuous and that's bullshit. That's just troll shit. I don't deal with trolls either, Sam Bibley. I can't be doing this. So everything about you, I detest. I detest. And if you continue to come, I'm going to use you as an example. You're a beautiful example of everything that's wrong with the Dabbleverse and why everything's so shit. Other people say ignore you and not give you. So it's this fine line between shining a spotlight on you, like with any parasite, like with a cockroach. You shine a spotlight on them and they run away. But you like the attention. So this is my catch-22 here. It's like shine a spotlight on your bullshit and get you to run away, or ignore you and not give you the attention that you so obviously crave, because you're a creepy little weirdo. Again, very Fecal Blob vibes. Anyway, you see, he's sucked out. He's taken time away. He's got attention. And he's broken the flow that we were having. That's what he does. That's what he's here for. That's what he craves. So unfortunately, what that means is eventually I will block him. If he keeps this up, I will block him out just to stop him breaking up the stream. And he's got loads of other places to do this shit, and people will give him no pushback at all, and he can do all this bullshit he wants and get jerked off by people in the chat and get jerked off by hosts, by fucking docile, passive idiots like Shmuel Buckman, who think it's something commendable what he does. But here, he's either going to be called out or he's going to be kicked off. And because he craves attention, I'd rather kick him off. And he can just go somewhere else and play this shit. He doesn't have to be here. This is one stream that we're not going to play it like that. So go fuck yourself, dickhole. I wish that Stealth had a Line account. I do, but I just never use it. And I find it's so full of shit and spam. Guru One, if Bibley would just focus on his art and being funny, the DV would be a better place. I've never actually seen him be funny, honestly. I don't see him being funny. I just see he's very hack. He uses like shitty sound effects and crappy music to say this guy is this. You should make fun of this person because listen to the shitty music and the stupid sound effects. So this person is to be ridiculed and to be hated, and this person is supposed to be, this person is everybody's supposed to shit on this person. Now that's all he does. He's basically bullying tactics. Brilliant. Stealth is a nasty troll and yet incredibly insecure. He constantly talks shit, but he's so sensitive. Right. So Stealth is a nasty troll. That is projection 101. He's also trying to. I think anybody watching this doesn't think you're a troll, Bibley. Everyone knows you're a troll. Some would call you a master. People that like trolls will call you a master troll. I just think you're a fucking annoying pain in the ass because I find trolls to be very, very hack and very, very boring. And like I said, negative. Stealth is a nasty troll and yet incredibly insecure. Well, I'm streaming. You ain't, Buster. I've been on MLC with 4 people talking shit about me at the same time, and I went on knowing there would be 4 people talking shit about me at the same time. So is that really incredibly insecure? Could I do that if it was insecure? I have I've lived in a foreign country most of my life. I've traveled around the world. I've been in a lot of situations that you can't even dream about. Is that an insecure person would do that? Do I sound insecure to you? Honestly? But anyway, you think what you like, brother, but you can go fuck off if you're not respectful and you don't respect the chat and you don't respect what we're trying to do here, then you can just go piss up a rope, dickhead, and go talk to people who think you're fucking hilarious. He constantly talks shit, but he's so sensitive. Oh, he says insecure and sensitive. I'm very sensitive, extremely sensitive. I was talking to Chow about that earlier, about the fact that he's very nonchalant and very cool about things. And I am sensitive, and I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing to be, rather than some blockhead numbskull like you, and constantly talks shit. We've been talking about a lot of things while you weren't around. We've been talking about spirituality, things that happen in Japan. We've been talking about a lot of great stuff. But guess what? When you show up, oh, guess what we're talking about? We're talking about you, dickhead. Well, that's what you do. Yeah, exactly. Good for you, babe. If you remove your sarcastic quotations, Guru, I'd agree with you. Okay, shall I do one more? I'm going to do one more Bobley, just to see if he comes up with anything relevant or interesting. It's not hard to get people to like you, Stealth. I could get you to like me. It's very easy. I would just be a phony, suck up like you are, and you would fall for it like you always do. I think that's worth a blocking. What do you think, folks? Do you think Bibley got super sensitive about being called out? It's not hard to get people to like you, Stealth. I disagree. It is quite hard to get people to like you. If you are saying that you're such a manipulator, you're a manipulative, lying genius, a gaslighter that tricks people into liking them, then I'm not that guy. I find it really hard to get people to like me because I'm always very honest and very upfront with people, and a lot of people don't like that. But if you're a piece of shit, like goes around calling people hoss to get them to like them, and sucking up and being disingenuous, yeah, probably you can get people to like. Anyone else found it easy to get people to like them? You know who you can get easy to like? Sam Bubley. Stupid, dumb people. Cool, interesting, fucking smart people see right through your bullshit, and they're not easy to get you to like them. They're not. Interesting people, smart people, cool people with wisdom see right through shitheads like you. But what you can get easy for you to find people that like you who are stupid and that think you're cool. Those are the people that like you, dickhead. And a lot of the people that don't like you probably don't want to have anything to do with you and will never fucking talk to you. Like I didn't want anything to do with you because I find you annoying, and I could get you to like me. Okay, get me to like you, fuckhead. Go on, get me to like you. Okay, chat. He's laid down the challenge. 21 people in the chat. He's laid down a challenge for him to. He can get me to like him. Go ahead, Droog. Get me to like you, dickhole. Okay, so you're gonna stop being a cartoon. You're gonna stop being a cartoon with a stupid name. You're gonna go live on stream. You're gonna show up. You're gonna actually go live and expose something of yourself and not hide all the time. You're gonna stop being a coward. That's what I like. I like people who are honest and upfront and talk the truth and are not trolls and are not desperate attention seekers. That's what I like. It's very easy. Well, go ahead then, Droog. I would just be a phony suck up like you are, and you would fall for it like you always do. Well, if I'm a phony suck up, why are you here, dickhole? Because you're going to get blocked if you keep this up, because you're distracting from the chat. You're distracting from the flow of the stream. And as it's communication stream, I cannot allow parasites like you to come in and try to garner interest, because you're everywhere else. So just stick where you are, stay where you are in your little hole, your little sewer, and don't come around here, little boy, okay? Don't need you. Best pizza in Japan. Come on, A. Thompson. It ain't that great, A. Thompson. I mean, the fact that you got Pizza Hut, you've got what's the other one? You've got all these big chains here. not Papa John's, but you got some big chains here. So that sort of says it's not great. It's not great. I mean, my favorite pizza, it was supposed to be authentic Italian, and it's called Salvatore Brothers. But if it was that authentic, it wouldn't be called Brothers, would it? That was odd. There's a lot of odd shit. I mean, I'm an odd guy. Seriously, pizza, and that's why not everybody likes me, and I can't get everyone to like me. That fuckhead can get me to like them, then you should make him king of the Dabbleverse, because I find him obnoxious, a toxic little piece of shit. A. Thompson, seriously, pizza experts saying Japan has the best pizza now. It's shocking to me. Yeah, this is the thing, A. Thompson. It's what it is that Japanese will go across to another country and they will become, they will learn the craft for sure. They'll go across to another country and they will live in a different country and they will learn how to do shit. That's what they do. And they're very disciplined and they're, but then again, I don't know. It's also, eating it in Japan's different. Eating pizza in Japan is kind of silly, isn't it? Isn't it a bit silly? Say what I'm saying, right? I'll vouch for the burgers. The Japanese McDonald's is called Moss Burger. It's good stuff. It's okay. It's a bit boring though, isn't it? I don't think they have ketchup in there. But yeah, they're pretty good with burgers, I suppose. But one thing is, like, when I was living in Milan, people said don't eat the pizza in Milan because pizza's a southern thing. So, because it can be that proverb, Mumbles, I don't believe that, A. Thompson. What makes them pizza experts to begin with? Mumbles, Japanese will go to foreign countries and they will diligently apprentice with pizza experts, and they will come back thinking they've made the best pizza ever, That's what they do. But that's kind of cool, isn't it, I suppose? Because the thing is, Japan is so remote, it's so far away from everything that, I mean, when I first arrived here, it was really hard to get a lot of stuff, but now it's much, 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 much better now. Well, different. Who knows if it's better, but it's different. Kamikaze. Oh my God, kamikaze is such a cool word that it's I don't like it being applied to Crimax, but it's a good one. Actually, the best sushi is in New York. I wouldn't eat sushi in New York, Drug. I wouldn't do it. Listen, I only eat like cucumber, cucumber sushi, and what's the other one? I only eat vegetable sushi and natto sushi, which is the fermented beans. It's meant to be very good for your body. And even then, I'm a bit worried because I'm worried that they're cutting the vegetables and I'm worried that they're cutting it on the same area that they cut the fish, because, like I said, what I'm worried about is parasites in the fish. I don't want the fish like eggs, like Sam Bibli eggs, or like Sam Bibli's in the fish getting into my lovely vegetable sushi, into my kapamaki, which is the cucumber ones. But yeah, try kapamaki. It's just as lovely. Anyway, Ecstasy was a good later LR Lou Reed album. Ecstasy. Yeah. He kind of like went over he went from being like sort of alternative and glam rock and kind of wild and kind of experimental, and he, like, in his later period, well, I guess with, like most people do, he kind of went a bit conservative, a bit well, he stopped being gay for a start, right? And he went a bit he got like he became very establishment, and after that I kind of lost interest a little bit. Lost interest. He really did just stop singing. Yeah, he fucking did. He literally, old Lou, he literally looked like he couldn't be out. I'm going to cross my legs now, boys and girls, if you're wondering what I'm doing. It's time. Whoosh. Whoosh. All right, back again. How are we doing? Not terrible, not bad. About the same as about as good as we've had all night. So we're doing okay. Thank you for sticking around. He did stop singing. He turned into a white Crimex at the end. Waves of Fear is off Blue Mask. It's very woozy. But AB, There's this, Blue Mask famously is the cover of Revolver. No, Transformer. Beg your pardon. No, he wasn't in the Beatles. So Blue Mask is a later Lou Reed album, and he went wild. And he made the song. So Blue Mask is blue. It's like Bowie copied him. Bowie did the Next Day, which is the cover of Heroes again, and Lou Reed did the cover of Transformer again on Blue Mask. And he has a song called Waves of Fear, is very, very good. And then but Blue Mask itself is like, it's like an S&M trip, basically, because Lou is make the sacrifice, it's very hard, it's hardcore. It's like hardcore masochism. Going back to the Velvet Underground's the shiny, shiny, shiny boots of leather. Whiplash girl child in the dark. See, I'm better at singing it when I haven't got the lyrics in front of me, because I turn into like a robot when I'm reading the lyrics. Severin, your servant. Yeah, you get the idea. But I can't remember that. I have to become acquainted with it again. All right. Bless you. 8 omelets. 8 Thompson. Yes, it was square omelets. The amount of eggshells could fill a minivan. Oh, square omelets is different. When I talked about kind of teppanyaki, it's like it's basically like Japanese pizza, which is a bunch of ingredients in an egg base all fluffed around. That what you're talking about, the square omelets, is literally an omelet. It is an omelet, but it's very thick. It's a very thick omelet. Now, I stay away from eggs, so yeah, the amount of eggshells could fill a minivan. Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, is Crimax updating us? Is Crimax going to buy a minivan and move down to the river and go travel around the country, like helping people, like a superhero? Papa Kill always hated Parrot Boy. He hates anybody. He hates anybody that's pro me, for a start. He hates anybody that doesn't toe his line. It's very fascistic over there, He's just, this is called a spite stream. You want to see a spite stream? It's me calling this a spite stream is like it's ironic. The real spite is shared by those two other streams, even one of them openly, the other one pretending to be nice, good guys. But they're both the same people. They're the same people. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. Well, I don't know how I came here tonight. How can I sing that better than Lou? That's sad. Yeah. I think it's because I don't care about it. If I don't care about it, I don't give a shit if it goes wrong. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. But you can tell me I suck as well. It doesn't matter. It's only fucking Steelers wheel. But yeah, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. The clowns pretend to be really super nice guys, but they're very spiteful. And the jokers on the other side, they pretend to be, well, no, they are really fucking evil bastard. He's an evil bastard. He's a real fucked up individual. Anyway, hopefully he won't talk about me the whole time. He'll get somebody to shit on, like this, some mentally ill person that they can all bully and shit on. Mumbles. It makes you look cool. Furiously Secret loves you, which is why he's so mad. He does really love me, and the weirdest point was but also he can't help shitting on people that he loves. What's that called? We all know what's wrong with Crimax. We all know what's wrong with Gilly. We know what's wrong with Scarlett, but no one talks about what is wrong with. And also on Mia Must, they talk about what's wrong with a lot of people, sort of, but they don't do it seriously, kind of. They do it very lightheartedly for shits and giggles. But like, I'd like to know what's wrong with him. What's going on with him that he can't go on stream? He has to hide. He's another Shambubly, which is why people like Shambubly gather around it. But also Mumbles, I'd really like to know, how long have you known about Shambubly? Because I've known about him for like 6 months or something. He hasn't been around that long. And where the fuck do they crawl out of? Where do these people come from? It sucks, There's a lot of these fucking Spurgtopia people showed up and ruined everything for us. I'm getting a throat tickle. Sucks. It's another reason why I shouldn't stream. Okay. Disgusting. Okay. It makes you look cool. It doesn't make me look cool though. The video makes me look cool. But also it's major stuff as well. It's my words. It's things I say. And I think they're cool as fuck. And my attitude is cool as fuck. But yeah, it's just the fact that when we're getting so much attention for stuff like this, are they going to do 24/7 talking shit about me? I mean, Mumbles, right? It's called Skeletor, and I understand why. But referencing Skeletor is fucking, what is it? Guardians of the Galaxy? He-Man? Is that your reference? Guardians of the Galaxy is where you're drawing your references from? And also, I mean, they should have called me Nosferatu or something. I mean, I know that Shmuel Buttman has kind of tried to steal that. But Nosferatu is a very, very cool movie, cool expressionistic movie, and very, very interesting. And calling me Nosferatu would be cool. He calls me, calling it, what is it, Skeletor. And Skeletor, I don't think Skeletor is even featured in the video at any point. And it's a really shitty reference. So I think that's a cop-out too, you know, but it also says a lot about his cultural references, you know. But they could have just called it fucking... could have thought of something more. Skeletor. Also, the kanji's wrong. The writing is incorrect. It's the incorrect writing. It says skekeket. If you look at it, the middle two are the same. So skeletor. It's the middle two katakana are the same. So it doesn't. So it's skekekata. Anyway, whatever. I mean, fair enough. It looks kind of cool. Yeah, it didn't even seem like a diss. Yeah, AJ, it's because they're trying to make it look like a diss. But have you noticed that when they do AI videos and shit of Crimax and Gilly, they always make Gilly look super cute and they make Crimax look sort of thin and you know, I think AI makes people look better for some reason. All right, well, here's someone who'll know. Rudy says, "I Am the Table" is a line from a famously bad song on the Lulu album. Oh yeah. Sorry, Rudy. So I saw the you know, Lou's he's a Taoist, right? He does what is it called? I can't remember. He's a Taoist, so the Table is probably a Taoist thing. So to be fair, in my defense, but yeah, which is funny. Lou Reed getting into what's it? Tai Ching? Yeah, Tai Ching. I think Tai Ching, Tao Te Ching. He does that, you know, where the old folks do in the parks in you know, the martial art, which is very slow and beautiful and graceful. But he does that, and it's funny. And he actually had a master doing that on stage with him at some point. And what's funny is because Lou Reed is famously like horrible, irascible, nasty guy, and everyone says he's got a horrible personality, but yeah, he was into like Tai Chi. That's the one. God, fucking Chinese. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, but I Am the Table is from Lulu. Yeah, from that song. I saw this review. Somebody was talking shit about the Lulu album, and that was a big. There was a clip of he played the I Am the Table clip repeatedly, and yeah, I completely forgot about it. And thank you, Rudy. Sorry about that, Madrug. Yeah, Mumba's got it. So I'm the dummy. Good pull. Yeah, exactly. This is what we're doing here, boys. We're creating a space where kind of elite people, cultural people. Oh, did AB disappear? Did I piss him off? Lol. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Can we get some Japanese female guests? Who knows? Anytime. The thing is, there's going to be phases. There's phases to this. And right now, I'm like, do I want to do this at all? I mean, I wouldn't have gone live at all if you didn't keep pressing me about it. And also, Chow wasn't supposed to come on today as well. He was coming on for another streamer that, in the end, the whole thing fell apart. I was going to try to do something awesome and interesting and unique, but in the end, it all fell apart because the person I was trying to build it around kind of like suddenly remembered they had something else to do. And so it never happened. But me and Chow just wanted to have a chat, and I wanted to have a guest on. And so, but to be honest with you, I don't feel like it's like Crimax. He has to do it, or he's gonna die, right? I don't feel like I really need to do this, Droogs. Honestly, don't. I can't be asked. I don't think I can be asked. Oh, I should have been asking people to subscribe as well this whole time. But I think probably the people that are in the chat are all subscribed anyway. We're not really getting many new faces. Yeah, so Japanese female guests. It might happen. You don't think I want to do like a typical Dabbleverse stream, do you? You don't think I don't have ideas for shit? There might be phases, but then again, if people piss me off and bother me and make me sick of being around this shit, and like people disgust me, it annoys me. So when people disgust me and annoy me, guess what happens? I don't show up. I can't be bothered. I don't want to be around this shit. I don't have to. So if that happens, then there's not going to be any Japanese female guests. Or to be honest with you, it doesn't necessarily have to be Japanese. You know, there's a lot of tourists around. What cartoon is his profile pic from? It seems familiar. I don't know you're referring to, Mumble, sorry, but I'm not good at cartoons. Sam Bibley, I did say I wasn't going to read any more of your shit today. We've had 3 already, but I'll read this anyway because I pulled it up now. But there's another small coming. Okay, calling out lies is positive. Calling out lies it serves a positive purpose. Yes, it does. Yeah, if that's what you're actually doing. Not negative. Yeah, opposite of positive is negative. Correct. So if it's not negative, then it will be positive. Correct. Lying is negative. Correct. And the negation of a negation is, oh, you're trying to be funny. Okay. Yeah, you've already bored me with this because you think you're being funny and clever with your words, but actually you're boring because I already got bored of the positive. By saying it's not negative, by saying something's positive, it's not negative. You already bored me because you already said something which is unnecessary to say. So already you think you're being very clever, but you're actually being dumb and ignorant and stupid to smarter people than you. Now, I think your problem is that by spending time in certain discords, shall we say, and around certain incredibly stupid people, that you think you're smart, but you're not smart at all. You're an imbecile, basically. But let's see what. So I already called it out that when you said not negative, you said it's positive, not negative. I already called out the fact that was completely a meaningless thing to say. So even though you keep going to make it extremely fucking gut-wrenchingly funny, I'd already said I was bored and annoyed by you in the first place because you're trying to be clever and it's not working. Lying is negative and a negation of a negation is a positive. The chat saw my comment while you were lying, so they knew what I was talking about. That's great. They get to see you, they get to hear you, they get to see me, and they get to make their own minds up. So good for you, Bibley. All right. I just hope that you find someone more interesting to chat in. I do know more than you stuff. Well, I'm glad that you think that. Obviously, wouldn't you think that? You would think that, wouldn't you? That's why you're so fucking ignorant and dumb. I love people who say ha ha for no reason. You say it in conversation. You literally say ha ha. In conversation, okay, whatever makes you happy. Atoms, let's get a $100 house and call it in the Dabble Cabin. Yeah, Thompson, this is a bit of yours, but the truth is that it's not easy you have to basically rip out the whole house and start again. These fucking houses, it's basically wood frame, and they just gut them and just replace all the insides. It's a massive undertaking. It's not moving into an empty house and everything's wonderful. It's massive, and they're always in places that nobody wants to live for a reason. I was watching one of those shows yesterday. It was the one I said, which is Abroad in Japan is the channel, which I thoroughly recommend to all you people. And he visited some people that had built a house in the middle of nowhere, or they took over a house in the middle of nowhere. And they were saying about to survive there, you have to have the neighbors coming in all the time, you know, like the Mormons or whatever, not the Mormons, the other lot. And you basically have to have like an open house situation. I couldn't deal with that. I need to live in splendid isolation. Guru One, why are your ears burning? Hint, PK, Mumble Slam. Is PK talking shit about? Yeah, he just doesn't like anybody being nice to me, which is why he okay, I think. What are we doing with the parasite? Are we going to keep entertaining this parasite, or are we going to ignore him? I don't know what to do with him. He's just trying to he's trying to make it all about himself. Like a real man. Okay, let's have another look at this other one. No, that's not the situation I'm talking about. We already knew each other for a long time when the introduction about Hoss happened. Okay, I don't recall seeing you until very, 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 very recently. The time kind of flies by in the Dabbleverse, but you started to become annoying to me unless you're saying you had a different name. Is that what you're trying to say? He's talking about the interaction about Hoss after ignoring it the first time. That is not the situation I'm talking about. We already knew each other for a long time when the interaction about Hoss happened. You admit it, you have a bad memory, and you're wrong here again. I have a bad memory about stuff that is not important to remember, about trivial stuff, about trivial people. I find you're a cartoon, dude. You're a cartoon. People have cartoons as an avatar. Okay, there's 24 people watching. Anybody that knows me at all, do you think I like cartoons? Do you think I like people with cartoons in their avatar? With stupid names like Sam Bibley that go around? Do you think that's the kind of person that I in any way would gel with or like at all? Or have anything to do with? It doesn't matter, dude. I know you think you're the most important person in the world, but I don't give a fuck about you. And I just want you to... And why is it that you're so constantly trying to get my attention and talking about me and making clips about me and spreading shit about me? Why is it all you're trying to talk about me? And I just want you to get the fuck out of here and never return. Riddle me that, Batman. A. Thompson, there is a chatbot in another channel. When a user types what, it says what, and there are 30 other commands. Kind of fun. Well, A. Thompson, knock yourself out, Drig. I'm not really into that. This is a sad day. Sam and Stealth are fighting. Sam and Stealth Karmic are fighting. Thompson, do that. I don't mind the karmic bit because I don't want to be attached to this parasite. Please give me a fucking break here. I don't want to be attached to this piece of shit. A. Thompson, Stealth, send a YouTuber named Zoich a message and see if he can make you a theme song. I don't want people to make me themes. What I want is people in my chat who are possibly musicians or want to contribute something to this stream. I want them to donate something and maybe send me something and ask me to play it. And if I can review it, not like fucking Crimex, but send me something and let me see. I've already Rudy, the great Rudy Bagger, has already been kind enough to do a collaboration with me. Very sweet of him to do that. And but if anybody else wants to do that, then feel free to do that. Can we send Deft the link? Yes, definitely. Deft doesn't like me. I think he's a bit scared of me, but I would love to talk to him. I'd love to talk to him because he's a guy that could have he could have streamed, but it stopped. And also, what's his mod called? His girlfriend. I think she's fantastic too. I can't remember her name either, but I love those guys, and I wish they were here, to be honest with you. Mumbles, thanks for the heads up, Guru. Yeah, but Mumbles, they're going to be talking shit about you. Isn't it just like fucking obvious that they're going to be doing that? Sam will clip you till you love him. No, he doesn't want my love. He wants to... He was very happy that... He was told that he'd chased me off the internet, and he was doing victory laps for that. He didn't realize that I simply went to the mountains to chill out. But, he's a vile, evil little fucking piece of shit. You can say it's all done out of humor, but it's just... and if you're into that, the thing is, like, I don't want to have people like that in my chat. And one way or the other, I won't have people like that in my chat. And if you're somebody that enjoys that kind of humor, or that kind of like good-natured ribbing, then I don't particularly want you in my chat either. So I don't give a fuck if I'm doing it to like 3 people. I mean, back in the days when me and there's a certain amount of people were doing it in Crimax's stream. I've talked about it. We did it in Crimax's stream. We did it in Pat Dixon. We did it in, we've done it in Carmax's. We've done it in clown towns. There's like literally between 5 to 10 people, and we had a good time. And if I'm streaming, then we can have a good time with video clips, with movie talk, with all sorts of shit, you know. So I don't need to go big. I don't need these fucking Johnny Come Lately screwheads from fucking Spurgtopia, from nasty, dank, evil discords where they hide away and plot and try to make up. One thing I mentioned it, Mumbles. I don't know if you're still here, Droog, or if you've gone to see you getting talk shit about, but I did remember. I remember back in the best MLC, the golden days of MLC. I went into NLO chat and I talked shit about it to everybody. And then I went back on MLC and someone said, hey, Stealth, you better watch your back. People are talking about you in Spurgtopia. Or in the Discord, they said. I don't know if it was Spurgtopia or Discord. It was a long time ago. But then I thought, oh, they have a Discord and they're talking about me and they're plotting to take me down, eh? That doesn't sound great. I think this is where, and it turns, this is where all these people coming out of, I think. The same people in the same places. Yeah, well, Mumbles nailed it. Don't waste your energy on energy vampires. Yeah, this is true. It's absolutely true. It is energy vampires. This is what we're talking about. But also, Mumbles, thank you for saying that. But also at the same time, because we've already had to deal with fecal blob. And I see this as a fecal blob problem. I see it very, very similar. There are great parallels between fecal blob and Shambibli, because they're both doing this fucking clipping bullshit, but trying to make it all about themselves at the same time. So under the guise of like showing you something else, they're actually saying, look at me, everybody, look at me. And subscribe to my channel, pay me, you know? But it's very different from, like I said, like the OGs, like Doomspaya, Unban Josh Denny, and whatever, blah blah blah. I don't know, Stalin, these people. But yeah, but they're at the same time, I feel the need to. No one else is calling them out, Mumbles. No one else is calling them out. No one else is calling Furious F out on his bullshit. No one else is calling these people out. So, kind of feel like I might as well do that. It makes me useful, right? To even just, there's no opposition at all. No opposition whatsoever. They get away with everything. And because they're from these discords, where they all operate in little, like bullies, they always operate in gangs. It's never one guy on his own. Bullies don't operate on their own. There's always 2 or 3 of them to back each other up. And some of them, they've all got massive discords full of them. So there's a whole network of these people. And the people I wanna collect around me are the outliers. The unique people, the strange people that don't quite fit into they don't want to be part of a Discord. Like A. Thompson, bless him, he doesn't even want to go in X, you know what I mean? Though A. Thompson was actually asking me to create a Discord, which is a bit fun. But yeah, so I want to, the outliers, the people that I want to collect around us and have talking to each other, communicating on this stream, I don't need those fucking Discord fucking strength in number, cults that they have out there. Guru One, yeah, but Guru, you got everyone blocked. God bless you. But yeah, blocking is beautiful. Blocking is beautiful. But one thing I learned doing this stream is that when you block someone in a chat because they're annoying and despicable, and because they think that they're in some sort of feud with you, when actually you just want to get the fuck away from them and forget they ever existed because they're so repulsive to you. But they want people to think that they're on some sort of level with you, which has happened to me. Don't think you're special, Parasite. Fecal Blob tried to do the same shit with me, and who else? Well, basically, the streamers that hate me, they will say, isn't it funny that he's fighting with this guy? Or, isn't it funny that he's fighting with that guy? Because they will use, the other streamers will use these parasites to attack you with. Because they don't want to be seen as attacking people, they want to be get along gang. They want to get on with everybody else. So like they will use other people to attack you with, because a lot of them are very passive aggressive. The good guys, they're actually hateful pieces of shit, but they are very, very passive aggressive. And they will use these stupid attention-seeking whorish parasites to do their bidding for them. And the attention whores get the attention, and the passive-aggressive streamers, they get to take out what they see as a threat and a truth teller without actually getting their hands dirty, so they get to be the good guys. You know what I'm talking about, brothers and sisters, but I'm not gonna go there. But yeah, blocking is beautiful. But what I found out was when you block someone in the normal chat, everyday chat, you can't see them on StreamYard to block them out of the StreamYard. I cannot block them. So even Crimax blocking everybody, it's a lot of work to block people. It's a lot of work to be that negative. But like, I have a very non-blocking policy, but when people have been following me around for like a year and trying to do heinous shit to me the whole time, and they've got other people gaslighted into thinking it's like all fun and games, those shits need to go, brothers and sisters. I don't need nobody. You don't have to listen. Take it from me. You do not have to tolerate any shit from anybody in your life. Okay? If you feel like people are trying to give you shit, if you feel like people are trying to take your energy away from you, if you feel like people are trying to do anything to you that you don't like, block those motherfuckers. Don't think twice. It's all right. Do not think for a don't question yourself. Block them. But in StreamYard, I cannot block them out of the stream without having them visible. Okay? You see what I mean? This is a dilemma for me. So that's why everybody's unblocked. Everyone got a chance to shine. Everyone got a chance to show they're actually a nice, wonderful person that wants to contribute to the stream. But no, they're not. They can't help them. They literally are that stupid. They cannot help themselves. It's like Crimax blocks, he unblocks. Next day he'll block you again. They cannot help themselves. They've got low impulse control. They cannot help themselves from talking shit because they're extremely thin-skinned. Their egos, they're ruled out by ego. And I don't want to say narcissism after we've had a day of like bloody Gilly around, but like narcissists are extremely thin-skinned, and they are gonna, if you try to make them look stupid when all they're used to is like being praised and people letting them get away with their shit, you see what they'll do, and I'll show you what they'll do. This is what they'll do anyway. Oh fucking hell! And they'll do it twice in a row. Who was the rat guru one? They're all rats over there, mumbles. Rumble. What I've been trying, that place is just full of rats and backstabbers and shit talkers and bullies. The whole culture. And so guess who's been loving it recently and trying to pull people in? Guess who else has been loving it? Yeah, so they're all bullies. It's a bully culture. That it's the same way with a lot of us never got into NLO because we saw what's he called, Melton, as being a bully and bullying lolcows, and that's all it was. It was people hating on lolcows, and that's why a lot of us couldn't stomach NLO for very long. And we liked MLC because it seemed like that Kevin was a person that was people were massing against and were talking shit about, and he was kind of getting bullied because he was kind of a maverick and a standalone. So we rallied to MLC, and we disliked NLO. And a lot of the people that in the NLO and the Shuli chat and I talked about this last stream, but a lot of people, I think it's worth repeating every time actually. And a lot of the people in the NLOs and the Shulis and the Carls, these massive podcasts that are very, very popular, much more than MLC ever was, those guys, their fans all ended up coming into Crimax's stream, and everything got fucked up now. So we're mixing around with like the enemy, basically. And another one is Spurgtopia again. And I think these Spurgtopia fucking fuckers are now all up in what was before it was just us, just the ex-MLC guys. And now we got an fucking PCL guys and all, the weirdos. And now they're everywhere. These fucking people that love bullying, they love the bullying. And I know that Furious was always an MLC guy, but you've seen what they do to it. You've seen the shit they talk about each other. And that's before he gets to me. And anyone that's paid attention knows what the good things that I've done, the positive things I've done for Clowntown and for the other shithole. And the fact that to this day, they're still like trying to ambush me, still talking shit about me, still trying to call me out. I wasn't supposed to stream. I was supposed to be their guest and get them, get people to like their stream more anyway. But no, I hate talking about myself like that, but Mumbles kind of forced me into it. Not really. Guru, I'm not sure it could even be PK himself. Isn't it always? It's a lot of them. You have to toe the line with these people or else they'll kick you off or block you. Mumbles, he's watching. He's in love with Stealth for real. He can't watch I think this is kind of like they can't watch. I know they've got nothing to do over there, but I think even for them, it must be hard to just watch this. I mean, I know it's easy to make shitty comments, but it can't be that interesting. Guru, actually, AB would be a good candidate. A good candidate for what? I do. AB's left. I'm not in a gay way. I think candidate, one of my all-time favorite Bowie song. I'll make you a deal, like any other candidate. You pretend you're walking home for your features' sake. My set is amazing. It even smells like a street. There's a bar at the end where I can meet you and your friend. Someone scrolled on the. Yeah, okay, there you go. Just a snatch. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Stealth doesn't eat meat burgers. No. The Japanese. I read somewhere, suddenly on X, something appeared which said, famously, like veggie burgers are really, really bad for you, blah, 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 blah. But something appeared on X saying that there's a new kind of meatless burger, which is really healthy or some shit. I don't know. It just appeared. But then again, at this point, after the whole whatever he's called, I've forgotten his name again, the Microsoft guy again. After they're all trying to get people to stop eating meat, apparently. So it's all so insidious and so fucked up, isn't it? Japanese have had the best scotch for a few years now. How did they beat the UK? Yeah, exactly. But again, it's because they went to the source and they replicate it. That's all it is. The Japanese have always been famous for doing that. I mean, Sony. That's what Sony did in the first place. I mean, is GTA, what's it called, Grand Theft Auto? Is that made by Japanese or is it made by Americans? Because the Japanese have always had their reputation of they go to the West and they will take something and they will bring it back and they will make something better out of it. And that's not always true, but that's what they did. That's what Sony did. That's what all the electronics people did. They went across and took all the American stuff. That's what they did with cars, right? They've always been famous for doing that. So it makes sense that they could do it with scotch and stuff, And again, there's people forget that there are four main islands and like literally hundreds of islands in the Japanese archipelago. So like people say, why don't you travel? You're so boring and stuff. But you don't like. I can go. There's the northern island of Japan. It's called Hokkaido, and it's like up there. It's like Scotland. It's like Scotland up there, and even close to Russia. There's other places which are very, very exotic and tropical, So there's there's loads of different climates in Japan. It's kind of like I don't want to rub all you guys' faces in it, but it's kind of like heaven on earth in a way. Japanese do appreciate quality, yeah. Well, they're nerds, right? So when they get into something, they really get into it, and they know the shit in a way that I don't. So like if they get into scotch, they really get into it, Kind of like in an anal way, I would say. Do you like soba? It's like, do you like scuba from when Polly met, Along Came Polly or something, which was a really good movie actually. Do you like soba? Do I like soba? Yeah, I do. I love soba. I love soba. Which one's soba? So soba or udon. Okay, soba is the fat ones, which are like fat white noodles. The other one is udon, which is kind of more skinny green noodles, and then there's ramen, which is Chinese, and greasy and garlicky and smelly and actually quite bad for you. It's the thing. It's like in the UK when people get drunk, after getting drunk all night, they go and eat a kebab. And in Japan, when people get drunk all night, they go eat ramen, right? But ramen is Chinese, basically. Though, again, if you've seen the movie Tampopo, which is an amazing movie by a director who actually got assassinated. He got assassinated in the 80s by the Yakuza. No shit. It's called Tampopo, which means daisy. I think daisy. Tampopo is a daisy. It's a flower. Anyway, but Tampopo is a movie about a guy or a lady who tries to create the perfect ramen. She doesn't go to China to do it, but she does it from people. It's like a samurai movie, but instead of making a sword or learning to fight, they learn to make ramen. But yeah, so what was I saying? So, yeah, but soba is the thick white one. Okay, Mumbles, I'll tell you a story, right? When I first arrived in Japan, I wasn't used to the Japanese sun. I'm an English boy, right? So when I first arrived in Japan, and it was the first sunny day, like after winter or something, I went out to a local park and I sunbathed, thinking it was the first day of spring. So, just take my shirt off, it will feel nice. And I think the sun was behind clouds anyway. It wasn't that sunny, but I just took a little bit of sunbathing. And I got absolutely fucking fried. I got the closest, it was either sunstroke or the closest I've ever been to having sunstroke, okay? And when Japanese people get sick, they eat soba noodles. Soba noodles is meant to be the easiest thing to digest. It's like soba noodles for Japanese is like chicken soup for Americans. And so I was so down so bad, and my skin, I was such a Caucasian that I was like, taking the ice bath, and it wasn't for my health. I wasn't doing a Joe Rogan thing. It was simply to get rid of the pain. Anyway, when I started to recover, my friend said, okay, you got to go get something to eat. And because she's Japanese, she took me to udon restaurant, because that's what Japanese people eat when they're sick, when they can't digest anything, they go to the udon shop. And because I was already feeling very, very poorly, and because I was like almost like probably had like a fever and like maybe delirious, eating the thick white udon noodles was the closest thing I've ever been to. All I could think about was I was eating worms, and it literally made me want to throw up. But I've recovered since then. I got over my PTSD. But soba is lovely. It looks great. It tastes great. It really goes down your throat a treat. But udon for the win, because udon is actually made out of something which is actually more nutritious, I believe. Something I can't remember the name of it. The green thing. That's why udon are slightly green. They make pills from worms. They make pills for worms. Yes, they do. I would love to try authentic Japanese soba. I'm sure that you're in the States. Mumbles is a bit of a mystery to me, but if he's in the States, I'm sure you can go and get authentic Japanese soba somewhere. But the only problem is like when I was in Sweden, every Japanese, my Swedish girlfriend, she missed Japan very much, and she wanted to go eat sushi at every possible, and noodles and udon, etc. And in Stockholm, there's lots of places like that. The only problem is that when you go in, they're all Chinese people. Definitely, you'd never get any Japanese people in you never get any Japanese people in a Japanese restaurant. They were all from East Asia, all of them. It's like in Japan, when you go to again, talking about the food, when you go to an Indian restaurant, it's always full of Nepalese, who are very, very sweet and friendly and lovely people. But there's no Indian people in an Indian restaurant. Maybe that's a good thing. I think I'd rather have Nepalese, but it's just funny because you do kind of think that they're kind of like depending on people's ignorance, that when like a Swedish person goes into a Japanese restaurant and it's all Chinese people or Vietnamese or whatever shouting at each other, of course, which Japanese people would never ever do. You reckon they must be banking on the fact that nobody knows where they're from, actually. But anyway, I digress. But yeah, Mumbles, I'm sure you can probably dig out a legit. But I think that's why the legit ones are expensive, Pal, Stealthy's on. Hey, Stealth and chat. Hey, pal. Good to see you, my Druk. Thanks for. I hope you're still around. It's kind of drone on a lot. You know what? Oh, I can see how long we've been on. We've been on for 5.5 hours, so that's nothing, right? Welcome, pal. Metal Gears. I have it on in the background. I wish I could be more dedicated in the chat. Yeah, fuck you, Metal Gears. You when you're on Fecal Blob, you're all over that shit. But when you're on here, it's cool. Whatever gets you through the night, it's all right. We're actually doing better numbers now than we did so far, which means we're going to get a lot of people that don't know what the hell's going on and wondering why I'm just talking to the chat all the whole time. But what can you do? Mumbles. Furious was lying, saying I was happy to be modded. I was completely unaware that it even happened. I never asked to be a mod anywhere. Okay. Mumbles never asked to be a mod. Most of the mods in this chat never asked. Pel's not a mod. Pel, I will mod. I can only mod people because StreamYards, on my understanding of it, is so bad that I can only mod people after the fact. And yeah, I'm one of these people that don't want to be modded. But Mumbles, you are actually one of the other than the fact that you've been watching one of the shittiest shows and one of the worst people that, in my experience, that which has kind of made me really sad. I mean, originally it would have just been 2 mods, and the 2 mods would have been you and somebody else that you know very well, and that would have been my choice for mods. But you both broken my heart, so what can I say? But my chat and my mods are basically everybody gets to be a mod. If you're not a complete and utter wanker, then you're going to be a mod. And I'm not saying you're working for me. I'm not saying. All I'm saying is that you're people that I respect and I admire, and the only thing I can do other than read your chats out is to mod you. So please don't take it as an offense. If you are offended and you don't want to be a mod and it makes you look bad, and especially not in a shitty stream like mine, it's completely unprofessional with an asshole. Just let me know somehow. Just tell me, and I will unmod you. I don't want to disrespect anybody, but it's just the thing is, like, when everyone gets modded, then of course people are going to fuck with other people. I don't want anyone. The people I like to be fucked with. So the only way to do that is nobody's a mod or everybody's a mod. So I'm going with it. Everybody's a mod because I want you to feel respected, and I don't want anyone to be fucked with. The other thing is, so Furious was lying, saying he's a liar. What did you expect? He is a liar. He's an idiot, and he's welcome to the gang, Mom. He's often shat on you and A. Thompson, because as soon as you say you're out of line, you don't toe the line, you don't obey the narrative, you will get called out and you will be bullied. That's how they do it. That's how they've done it through history. And that's how these people will always operate, by shitting on people, gaslighting them, calling them out, ostracizing them, trying to alienate them from the rest of the people that will do whatever they're told to do. That's what he's trying to do. It's a fascist regime down there, but without cool clothes. So yeah, he was lying, saying I was happy to be modded, but that's kind of shit on me, Mumbles. But I'll let you get. That's cool. I don't mind, because yeah, I made Mumbles a mod anyway, even though he was. To be honest with you, Mumbles has been spending a lot of time with people I despise who shit on me constantly, but I remember the good times, so I'm going to think about the good times, and I'm going to think about what a great mod. Like, Mumbles is possibly one of the best mods ever when he was in comics chat, and so I modded him. And Mumbles, if you have a problem with that, just let me know, Duke. But I would like you to be a mod, but I would like you to understand that, you know, you would have been, like, if there's only 2 mods, you would have been one back in the day. But just give me a bit of time to get used to what's going on, okay? But don't worry anyway, folks, because I probably won't be streaming very much anyway, so who cares, right? Rudy Bagger shouting out to Pal shooting back to Rudy. A. Thompson, Papa Kill has never been friendly with me. Yeah, but A. Thompson, because he knows you're not a hater. If you're not a hater of me and you're not a friend of him, then you'll be shat on. End of story. You're an independent. Mumbles is an independent. You're an independent. They don't like independence. They want people to conform, like one of us. They need people to conform and to do what they're told. Look at the people they have on their stream. Look at the people they modded. These people are despicable. And sorry, there's one guy. I don't want to say his name, but if you know the stream, you know what I'm talking about. Probably a cleft lip and missing eye. Say what? Sam Bubbly has been around forever, but just started trying to be a guy like a year ago. Yeah, but he's too much of a coward to be a guy, because he's got a lisp, and people knew he had a lisp, and because he spends all his time trying to make fun of other people and like trying to shit on other people and their physical deformities or whatever, or just pretending they have physical deformities for the gag, making it shit up. So I don't think of course he doesn't want his own medicine. He knows how despicable, he is a despicable piece of shit. So of course he knows that people are going to come for him too, because that's the price you are of being a piece of shit, is you'll get payback. You will get karma eventually. might not. It's funny watching Crimax trying to struggle with the idea of karma. He doesn't struggle with it. He thinks he knows all about it. He's clueless about anything like that. Anyway, so yeah, Bubbly has been around forever. I have never noticed him before ever, Mumbles. But then again, I only tend to see people, outstanding, interesting people who talk about music and are very, really cool. Cartoon people, I just don't pay any attention. What I'm saying is I never noticed him before, but it's interesting you say that, Mumbles. I literally thought it just came out of nowhere. Honestly. I was saying the video makes you look cool. Yeah, they're trying to make me look shitty. You know, he thinks it makes me look shitty because he's a very conservative, square, moronic person. He's doing his best to make me look shitty. We know he loves me. I do know that. People that watch it all the time know that. Bibley doesn't know that because he's not been around long enough to know fuck all. But yeah, we know he loves me. I know he loves me. I mean, he gave me his fucking phone number, which was crazy. But maybe he's not all that. I think he's really. I don't want to talk shit about the guy. I don't really give a fuck. I mean, the guy's obviously got massive problems, but I punish him by not going on the show. That's how I punish him. That's how I punish people. Like Bubbly. If Bubbly thinks I'm such a liar and if Bubbly hates me that much, I'm going to deprive it. He's not going to get to. I will be invisible to him. So he will be not on this show and it's not on this stream, I beg your pardon. Yeah, so people that I don't like, I take myself away from them because I don't want to be around them. So I will do, it's a win-win. I'll do you a favor and I'll do myself a favor by taking myself away from your shitty fucking vicinity. All right, but yeah, it doesn't make me look cool, Mumbles, but the fact, some of the shit that first of all, it sounds like me, which is cool. And also, some of the shit that he has me say, I've said, is all authentic. And so saying what a bore, it's cool that someone's captured me saying that because it sounds cool as shit. Yeah, because I don't say shit to sound stupid. I say stuff to sound cool as shit, even if everyone hates it. Yeah. That's good. Guys, it's all about you. You guys find a place to chat, you know? That's all. You can mute me if you like because you're skinny. But the thing is like, yeah, that's why he called me Skeletor. Yeah, of course, because Skeletor, isn't it clever? But then again, Gilly, I beg your pardon, Ron Fuddle, literally that face looks like the mask, right? I don't think my face, I'm gaunt. Call me the machinist if you're going to call me anything. But he's probably never seen it. He doesn't know what it is. Metal Guru, is it you? Metal Guru. Skeletor wasn't even skinny though. Yeah, he was, but I've never seen, I'm English. He-Man wasn't a thing in England, I don't think. And also, even if it was, I didn't like it. I don't like people with that haircut, I think everyone knows that Skeletor was the coolest thing on that cartoon, I believe. But I think the toys look kind of good, but we never had cool toys like that in England. We had Lego. Skeletor was He-Man's uncle. His name was Keldor. There you go, Pelel. Pelel coming in with the deep cuts. I never watched He-Man, but Skeletor was jacked. Yeah, I don't know much about it, but what I do know is that if that's the best you can pull from, if you're drawing from He-Man for your bloody references, I don't know if that's such a diss on me. It kind of makes you look a bit stupid. But then again, I've seen this. If you've seen the show, you know what kind of stuff he likes. So Hey Rudy, good to see you. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, Pelel, these are the old school Pat Dixon chat that are calling each other out, which is kind of cool to see. J-Dub, my cat just got swooped by 2 birds in the yard. Crazy stuff. Sorry to hear that, J-Dub. That's bad. What were they like? Were they ravens? I suppose. Crows. I would imagine. Yeah, that sucks. Sometimes I put excess cat food out for the birds, and the birds love it. And there's little families of sparrows and stuff show up. But sometimes when the raven shoots in, Jesus Christ, those things are pretty magnificent, I gotta say. So anyway, I hope your cat's okay, J-Dub. I really hope your cat's okay. Slow down. It needs to be a Japanese woman for the first guest. Yeah, but they're not good at it. It has to be. I don't want to go into it. I don't want to release my phase 2 plans. Be nice. Sam's gilly maxing. Whatever that fucker's doing. Trying to get as maximum attention from as maximum places as you can. Sam Hoss, come on, man. Stop boring us. That's kind of cool, J-Dubs, because all you have to do to a bully is just stand up to him. Just stand up to him. Just point him out, and they'll crumble. You watch. But he's got other bullies on he's got a bunch. You know, they don't travel. He's traveling on his own. That's his problem now. He's isolated. When they're isolated, in fact, when they're isolated, we have to be careful not to become the bullies. You know, because that's not cool either. So just let him do his little thing. You know, let him talk to the chat and show how cool he is to you guys. I've given him I've read 4 or 5 of them out, and frankly, didn't impress me, Druid. Okay. Belle. Good morning, Belle. Good morning, beautiful looking black lab. Belle, if you're not subscribed, could you do me a massive favor and subscribe, darling, because my subscriptions are ridiculously pathetic. But thank you for joining us, Belle. I hope you're still around. A lot of this it's kind of like, we kind of all know each other, I'm afraid, but it's good to see somebody that I'm not 1,000% sure about, but thank you. 8 times, is MLC still on? Droog, I have no clue what's going on in the real world. I do know it's getting dark now. It's evening's come down. It's now 7 o'clock here. Still only been going for 5.5 hours though, which is not much. It's like half the time I went the first time. Do we really want to go for 10 just to stick it to them? But one thing I noticed, if you look at these shitty streams that get quite good views, it's because if you go for, and again, I don't understand the views, but if you go for a long time, you do seem to get long, I guess it's because you're drawing from larger, I don't know. Anyway, sorry, don't want to bore you guys. You know what, guys? I think I'm going to take a little boys trip. Yay!
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Let's say we take as the basic supposition, which is the thing that one sees in the experience of Satori or awakening or whatever you want to call it, that this now moment in which I'm talking and you're listening is eternity. This is it. So you don't need to do anything at all. But the difficulty about explaining that is that you mustn't try not to do anything, because that's doing something. And how to explain that? Because there's nothing to explain. It is the way it is now, you see. And if you understand that, it will automatically wake you up.
It's impossible through words to describe what is necessary to those who do not know what horror means.
The horror. Oh, it's weird to come back and talk into a mic again because I don't know. I expect to hear myself loud, and I almost hear nothing. Okay. One thing I thought about, I was having that fantastic thoughts while I was relieving myself, micturating, as we like to call it. And one thing I thought was like, you'll see there's one person in the chat who is literally just trying to talk about themselves and myself and trying to make it all about some kind of supposed feud between myself and themselves. Everyone else is talking about Lou Reed, Japan, Climax. We're all talking about various topics, various bullshitty things. One person is like, oh, you said this, and it's always about them, and they're trying to attach themselves to the host in order to make it about them. So it's very, very transparent behavior, and I'm just kind of surprised and disappointed that not more people can't call it out. But if that person wants to come in, like when I stream and they want to come in and they want to do this bullshit, and I'll put it up, I'll shine a light on it. I'll shine a light on that shit, shine a shit light on it, as it were. Shout out to Trailer Park Boys. Is MLC still on? A. Thompson. I can't go look. You can go look, brother. I can't go look. I doubt it, since the numbers have gone up considerably. And they're still not great, but they're not terrible. I'm no bacon bits, that's for damn sure. If you're not watching clips, then don't expect people to look at you. ATOS is good enough for Stealth Chaos Live. Yeah, it's good enough for me. Anything's good enough for me at this point. I'm just happy to be here. Jumping over some shit puddles. Well, the neighbors will see me naked. What the fuck? Okay, that's great. Good to know. But you're in Thailand. In Thailand, they're not that worried about clothes, right? In Thailand, don't they? Because it's so hot and sweaty and sticky over there. I don't know. I've never been. Mumbles, yeah, he was. Ignore. He's an energy man. He is, but Mumbles, let me do it. Let me do the calling out, right? Don't worry. Don't just let me take care of this, all right? I mean, luckily he doesn't show up on most of the things that we chat in, or we used to chat in together. But like, he's all over the fucking. That's the problem. They're all over. They're everywhere now. They're all over everywhere. I blame Crimax for this. It's like when all the trolls went into his chat to talk shit about him, they all started, and then he's going. He kind of infected everything. Crimax cross-infected everything, I think. I don't know. Or maybe it's just because Chow was saying before a lot of you showed up, Chow was saying that he thinks this is the last days of the DV and everything's going to fall apart. So that's another reason why everyone's in everyone's chats at the same time. Maybe it's because there's just not, I just don't like the way everybody's everywhere now. And some of these people are really horrific. You don't know you don't know who's next to you in the chat, J-Dub, how far back in the comments is he, Sam Hoss? There's lots more of yours to come. Well, yeah, I'm afraid, J-Dub, the thing is, right, it's not very democratic of me, but the thing is, because I gave them like 5-6 chances to, actually, I've given this person so many chances to cut the bullshit and unblock them and everything else. The fact that the first like 5-6 of their comments that I read was the same old shit that they do every time, everywhere, since I've ever they've ever come to my attention, means that they're not being allowed to. And also because I'm way behind in chats, I'm just jumping over them right now. If you think I'm being unfair and that's horrible, mean Stealth Chaos, that's fair enough, darlings. But darling, I gave him a chance. He disappointed me. He can go fuck himself. And also, if it's a shitty stream, I mean, I don't want to sound like Crimax. That'd be terrible. But like, he's not blocked, so you guys have fun with him. You guys, please have a lot of fun with him. Enjoy. I can't be bothered. I'm just going to talk to my droogs, okay? If that's all right. Just ignore him. He's being ignored right now, but you guys can. He's in the chat. He's not blocked. He can have fun, have a laugh. Check out Zuich. He's in Japan drumming on Zuich. Sounds a bit like the blind. What is he called? The blind flute player, Zoriichi. I can't remember. See, I'm terrible at facts and information. Zaruichi. He's the guy. He had a baby in a pram, I think, and he wandered around and he played flute or something, and then he kicked ass when he had to. I think he was blind though. He's a blind swordsman called Zarochi. He's very, very famous. You guys probably know. I mean, ask Quentin Tarantino next time you see him. He's in Japan drumming under a bridge. That's the thing, because in Japan, like in the big cities, all the apartments are so tiny, tiny. It's a bit like New York, but the apartments are so tiny, tiny that to do anything like singing or maybe what I'm doing right now, or dancing or any kind of like entertaining or anything, practicing, you either have to rent a studio or you go to a park. So it's a bit like they're all out in the, like on a Saturday or a Sunday, they're all out in the park, like doing like enacting plays or singing to each other or doing some shit like that, you know. So drumming under a bridge does not surprise me at all. That sounds like very standard behavior. Carla something, yeah, Carla something is Deft's mod. She's very like I fall in love with a lot of people that talk shit in Climax's chat because it's so entertaining. And one of the things I love the most is when people stand up to stand up to power, right? They you know, they don't take the shit anymore and they call out shit. And I love it when people are in Climax's chat and they calling him out. I just love it. That's why I kind of fell in love with Shit Show. And Carla's great in Climax's chat. And I wish she was here. I don't know where the hell she is. Carla, do you think Deft is in prison? Where is? Don't ask Carla. Don't say that as if she's here. She obviously isn't here. Pascal Digital, I admire your premise. I was told there is sage wisdom. Nah, Drug. If you want sage wisdom, look for it within yourself, or like in the ancient books, or look for it in nature. Mother Nature, look for it in the sky, you know, look for it in the ocean. But Pascal Digital, my darling, thank you for coming. And if you're not going to say nasty things to me in a minute, but yeah, could you possibly subscribe if you don't mind? That would be really helpful. Okay. Mumble says I'm here. I don't know why. Nice Sam told me this is the best stream. Okay, Pascal. You know, when new people show up, it's either like the fantastic someone new, or it means somebody is coming pretending to be somebody else. So we'll still give you the. Don't worry, Pascal. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt, my mon ami. Mumble Slam. Discords are nothing but Discord. They live up to the name. Quite. Yeah. I tried to join Mumbles. I don't know if I tried to join Perry's Discord. And I didn't like it at all. I didn't enjoy it at all. It felt really weird. I kind of felt like, what's the word? Like, I felt like I was in a confined space and it was dark, you know, something phobic, not transphobic, one of those. And then I was forced to join the Clown Town Discord at one point. I think maybe Mumbles you were too, because you ended up there. I think that was my fault. But when I was forced to join Clowntown, it was really, really hard for me to join. I didn't know, I couldn't get on. I kept joining the wrong thing, or they wouldn't accept it or something. So it was a fucking nightmare. And they thought I was messing them around, of course, because they think everyone's messing them around all the time. But yeah, that was a nightmare. Pascal. So go look at Sam. Yeah, go look at him. Yeah, please enjoy him. Yeah, that's troubling as well, Pascal. That's troubling. That's troubling indeed. But you do you, baby. I mean, you're not, as long as you're not as repulsive and annoying over like months and months and months, then I will not necessarily even be bothered by you. I don't mind a bit of pushback. 8 times Stealth, do you have any pets? Well, darling, that's a very personal question. I have pets. However, I don't own an animal. Okay? Can we leave it like that? You don't necessarily have to own another sentient being. See, it's weird. Life is strange, right? Right? Like Mark Bolan told us, yeah? Strange, life is strange, life is strange. Oh, my life is a strange. Oh God, life is good. Yeah, there you go. Bit of Mark Bolan for you. I bet Mumbles wasn't expecting that, were you? Who said Tokyo? Tokyo. Yeah. Drunken Donuts. I don't know if Drunken likes me or hates me, or he just like is mean to everybody. But I do enjoy him in Crimax's chat. Hey, Drunken. Drunken, are you a goodie or a baddie? I mean, you're not modded, so do you want to be modded or do you want to? I don't know. I enjoy Drunken. I just don't think he likes me very much. That's all right though. It doesn't matter. Mumbles, where's Dr. Funkin? He's not in either stream's chat. He wasn't there yesterday either, Mumbles. He does shit. He travels, right? And I think he's got a family as well, and so it's cool. And also he's got a situation at the moment, right? I think we both know that, right? So yeah, I hope to see him. I really hope to see him. I mean, like I said, he was going to be one of the. I had 2 mods in mind, and there would only have been 2 mods. Maybe, God knows, maybe even a female at one point. But the truth is, like, I'm always accused of, not today for some reason. Maybe there's not enough people around, but I'm always accused of like getting in people's DMs and hitting on women and all the rest of it, right? Where are these women? Where are the women? Where are the women that we're supposed to be hitting on? That we're supposed to be trying to fly over to Japan or whatever. Where are these women? Because I always see the same women, and are these the women we're supposed to be hitting on exactly? Okay. There's hardly any women in today's chat as well. There must be someone really handsome streaming tonight. There must be a really sexy beast out there, because there's almost no women chatting at all. So I'm sorry about that, guys. It's a sausage fest tonight. My apologies. He saw the light, Mumble Slam. Guru. Anybody who likes Todd Rundgren? I nearly call him Rod Tongren. And who likes Todd Rundgren? I saw the light in your eye. I started off a bit high there. We just can't go on like before, but can we still be friends? I like some of Todd's stuff. I don't understand why Dixoff. I don't know why Dixoff doesn't play more Todd Rundgren, because wouldn't that be perfect for him? We just can't go on like before, but can we still be friends? Why did Puppet Factory go live tonight? They went live yesterday, like suddenly, emergency, really, really late, and got shitty numbers for it. Why do they need to go stream twice? I mean, I need to take a fucking year off after this bullshit. Mumble Sam, why did Fury stop super chatting? He used to be hilarious. He still does Mumbles, and I've never seen him be hilarious once, honestly. And I know that sounds like me just trying to get my own back. That's serious though. I'm being honest, because I don't know. I don't really hold grudges very well. I'm not really good at doing a spite stream either, to be honest with you. When I see like parasitic pieces of shit in my chat, like trying to like poison everybody's minds and be toxic, it does bring out a bit of, I kind of get like a bit of righteous, kind of righteous injustice kind of a vibe to me. But the thing, Furious is actually, he's a lost fucking individual, because he used to be he can be I don't know, he's an odd dude. But anyway, I've never seen him say anything funny in a super chat, at least. So, yeah, I've never seen any evidence of it. I remember the name Mumbles, but again, like everything about me, I forget anything in particular. Are people pulling you in all directions? Mumbles, they're probably pulling the thing is, Drunken, that's big in Japan as well, by the way, just in case you need to know. Drunken, I'm doing a spite stream. What I'm doing is I'm going up against these other people, and that's why I've got horrible numbers, and that's why there's no women in the chat, etc. So I knew what I was doing when I started this. I'm just trying to run disruption, I'm trying to disrupt. They've got this like thing going. I'm just trying to disrupt it. And what I'm doing is like a kamikaze mission, because by going live now, what I'm basically doing is I'm dooming myself I'm dooming myself to shitty numbers and probably a boring chat for you guys as well, unfortunately. But yes. Yes. All right. How are we doing? I can't see how many people talk about they can read the number of super chats. I can't even see how many comments I've got coming, but it's weirding me out because I can see Mumbles talking about Todd Rundgren. So does that mean we're caught up? But yeah, Droogs. So like Drunken. So I am putting people in a position where they kind of have to choose between. There's like at least 3 going live now. I assume, though I never knew that because I didn't know. Everything's weird at the moment. But me just poking in here, I'm the weirdo. I'm the person that shouldn't be around. So if I'm pulling people in different directions, that's kind of good. I'm hoping to do something new, but I know you can flick around. I know you guys can flick around between 3 places, and because they're all boring, right? Everything's boring. Like both of these shows, both of the shows that I'm kind of spite streaming, both of those they're incredibly boring, and you kind of have to kind of check in and check out, the whole time, or wouldn't you just go insane with boredom? Anyway. Boredom. Badum. Shout out to the Buzzcocks. Hey Thompson, Stealth, you should get a blue gold macaw. Teach it about Bowie and go viral with it. Yeah, get it to sing. It could be my co-host because obviously no one else is going to co-host with me. Hey Thompson, does that mean that the macaw, your macaw, that's firing a ray gun or something, a laser beam, does that mean it's an actual pet of yours? Oh, hang on. There you go. Nice positive comment from Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, darling. What I said earlier was that it doesn't really matter if I'm behind in the chat because basically what it is me communicating and talking. This is my stream, unfortunately. So it's basically the chatters are getting me to talk about shit. And if we can get enough people, like enough interesting chatters who are interested in communicating, it won't matter if it's an old chat. It won't matter if it's a new chat. It's just someone asking an interesting question and me talking about it. So that's what we're doing here, darling. I'm sorry if it's not talking about you, which is incredibly boring for you, but we're just dealing with what we got. And it's not supposed to be super interesting. It's supposed to be just for OGs. It's not meant for you, darling. So if you don't like it, you know where to fuck off to. Mumbles, like Todd Rundgren. So this freaked me out, Mumbles. So is that responding to me talking about? Because our friend Mr. Bubbly, old Uncle Spam over there, just said that was an hour behind in chat. So that can't have been the Todd Rundgren comment about me. Does that mean it was very set? We just happened to talk about Todd Rundgren without knowing each other was mentioning Todd Rundgren. That's a great possibility with me and Mumbles. Duncan, Sam, he's very new to the game. He's a perfectionist. Drunken, I'm not really. It's just I just think if good people chat, I think I should just read it out. That's all. There's Godzilla in the new GTA. Well, thank God for that. A. Thompson, Seiko. Yeah. Seiko. There was a famous singer, idol singer in Japan. I don't know if you guys heard of her. She wasn't actually very good and not very pretty, actually, but she was incredibly popular. Her name was Seiko Matsuda. And her name, they basically made her name out of 2 very popular Japanese products. Her name, literally a singer called Seiko Matsuda. So there you go. They stole the cars from Mercedes. Is that the Japanese, perhaps? Possibly. Mercedes is a good place to steal from. You know, they say that genius steals, right? Mumble Sam, Japanese like quality. One of the reasons I respect Japanese culture. The other thing that you might find interesting, you car guys, is when I first arrived in Japan, every car was white. Literally, every car was white. And when I said, why are the cars white? How boring. I was told it's because the resale value on a white car is better. I don't understand that either, because surely white cars show more damage and dirt and everything else. Talking about car guys, A. Thompson, there is a school there that is pretty good. Yeah, A. Thompson, he came to Japan and famously didn't contact me and telling me he was here, which is good because I would hated to have ignored him. But Haro Appy, Harrow is the UK school. Does that mean there's a Japanese one too? What about Japanese curry? Okay, Drunken. So Japanese curry is different. So Japanese curry is kids curry. So Japanese curry is very sweet. It's sweet and it's very light. It's not very spicy per se. It's just, so it's very sweet curry, which kids, apparently it's the number one kids food, I believe, which is sad because it took over from Japanese stuff. But yeah, Japanese curry is its own category. I can't remember the last time I ate Japanese curry, to be honest with you. I have a friend of mine is of Indian extraction, and he sometimes makes me authentic Indian food. So yeah, that's the only kind of curry I eat recently, mostly. Thought you were talking about soju, Korean potato. I think this is right. Potato vodka, soju. Yeah, that was quite big in Japan actually. Don't know about now because you can get everything now, but before it was like sake or soju was like that was it basically a lot of the time. You know, things have improved drastically recently. I'm not saying it's because I came, but I'm sure it helped. Yeah, I'm talking shit. Drunken, you should watch the movie Jackie Chan, The Drunken Master. I heard of the movie. I don't really watch kung fu movies. I prefer like Akira Kurosawa, Seven Samurai. There are certain movies, classics, you know, kung fu classics, but I prefer like Seven Samurai. I prefer the Chinese is a bit schlocky, isn't it? I know it's fun, but it's funny, but it's a bit schlocky. I'm not good at schlock, you know. I like to be moved when I watch a movie. Maybe that's why I'm so boring. Oh, by the way, you probably all know this, but like Jackie Chan is basically a god in Japan. They love that guy. They adore him, right? So Japanese love it. It's just, and Japanese love pro wrestling as well. The Japanese love a lot of shit that I don't really particularly like. Soba is buckwheat noodles. Yeah. So soba is the healthy one, and buckwheat is very healthy. It's a herb, right? Thanks, Mumbles. Thank God. I mean, theoretically, I could Google it, but you know, I'm not really a nerd in Japanese. You might know this as well because it's become quite a popular word, but it's otaku. And I was going to say I'm not really an otaku and stuff. You know, I know certain stuff generally, but I don't really go into depth on it because, or maybe I've known it and I forgot about it. You know, I'm just not an otaku type. I don't really like them. I think soba is keto. Yeah, I don't really know much about keto diet. I don't recommend it. What was your girlfriend hot? Yeah, I thought she was fantastic. I thought she was fan-fucking-tastic. Yeah, and she's still a very good friend, actually. Not wanting to dox her. Soren Ringham. Soren, thank you for showing up, my Droog. So, does anyone know where Soren is? I'm hoping he's in Sweden, but he could be in Norway. He could be in Finland, I suppose. Soren, Schlager the Bolshinopka, my droogs. Oh, Schlager the Bolshinopka. I know Bolshi great yard blockers to thee and mine. So he's talking, you know, the droog talk, the Nadsat. But I don't Schlager the Bolshinopka. That's not ringing any bells, Droog, but I haven't read it for a while, so I'll take your word for it. I mean, Bolshi great yard blockers to thee and thine is one that stuck with me, you know. But again, I've not memorized it. I thought about it, but when I looked at it, there wasn't that much to be memorized, to be honest. So I thought, fuck it. I'm not gonna pretend I'm a nerd. I'm really not, you know. But it's a fantastic movie, fantastic book, and yeah, Devochka. But I know a lot of Russian people actually. I'd quite like to live in Russia. I'd like to move to Russia, I think. You know, I think Russia'd be a good place to escape to if Japan gets overrun. Drunken Donuts, Newports are huge fans of wonton soup. Are they really? Is it the real shit though? I used to like, when I lived in London, I used to love going to Chinatown and having wonton. And fried crispy wonton as well is gorgeous. I used to love Szechuan, you know, the red Szechuan pork. It's very red and very delicious, very, very tasty. But yeah, wonton soup and fried wonton noodles, deep fried wonton noodles are excellent. Yeah, But like I said, I used to get them from real Chinese people in Chinatown, and I haven't been back to London in quite a while. Mumbles, they really don't sell soba in the US. It's all ramen. Yeah, exactly. That's because it's Chinese, and because it's there was in the UK somebody made a company called Wagamama, which means selfish in Japanese, and they it was a chain of trendy noodle shops, and they sold udon and soba, I think, and they did really well. I don't know if it's still going, but it was pretty nice, you know, for to say it wasn't in Japan. But then again, being in because like if I met a friend and they were interested in me coming from Japan, I'd take them to Wagamama, you know. But the sushi doesn't really taste fantastic, I've got to say. But I don't know why. I can't put my finger on it. I only watched that show that you introduced me to. Oh fuck yeah! Okay, all right then. Metal Gear. Sorry, boss. You got me at a bad time today. I'll do better. No. Just show up when you want. But I just worry about you watching shit because I honestly think that listening to Fecal Boss's voice, listening to Fecal Blob, listening to his voice, and he's another one. This is a guy that's been trapped in his bedroom, and suddenly he has an audience, and it's fetishistic what he's doing. I think it's kind of near like psychosexual. He's getting off on people being there, and people have to. I think he's lived his whole life of being ignored, and suddenly people are paying attention to him. And I think it's very, very bad for everybody involved. And it's the same with Crimax, you know. Crimax is getting people to have to listen to his bullshit. And I don't think it's cool. I don't think any of it's good for anybody. Yeah, I think even when he just talks, I think it's like nails down a chalkboard. Same with Fecal Blob as well. This is not good stuff to be putting in your brains, okay? That's all I'm saying. I think it could have a very bad effect on you over any length of time. I mean, usually when I'm watching Crimax, for some reason, I'm usually watching it ×2 speed on playback, and it sounds normal then. I can't imagine sitting through that shit on normal speed. I mean, one of the reasons I try to talk fast, and maybe I seem a little bit spurgy, is because I am trying desperately not to bore you guys. You know, I'm trying to be fast. I'm trying to talk as fast as possible. And when I listen to myself back, I think, my God, what's wrong with you guys? But I'm just trying not to be boring. That's all. As trying to be as least boring as I possibly can make it. Metal, you got to step up and be better, horse. Yeah, okay, he's fine. Drillbag, what actually is going on? I don't know. Drillbag, all we're doing is we had Chow on as a guest earlier on, and now we're just basically just chilling out, talking to the chat, answering comments, right? Because that's all I really want to do is just talk to people in the chat who normally I don't get to, you know, well, when I'm being blocked out of chats, I can't talk to them. I might try to play a clip a bit later and get struck, but I don't know. I'm just enjoying chilling with the chat. When everyone gets bored and leaves, then I will stop doing it, and I might try to play a clip. I've never played a clip ever. I've never done that, and I don't like the way I have to do it, and I think it's very clunky and it looks very difficult to me, and but I'll try to see, and you guys will have to tell me if it works or not. Mumble Sound Furious also claimed I sang Life on Mars badly to you when we were backstage. I sounded very good considering. I don't even remember that, Mumbles, but I don't remember that, but if you did, thank you. It's a god-awful small affair to the girl with the mousy hair, but her mummy is yelling no, and her papa has told her to go, and her friend is nowhere to be seen as she walks through a sunken dream to the seat with the clearest view, and she sucked on the silver screen. I'll leave it there because I'm not terribly sure about the next lyrics. Oh, but the film is a saddening bore, cause she's lived it 10 times or more. She could spit in the eyes of fools as they ask her to focus on cavemen fighting in the dance hall. Oh man, I wonder if they'll ever know They're in the best-selling show. Oh, oh. Okay, I don't want to outstay my welcome. We've all had too much singing this week. So anyway, I just wanted to give you a bit of a take a look at the lawman. He's beating up the wrong guy. Oh man, I wonder if he'll ever know. Because Ziggy was, well, it wasn't Ziggy, it was pre-Ziggy, it was Hunky Dory, but he was doing quite Americanized vocals, so I just remembered that I should be singing it in it. I don't know whether to mimic Bowie or just sing it my way. But like, take a look at the raw man. Yeah, so like Ziggy would go quite American in his accent and everything, you know. Suffragette City, you know, he'd but sometimes he's very English, like Lady Stardust sang his songs of darkness and dismay, and he was all right. The band was all together, yes, he was all right. So that's me doing a Ziggy, right? Or pushing through the market square. So many mothers sighing. News had just come over. We had 5 years left to die in. I'll leave it there. I need to practice. All right, darlings. Thank you. Yeah, so Furious F talks shit all the time. The good thing is, when he's talking shit about you, you understand, and the scales can drop from your eyes, and you can realize the guy's full of shit, and he's just basically trying to make other people look bad in order to elevate himself. He's trying to make other people look bad to elevate himself, because obviously he's a horrible shell of a person that has very low self-confidence and needs to make other people look bad in order to feel better about himself. I'm accused of ball washing all the time. The reason I ball wash is because when I find someone I respect, I like to tell them that it delights me, and I like to share my delight anyway. And also because, as Sam Bubley pointed out, I talk shit all the time, don't I? I don't know how that fits in with the ball washing scenario, but yeah, apparently I talk shit all the time. I just started watching, so yeah. Sorry, Drillbag. I've noticed Drillbag around, I think maybe in Climax's chat, and I'm sorry if this is boring, guys, but I'm not singing karaoke or any shit, but so I'm just relying on the comments today. So take it easy on yourself, cause breaking up. Metal Gears, J-Dub, I'll try. This shield means a lot, and I'm letting the society down. Metal, you're cool, Droog. Oh, poor old Mumbles Slam over here. Poor old Mumbles, he doesn't even want to be a mod. So don't worry about it, man. Just be cool, Droog. Just enjoy, man. This is no fucker, no blob like screeching and going like fucking demented little turd. Stelkers, what's with the British treatment of Morrissey? Well, anybody that steps outside of the narrative, anybody that calls out shit and talks truth to power gets singled out. And Morrissey, he's always been slightly out of step with, he doesn't follow trends. He's always been slightly out of step. So, for example, I mentioned earlier, somebody talked about a lot of churches are getting set on fire across the West right now, in Europe and the States. And I mentioned the fact that Morrissey had sung a song called Notre Dame, which is about Notre Dame being set on fire. And Morrissey is being very discreet about it, but what he's basically saying is we won't forget, and we noticed. He's basically hinting that he knows what's going on, and we know what's going on. And even though we're not allowed to say it because you'll be blocked, you'll be kicked out, you'll be alienated, we know, and we're gonna, we won't forget, is what he's saying, right? And that's because he says stuff like that, even though it's that discreet, he has been alienated, and he has been talked shit about. And I don't want to say I'm like a Morrissey or say I'm a martyr or whatever, be a Climax, but it's the same strategy as, like Mumbles was saying, that somebody was talking shit about him and lying about him in order to make him look bad. Because the reason they'll do that is they try to make you look bad in front of the great mass of people, so that when you have something to say, people will say, oh, that's that guy that nobody likes, so we don't have to listen to him, right? Got a cat lying outside looking very miserable because I won't let them in. But they're cool, they're chill. So that's what they do. They'll do that in the Dabbleverse. They'll try to talk shit about you in order to make you what's the word? I can't remember the correct word. I'm sorry, Driggs. But basically they'll talk shit about you and try to make you look silly, try to make you look stupid, try to say you're some pervert that's hitting on women all the time, trying to disvalue your opinion. And they'll do that for different reasons. The people in power will try to do that so you'll stop undermining them and stop calling them out on their bullshit that they're trying to do. People will do that in the DV because maybe they don't, when you stream, they don't want you to be popular and they don't want people to listen to you, so they want to drag you down as fast as they can. I know that sounds like I'm very self-aggrandizing, but theoretically, forget it's about me, but it does kind of work, I believe. Yeah, they just try and talk shit about you, destroy your reputation so you can't be harmed to them. You know, if they're lying and you're a truth teller, they want to make you look like the liar, right? Spam bubbly. Anyway, I digressed. Spam bubbly. Bubbly will be exiled from Say. No, he won't, because there's more stupid people than cool people. It's never going to happen. The shitheads will inherit the earth. You think Gilly is mass reptilian like from the old TV show? Why? V. Who wrote V? V was a famous novel, wasn't it? But yes, I think Ron Foddle, she definitely looks like that. She looks like she's got a human mask, very tight over reptilian face. That's what she looks like, which is why the epithet Skeletor should be saved for young Gillian and not for old stealthist over here. J-Dub, the cat is okay. The birds are lucky, actually. Oh, great. Good for you, man. Yeah, my cat's out there. But my cats, there's no birds around. All the birds have flown. Oh, what can ail thee, night at arms, alone and palely loitering? No birds fly. Yeah, it's 7:44 now. It gets dark very early in England, in Japan. In the UK, it gets dark ridiculously late, like 10 p.m. So when you're a little kid, they force you to go to bed, and it's still bright sunshine outside, and that's a horrible feeling. Glad the cat's okay, baby. Cats forget that birds used to be dinosaurs. Well, yeah, fucking ravens, man. Have you seen a raven? The beak on those things. Drill bag, Mumble-san, birds are still dinosaurs. Yeah, basically, yeah. Mickey, welcome in, Mickey. Welcome in, Mick. Do you want the link? Do you want to come on and tell everybody about yourself and all that one? Evening Stealth, evening Mick. Yeah, Mick. Thanks, Mick. Thanks for showing up, Drig. Drillbag, pretty much, yes, indeed. Drillbag, I wonder if any dinosaurs were as smart as ravens. Well, apparently, they say that dinosaurs had a brain smaller than the average Crimax, if you can believe that. So I don't know. Much raptors. Yeah, that was one thing about Jurassic Park, is where it kind of showed dinosaurs looking like birds, and that was pretty epic. You can go 15 hours. Nobody needs that bullshit. I literally have not had anything to eat, water to drink, and 1 cup of what do we call it, tea, chamomile, which I could do with making another cup, actually. I think that's the only thing that's got me through without choking. But yeah, 15. Now I could probably do a couple of days, to be honest with you, as long as there's streamer. I mean, as long as there's people talking to me in the chat, I could do a couple of days of this bullshit. But what's the point? I mean, it's horrible. It's hell for both of us. Why put either of us through that, A. Thompson? A. Thompson, you're saying you're going to jump on for the last 5 hours? Okay, that's very nice of you. Semi-final boss. Interesting. Hello, my angel. Someone unban my main account, darling. All right. So theoretically, this is somebody pretending to be me. That's fantastic. But if it's that person, So it's either someone pretending to be, it's someone pretending to be me, or it's someone pretending to be someone pretending to be me, which is quite interesting at this point. MLC was pretty epic last night. Yep, it was pretty epic. It was pretty. I can't remember a thing about it. All I remember is it went on way too late. I didn't understand why it was going on way too late. I can't remember who was on. That's weird. Oh, it was Gilligan. It was Gilligan, right? On her island. Oh, it was Gilligan and Joseph C, right? I couldn't remember a thing that happened. Metal Gear, Stealthcast is the best intro. Good stuff, Rudy Bagger. Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah. Well, Rudy, don't look at me like that. Don't look at you. Had lots to eat. What is it? The cat's fucking me around. I would semi-final boss. I would just like to be able to contribute to the chat. Well, you're contributing to the chat, so that's wonderful. That's fantastic. Who could that be? Place your bets, everybody. What do you reckon? Who do you think has not shown up or has disappeared and come back again as the semi-final boss? Interesting. Decline host. I just woke up, darling. Thank you, darling. Decline host. We missed you, darling. I have no idea what time it is in. Hang on a second. Okay. You won't be able to hear this shitty microphone. What time is it in New York City right now? It doesn't talk to me. It says 6:48 a.m. So yeah, of course he's just woken up. Oh, stop it. Go away now. Thank you. Okay. Why doesn't it talk to me? Stupid thing doesn't talk. Okay, it says 6:48. Usually it tells me to go Google it. Okay. I just woke up, darling. Exactly. Sup, man? Now it's a chat. Yes, exactly. Decline's here. Decline was getting very upset about some shit the other day. Decline, yo, Metal. Decline, if you ever want to come on, man, and talk shit about if you ever want to get stuff off your chest, this is a place where everybody, all the people that never. Oh, this cat is giving me daggers. All right. I'm going to take a break. All right, Droogs. I'm going to wreck the stream by going to play the long thing. So if you, I don't know what you guys want to do, but I'm going to play a long thing now. And so it's going to be it's like 7 minutes. So you can go do whatever you want to do. But I'll be back. I will be back. And God bless you. Have a great time while I'm away. Oops, that didn't work. Hang on a sec. Hey, Druids, I'm back. Okay, that was wild. So not a ton of you left. So I guess you're digging the visuals, which is nice. All right, so I'm back again. Let's get the old chat. Yeah, I'm back here. I feel incredibly lonely. Get the old chats out again. Here we go. Kicking back off again. So Metal Gear says, "Yeah, you got me in trouble with Stelkos. I'll never forgive you." Yeah, but that's because Metal Gears used to be the mod for. Now the numbers dropped when I came back. That's sad. Yeah, he used to be the mod for fecal piece of shit, and the fecal piece of shit took away his mods wrench, and I don't know if this is the fecal blob, you know, because he's not blocked, he's not banned. I had to unban him so I can block him completely. Drunken, is it true that you have a Hello Kitty carry-on luggage when you travel? No, unfortunately, no. That's because no, unfortunately, no, I don't. And I haven't traveled in quite a while. I have the big remote. What's it called? How do you say it? Remover. I have the biggest one possible because when I travel, I can never decide what to take with me. So I take everything, which is a hassle. But I take a massive suitcase with me, like massive. I could basically go in the suitcase, to be honest with you. Still Chaos Live, yeah, thank you. Me, Drunken Donuts, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Drunken, yes. Don't. Sam wants to love you, but he's taking that sweet, sweet malware cash to troll you. Do you believe that shit? No, he's doing this. He was doing this way, way, way before any of that stuff happened. But no, he's just a bit. The thing is, if he loves me, he will just stay away from me because he's incredibly annoying, and I really dislike him. So the best thing he can do is just stay the fuck away from me, because you'll know when I dislike you. You'll know when I don't like you. You'll know pretty fast because I just don't suffer fools gladly. And I just don't think he likes the fact that I find him to be a complete and utter fool. That's the problem. Life is strange. I hope. Strange, life is strange, life is strange. Oh, my life is strange. Hope it's gonna change. No, yeah. Is that what he says? Oh God, life is good. People come and people go. Okay, that's supposed to be a T-Rex, but it's not my go-to. Oh, I could have loved to go like a planet. I could have sewn your name to the stars. But it really doesn't matter at all. No, it really doesn't matter at all. Life's a gas. Okay, what is it? So is it strange or is it a gas or is it both? I'm a fan of everybody. Drunken, that's the spirit, my darling. But, however, try getting fucking trolled. Try to get followed around everywhere for like months on end by some fucking piece of garbage. You might lose your loving attitude, but God bless you. We need more people like you and less people like me. It's a spite stream, but Soren, is Tune in Tokyo the same as Bristol Cities in rude slang sense? I've never heard Bristol Cities, and I've never heard Tune in Tokyo either. But like I said, I've lived in the East for a long, long time. I've never heard Tune in Tokyo. I know big in Japan, obviously. Tonight, Bristol Cities. Well, Bristol City is a soccer club, which is actually quite famous. Someone based a whole clothing brand on Bristol City FC's strip, which was funny. And of course, Bristol, I know from Massive Attack. Portishead, like Bristol, tricky, you know. Bristol's got a very thriving music scene going on, apparently. But I don't know either of those, Soren. I'm sorry about that. Mumbles, Dr. Funken, we salute you. Where is Dr. Funken? He's not shown up, right? Whoa, you flirt with women online? Unmod me and lose my number. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't. What I was doing was I was trying to assess what this person was. you know, first I didn't know if it was a woman or not. I had no clue, and gradually, I was trying to find out more about them, and I was just having a little investigation. Unfortunately, suddenly it all got very, very real, and suddenly I thought, oh shit, I've got to back out of this very quick. I've got to get the fuck out of Dodge, and yeah, it all kind of blew up in my face. So yeah, to a certain extent, I FAFO'd big time. But at the same time, I had no clue that it was, first of all, DV related, one, two, connected to anybody, you know. So it was all a massive shock for me and massively backfired. So yeah, I did fuck around and find out, but there was certainly no malice of forethought. And one of the main issues was I thought it was just shits and giggles on the internet, and it turned out that person was ready to roll at any minute. You know, they were ready to come to Japan at any moment, and that scared the shit out of me. Honestly, that was the main thing about it, because I don't want to deal with people coming to, you know, hanging around in my building. And because when people are come to hang around, I feel like I have to entertain them. And to be honest with you, as you can tell from this stream, I don't really like entertaining people. You know, I'm kind of selfish in that way. I just like to be left alone a lot of the time. I love Todd Rundgren. Yeah, exactly. So like, we can't like this anymore, but can we still be friends? He wrote that for Babe Buell, who was a very, very famous kind of groupie on the New York punk scene. I think she went out with Iggy, for example, and hello, it's me, which kind of sounds like a bit like a Beach Boys Brian Wilson song. I haven't seen you for such a long time. Yeah, it's very sweet. And also, Todd Rundgren, he also produced records as well. He did like a really good psychedelic furs album before they got very before, I think it was it after they got massive, before they got massive? I don't remember. It's the Americans that made them massive. Yeah. Sorry. I nearly skipped over you. Todd is an excellent producer as well. It's called Forever Now is the album he produced for the Psychedelic Furs. I'm sure he's done a lot of other stuff, but I can't remember. Soren, maybe I think too much, but something's wrong. Maybe I think too much, but something's wrong. Yeah, exactly. Story of my life, that one. A Thompson, stealth. I just ate some Japanese candy. Hi, chews. My stomach hurts so bad. No, it doesn't. Come on. They're for little tiny kids to eat those. They're not going to hurt your tummy. Mumble Sam, I haven't seen Furious super chat in a while. That's so weird, isn't it? That why do they suddenly? How could he do that? How did he have the discipline to do that? Why did you suddenly just stop? Doesn't make any sense, right? I've seen him do it a couple of times in like related streams. For people that come on his stream, he will go in and just not super chat. Sorry, I'm talking free chats here. All right. But it's weird when people suddenly stop doing stuff they're famous for, right? That's kind of weird. There was something else that I was thinking about this the other day, and I was thinking about someone else that did something similar, but it doesn't come to me, of course. Now I need to talk about it. A. Thompson, was Furious a Dixon cheddar? No, he was an MLC guy. I don't know if he went anywhere else, but I didn't know that much about him. I guess he was in MKE as well, I suppose. Decline. Furious paid MLC to have me unbanned from my 11-month ban. Good guy. Jesus Christ. Seriously? Why did you get Decline? I think you'd be an interesting guy to talk to. Why did you have an 11th month ban? And why would he pay that for you, my droog? There's a lot of stuff I don't know about. This is very interesting. And yeah, if he really did that, that's incredibly commendable. The question is, well, what happened to him? You know, but I don't know. I've seen both sides of him, but I don't know. I really don't know, but yeah. Chat, okay, Drunken taking us back into the DV chat, which is fine, which is cool, because I can't bring it up because I really don't know. Chad took a devastating loss to one Anthony Cumia. Do you believe that he should commit Harry Carey? Is Harry Carey a real guy, or was it just a skit on SNL or something? Did he take a devastating loss to Anthony Comia? Wasn't it? I get confused with all these people. I don't pay enough attention. You should have asked Drunken. Dr. Chow was on earlier. You should have asked him that. He's the man. So Chad took a. Anybody in the chat know the answers? I'm going to look. Sorry, Duncan, I'm not your guy. So maybe someone in the chat has answered you. A. Thompson, they recall some high-tube products due to complaints that rubber-like material has been found in the candy. Discovering that a piece of a worker's glove to fall into a cooking but oh my God. I heard sometimes I'll have pasta and I get the pasta that's imported and it's everywhere. I think I talked about this. I think I talked about it before, and it's like a yellow packaging, but it's like very it's something like barata or something, and it's meant to be the really good one, and you get it at all the delis and shit. And then I read online that they're always getting like scandals about the stuff being like tainted and like having stuff growing on them, and like I thought, oh my God. Yeah, but that's Barata. Haichu products. Japanese they heads roll when shit like that happens, you know. But I think Japanese, if anything's going to be clean and okay, Japan stuff is going to be good. I do trust them. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm amazed, but maybe I'm stupid. But I think if you're going to eat any bullshit like that. But I did notice something that I made kind of stupidly. I made grilled cheese. And of course, as it happens, some of the grilled cheese got on the plate, and it basically turns into some gel or some sort of like rubber. It becomes rubber. It's not organic at all. It's like some rubbery substance that I wouldn't feed to the cat. When grilled cheese like solidifies on a plate or something, it ain't cheese anymore. That's for damn sure. But there you go. This is the world we're all living in, boys and girls. I nearly called you Muslim, Slam. Then why are you here, Decline Host? This is better Mumbles. Well, Decline is just a nice dude. He's a good dude. He's I discovered Decline I think I really know most about Decline from being in the Mere Must chat. And people that are in the Mere Must chat, I think they're really cool drugs. A. Thompson, Soren, I think the glove is coming out right now. Oh, that's not nice. But if you've been eating haichus, that stuff is like basically like glue, isn't it? Isn't it just going to get stuck inside you for a few days? Stealth is currently beating them in live views with 0 guests. Well, you're my guests, Mumbles. You're on the screen right now, my drug. You're the stars of this fucking shit show. You're the guests. You're the stars. The commenters, the chatters are the stars. You just have to put up with my English accent as I read all you out as fast as I can. Thompson, half the viewers are guests on the show. That's true also. And half of them are mods as well. But I know you've got a lot of mods in my chat, but literally the mods in his chat are just people that just say yes, yes. And they, like when, when the Dr. Funkin gets on, he basically keeps, Dr. Funkin and Mumbles basically carry the chat. Like yesterday when they went on for some unknown reason, I think it's, honestly, again, I'm being narcissistic, but I think he thinks I'm going to go on. I think he goes on when he thinks I'm going to go on because of the Skeletor, I think, because he released Skeletor and he expected me to come on and talk shit about it or something or do something. Anyway, I didn't. And I don't know, but the chat was like dead. But I don't know. Anyway, I mean, you're the stars of the show, stars of the lid. Half the viewers. Yeah, because if Mumbles is over here, Mumbles is the chat over there. There's only one other chatter, and like awful people with horrible Australian accents. I heard people with nice Australian accents. You have too. They have some of the worst Australian accents in the universe over there. Decline. Sam wanted to be the music and philosophy guy, and he lost to you. That is why he sees at your existence. But thank you, Decline. That's very sweet of you. I haven't got going with the music and well, first of all, I don't think we should really talk about philosophy very much unless you ask me a direct question, because we know that those who know, they don't talk about it. And those who talk about it don't know shit about it, right? And the other thing is we haven't really got going with the music and philosophy and other shit because we're probably going to have to do that over on Rumble if I can figure out how to do it. But what I think I have to do is I have to get something cooking over here in order to take enough people over to Rumble to make it interesting for anybody. So I have to kind of get something going on YouTube, on HiTube, to take it over to Rumble and do like a. I've got an idea. I actually have an idea for a video, for playing videos on, which is not all about me. Can you imagine? I'm not making it all about me for a change. It's not all about me. Look at me. Aren't I great? And listen to the videos I'm telling you to listen to. I think I've come up with a solution for this, which might really work pretty good. It's a shame we can't do it on YouTube. I mean, Dr. Chow would have done it tonight if we could have done. Dr. Chow wanted to talk about music. He wanted to talk about bloody Pavement today, which was crazy. He also talked about Dave Bluntz, who's the guy that wrote for Kanye. Yay. So yeah, there you go. I would love to do that we'll do that. I want to collect, if I can collect enough cool drugs on this stream, then we'll go over to Rumble and we'll all fucking talk about music and philosophy and whatever, bloody sober noodles and whatever, you know. But I think we've got to get something going on here first, drugs. Thanks, Decline. Appreciate you. Decline, you should come on and talk, man. Soren Ringham. Oh boy, A. Thompson, good luck. Yes. A. Thompson's he's getting gummed up. Soren, oh, she's sweet, but a Seiko, a little bit Seiko at night. She's screaming, mama, out my Matsuda. All right, well, Seiko Matsuda, cool. I don't know the original song that you're talking about or you're remixing there. Unfortunately, I don't. I really don't. Kid Curry, what the fuck? Kid Curry. Sweet curry sounds hideous. It's very easy to eat and it's very delicious. It's tasty, but having said that, I haven't touched it in like years and years, like decades probably. Shout out Joy Division. Didn't Kid Curry make the hit song Day and Night? I don't know the hit song Day and Night. Isn't Kid Curry in? Wasn't he in the Cramps? And then there's Kid Creole. Who was in the Cramps? Kid somebody. I don't know. Yeah, I think so, Soren. Yeah, I think so too, Soren. Thanks, Decline. Duncan, did you know that you're only allowed to drive a white car in Turkmenistan? I didn't know that. Thank you for that fact. That's very interesting. But what I do know is that, yeah, I know it's a pretty freaky place. I've read articles about it being a very freaky place. And Turkmen, and the guy the ruler of that place is like, what's it called? The despot. And I know that because I knew a white Russian. Oh, I still do technically. I knew her, but she got fat, but who lives in Kazakhstan. And yeah, so, but she doesn't live in, she actually lives in London right now. But yeah, Kazakhstan's a pretty, it could be a pretty interesting place actually, but Turkmenistan is pretty wild. Drew Talk is a good name for your show. Yeah, Decline, but it's not a show, is it? It's just a shitty stream. And it isn't, we could have sections. If I could get motivated to do it like more than once a week. This Decline, you probably missed it, but this was supposed to be a completely different show. What it was supposed to be was, I was supposed to invite somebody that you all know on and you all like, and he was going to come on and I was going to let him have a show on here. I was going to like basically, okay, this is your show, and his co-host was going to be Chow, and then another guy that you probably all like was going to come on and also talk about, and it was all going to be Dabbleverse stuff. The reason being that I don't know shit about Dabbleverse stuff and I'm not really interested. So poor Chow, like Chow says we have these amazing conversations. The truth is that most of the time I don't know what he's talking about, and the stuff that he's really interested in I don't even know about and I don't care about, except for like music and other stuff, you know. And some of the life forms, of course, but most of it, I don't know. And I know you drugs are also interested in it, and you probably you might be missing Mia Musk, for example. So I thought if I could get Chow on with this guy that I won't say what his name is, and this other special guest, it will be crazy because also it will be my second proper stream, and I'll be producing a show that no one's ever, that's completely unique and no one's ever seen before, and that's kind of interesting. But instead, the guy that I wanted to do it with, he found out he was busy, so everything fell through. So instead, I'm doing a spite stream instead, just doing the same bullshit I always However, I did get to get Cho on as a guest, and that's the first guest I've ever had on, which is pretty cool. So I'm going to cross that barrier now as well. So, you know, so I've done a stream with a guest, so that's kind of fun fucking tastic for me. But yeah, Drew Tug is pretty cool. Yeah, but we can't just be all about Clockwork Orange all the time. Soren, it might not be 100 accurate. I tried to say hit the like button. All right, Soren. 100% accurate. Mumbles Love is the droog I've been dreaming of. Okay. Love is the droog I'm thinking of. Oh, can't you see? Love is the drug for me. Yeah, I'm doing that mid-crisis here. Can't stay limbo up, limbo down. Yeah, sorry. Ain't no big thing. No, it's not what. Ain't no big thing to wait. Okay. Ain't no big thing to wait for the bell to ring. Ain't no big thing the toll of the bell. Yeah, I'm very fuzzy on these lyrics, but thanks, Mumbles. Love is the drug I'm thinking of. Oh, can't you see? Love is the drug got a hook in me. Yeah, I love. It's not my. That's later Roxy music. It's not my favorite. It's not. It was late. You know, it's Siren, and Siren is not my favorite Roxy album by any means. I'm more into the first 4 albums are fucking amazing. Fuck you, comics. I think Sober has a short shelf life. Well, stuff grows in it. Stuff grows in it because it's good stuff. It's nutritious. Guru, Dave Sarah, come on, Dave. Okay, let's jump. I don't like Chad. Yeah, well, everyone hates Chad. So if everyone hates Chad, I'm going to like him now. I just don't like pylons. I don't like bullies. I don't know much about Chad, honestly. I really don't. I suppose, I don't know. I guess Chad does it to himself, I suppose. I don't know much about him. I know that Dr. Chow is a Chad man. He said it today on this stream. Yeah, Dave, Chow appeared, man. Dave, do you want to come? Are you going to come on at some point and tell me what's what? Snap me around a bit. Yeah, but no one likes Chad right now, so I don't know. If everyone's hating somebody, I've got to kind of take their side, right? Decline, Dave. You probably made Chad relapse again. What the fuck is wrong with you? There you go. Decline. The fact you don't remember, but Furious does. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't. Yeah, well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, I really have a bad memory, Mumbles. I gotta tell you, that's the thing. Like a lot of people that talk shit about me, or a lot of people that call me gay and chats and shit, the next day I've forgotten who they are. And also the other problem I have is like with the women that I'm supposed to be hitting on in DMs and everything, I forget which is which a lot of the time. And so there's a lot of problems with this. There's someone called Daytwat who's a bit of a, and there's also someone called another one who's not, who's kind of cool. And I get mixed up who's which, but now I know because I say Daytwat. So if you want to remember who's the twatters, just say Daytwat, and you'll never forget again, even though they change their names all the time. They kind of they've joined a gang, and that gang, there's a gang of people that appear on a certain stream, and they literally run rampant all through. And like, if you see one of them, you see 4 of them at the same time. You don't see one of them at one time. There's always like 4 of them at the same time, and they're all from the same show, which I find rather annoying. Yeah. Who let the cats in? Right. So I fed this is the thing with Catso. It was been staring at me for like, I swear to God, half an hour. And it was before that, it was sleeping right outside. And then, but not sleeping, maybe just, I don't know what it was doing. But then as soon as I let him in, open the door, let him in, but I let him in. And when I played the long intro thing, and then he literally just ate. I gave him some food. He literally ate the treat, those squeezy, kind of weird treats that cats love. I can't remember. I don't know what they're called in English. But when I gave him, he ate that off the top of it and then left. Little bastard. He was just messing around with me. He just wanted to ruin the stream. And look at it. He has done. Dave, Sarah. Oh, anybody? Okay, Joogs. A bit of culture talk. Does anybody know a TV show called From? Which is a stupid name for a show, but it's called From. Okay. And the theme tune to that show is the Pixies. And it's the Pixies version of Que Sera Sera. Okay. Are you following me so far? And I swear to God, it sounds more like Leonard Cohen than Leonard Cohen does. And it's so different to the original. I can't even sing it to you now because I've not heard it long. I don't even really like it. But I swear to God that Frank Black Francis, he sounds more like Leonard Cohen than he does Black Francis. And it's like, when I was trying to do a Leonard Cohen now, it's 4 a.m, the end of December. I'm writing you now just to see if you're better. New York is cold and I like where I'm living. Yeah, Crimax should try that because he's just kind of talking flat in a flat, monotonous voice. Okay, so it's like, when I was just a little boy, I asked my mother, what would I be? But even then, I'm making it too dramatic. It's so flat. It's very Leonard Cohen-esque, and it's the Pixies. It's fucking crazy shit. Anyway, I asked you, who knows if anyone's answered because I'm so far away behind in comments. Dave Sarah, mod host is cute and nice. Decline host. Why? Because he's modded. He didn't ask to be modded. No, Dave. No one asked to be modded here. I mod them. They don't even want to be modded. Okay. I might mod you, Dave. And if you say stop modding me, I will unmod you. But I can't do it on the fly, unfortunately. But apparently, Dave he knows all this tech shit. And Dave said that he'll help me, but he also helped Buckman. So I don't want to be the next guy after he's helped Buckman, if you know what I mean. That's a good mod. No. Okay, listen. Declines a mod because I've modded him. He never asked me to be modded. Nobody here asked to be modded. They're being mods as a favor to me. Nobody has to be a mod. So don't try and embarrass anybody. I'm going to make you into a mod, David. Then what are you going to do? You have a cat. Let's just say that I'm friendly with a feline. Friendly with a feline. And in the dark, all cats are grey. Decline host. I love cats. They're so wonderfully, 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 wonderfully pretty. I didn't sound like anything like him, but I was just... Decline host. I got a bunch of outside cats and now I don't have bird squirrels or any small animals around anymore. They all get killed. Decline. I don't know what kind of... I have both, to be honest, because it works out very well because the birds eat... Because my cat just ate literally none of the food I put out for him, just walked off after he stared at me for 15 minutes, torturing me. And now I'm going to give that cat food to the birds and they love it. I know it's not good for either the cats or the birds, but I'm going to give the cat's leftover food, which always is, because he always tells me to feed him and then doesn't want it. And I'm going to give that to the birds, and the birds love it too. And there's literally a little family of hedge sparrows, and they literally feed their baby, and it's so adorable. But anyway, I digressed. I got a bunch. Yeah, so there's not all this feral shit. But the cat that I fed is a fucking killer. It's a killer. And if I cross a line, he can rip my flesh open without a second glance. Morrissey sold out Wembley, no? I hope so. He deserves to. People that like Morrissey love him. It's like you either love him or you don't or you hate him. And he's a great guy and he's a fantastic vocalist. Jesus. David Serra, Someday I'll tell you about the snakes and cats on Los Amigos. That sounds interesting. Come on here and tell us. Show the cat. Decline. I can't pick him up or he'll rip my arm off. We have an understanding. He's not my pet. We have an understanding. Let's put it that way. But I love him deeply. And yeah, it's bad when you get attached to an animal. A. Thompson, Snipe, Zuich. Oh, God, here we go. He's drumming under a bridge in Japan. He should make you some intro and bumper music. Okay, A, Mr. Thompson. It's pitch black here now. So what is he doing? Has he got like fires going on? It sounds a bit tribal for my... I'm trying to create an atmosphere of like, of Baroque, of like, of high... Well, what am I trying to say? Like, I'm trying to, of class and, a learned, knowledgeable atmosphere, of gentlemen, of taste, and, you see what I'm trying to say? I'm not saying it very well, but forgive me. J-Dub says, Sarah the Chad Slayer is here. Oh, my God. So did Dave do something to Chad? Was Dave on MLC and took Chad down or something? When you're on this stream, you might as well be in Japan right now. We might as well be, like, lost in space. As I say on my X, floating in a tin can, far above the world. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. Chad's a clown. Dave said, yeah, he is, but he's a comedian, right? Jedabs, KB's court jester. Are they still together, or are they split up, or I can't follow all this bullshit. All this, I said, and nobody cared, but I said that the Dabbleverse, most of the shows in the Dabbleverse are basically the, what the fuck is it called? What is Whoopi Goldberg on? The View. The basic, see, I don't know it, and then I say it, and then I know it. It's The View for incels. KB's court jester. But he's not funny though, is he? But I think he's a good ride-along. I think certain guests have to be ride-alongs, and they're just there to keep the host company, basically. And I think like CWC, Clearwater Chad, is a fantastic ride-along. He's just he's kind of fun, I don't mind him at all. He's like a little Buddha. David Serra, not even. All right, so maybe David doesn't like him. J-Dub. This stirring music of old Britannia. Oh yeah, is that the interlude? Uh-oh. Hi, Stealth. Hello, not to Victoria. 444. Decline. Be a man afloat with MGD like the rest of us. Do you really flirt with MGD, Decline? Well, she hasn't shown up in my chat, so how could she possibly be? She's not. How could I possibly flirt with her when she's not shown up? I'm just not interesting enough to be in the chat of. Never. Yeah, Mumbles doesn't play those games. Decline. Not Victoria. Decline. How long has he been going? Yeah, okay, Decline. You're the go-to guy for timing this shit. I can tell you exactly how. You can ask Decline, but Decline hasn't been here the whole time. Maybe he was here at the beginning though, but almost 7 hours, Vic. I passed out halfway through. Spot on, Decline. Yeah, Decline got bored to death. But someone woke him. Dang, diggity dog. Dang, boy. Wow, that's a long time. Mumble Slam, it's funny, Malware's ex looks worse every time she comes on stream. She's getting older, dude. She's not as young as everyone thought she was to begin with. Mumbles, is she around tonight? Because I have no idea if she's around tonight. Is she around tonight? Is she coming back? Does she need to be flushed again? She's all right. She's got problems, that kid, She's all right. I mean, she's fine. When out of sight, out of mind with me, I don't really hold, Morrissey famously said, I hold more grudges than lonely high court judges. But I don't, actually. I do forget about shit, really, especially Dabbleverse shit, because it's not really real to me. It's not really real at all. Decline, it's crazy he lost his girl to bacon bits. Ha ha ha. Nah, well, it's funny. This whole bacon bit, poor bacon bits. Poor bacon bits. I mean, what a poor guy to get all that dropped on. Harry Carey was 100% a real dude. Yeah, but then wasn't there? So there was the real Harry Carey was like a sports commentator. This is me trying to understand American culture. Harry Carey was a sports commentator, but then, I know it was. It was bloody Will, whatever, Anchorman, right? Anchorman did an impersonation, which was very famous, right? And often I will find out about shit through impersonations and like SNL skits and shit rather than the real stuff. Because I don't, unlike most people around here, I don't spend all my time watching old YouTube clips of old American TV. Call me crazy. Yeah, but Harry Carey, it does sound, he wasn't Asian, was he? Decline host from the Mia Must chat. What a legacy. Decline, I'm not good at remembering shit. Jesse Angel back. Can we have a book club? I would like that. We definitely could. We definitely could. I don't know. It's just this medium. Oh, hang on. So Mumbles takes command here. KB called Stealth the Legend, Stealth Casey. Yeah, but then I heard about that, didn't see it, heard about that, and then he invites Panhandler on. I mean, I was thinking about saying, hey, KB, you should get me on with Crimax, mano a mano. But then again, I don't know if I want to go back on. First book is Clockwork Orange, Jesse. Okay, Mumbles, hear me out. Isn't that a bit difficult? Because it literally is a different language, isn't it? A bit difficult. What about 1984? Wouldn't you, to blow someone's mind, but at the same time, it's readable and it's kind of a, there's different levels to it, different layers. Wouldn't you say 1984 is a good one to go with to begin with? And it, I'd go with I mean, Clockwork Orange is thinner, right? The Clockwork Orange is basically a pamphlet. I came across Anthony Burgess. This was on YouTube, by the way. I came across Anthony Burgess reading A Clockwork Orange on YouTube. And the interesting thing about it was only like, I think it was like 45 minutes long or something crazy. Maybe not. Maybe it was 1 hour 45. I forget. But I do remember being surprised at how brief it was. I'll put it that way. All right. So like I was saying, I don't know. But Clockwork Orange is brilliant. But it might be difficult. It might be difficult to read because it's a slightly different. The talking is slang. So it's like reading. Have you ever read Trainspotting? That's all written, and it's probably influenced by A Clockwork Orange, to be honest with you, but that's all written in like Scottish dialect, Scottish brogue of the time. And Clockwork Orange did that first. And that's the only thing, but definitely for Clockwork Orange is brilliant. Kid Congo Powers, he was definitely in the Cramps. I think he was in something else. I can't remember what else it was. Clockwork Orange specifically, Jesse. Clockwork Orange, you can't go wrong. I'm just Mint Diggity. Hi Mint, hope you're doing well, my droog. Viddy well, little brothers. Viddy well, AJ. Yeah, my droogs. Decline. I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. Jake Hudson, guest appearance inevitable. Decline. I can't deal with Jake. I cannot deal with Jake. So you know what I do? Whenever I see Jake come into a chat, I ask him to buy me a coffee. So he never bothers me. Just whenever you see Jake in a chat, just say, Jake, could you buy me a coffee, please? And he'll never bother you. Jesse, yeah, I would like to see the cat. Yeah, we'd like to see the cat. We'd like to go for a walk around the block and go for a walk and talk. And you can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you fuck up the song. But if you try sometimes, you just might find You get what you need. Yeah. Have you noticed when people try to impersonate me, they all sound like Mick Jagger? They all sound like Mick Jagger, like the impersonation Mick Jagger. Decline. He's locked in now. Who's locked in? Show the cat. Sorry, Droogs. We'll get. Was it AJ? We'll get AJ to come on with his cat and show his cat to us. A. Thompson send Nanav live the link. A. Thompson, I think you're spending too much time on watching YouTube. Don't you dare. Ooh, don't you dare. AJ, Z-Man is rich. Good, more power to him then. I think we ride the similar bikes. Mumble Slam, Chow is also responsible for J-Mao. Yeah, he is. But listen, no, but Chow will tell you. And since Mincin, he was in the chat for a minute. Chow will tell you if you say Chow says 100% it's him and Mint. He doesn't take full credit for J-Mao. He says it's him and Mint. So he says Mint Diggity also made J-Mao. And I remember I wasn't sure. I thought Mint was kind of supporting Chow, or he just liked it and he was riffing on it. But according to Chow, and I've asked him about this, he was 50-50 with Mint. So Chow says it's him and Mint Diggity created J-Mo. But to think that J-Mo went from a kind of a joke who was in his car and no one watched, to now he's the co-host on BYB, which is, long running, quite a famous, well-watched stream that had Anthony Cumia on it the other night. That's really something and literally that was Chow and Mint Diggity doing that. And now, of course, J-Mo is too famous to come in my chat. So there you go. He's way above us all now. He's like, J-Mo was like the first panda handler. Don't worry, I'll never sing for you again. Mumbles, you might come on. And if you come on, you might sing. You never know what might happen. What about Terry meets Judy, Waterloo Station? No. Terry meets Judy. Sad. What evening is it? I can't. Oh, I fucked it up. Sorry, Mumbles. Sorry. But I won't feel alone as long as I gaze up Waterloo sunset. I am in paradise. I'm all over the place on that one. Sorry about that. Stealthy feuding with a lot of people now. Not really. I'm not. I don't actually set out to feud with anybody. I find it tiresome and annoying to feud with people, especially people I consider below myself. And believe me, I consider a lot of people below me. And when I consider people below me, I want them to below me. No, sorry, that's the obvious gag. When I consider people to be below me, I want them to leave me the fuck alone, right? I don't want to feud with anybody. I really don't. Stokers, you have the best nickname for cheddars. Day twat. Yeah, well, that was a good one, Metal Gears. That was, but it's right there. I mean, everyone must have thought about it with Day Twat, but she changes her name around. So she was kind of like pandering to me, and then she was kind of being talking shit about me behind my back. But last time I was around, she was literally coming for me with like 4 of the other ones as well. Because there's 3 of the other ones. There was like 4 of them in the same chat, or 4 of them from the same panel. And they really band together, and they all want, they all go in for you at the same time. I think it was in Anal Rangers chat. Jesse Angel, that's true. Jesse, my angel. Mint Diggity, sorry, Stealth. Long night. Next time. I know, Mint. Have a great night. Thanks for showing up at all. Shuli music. Isn't that like Fiddler on the Roof? Tell Furious again, no one asked to be modded. Dumbass, he's not sniping this. Surely he's not sniping this. Okay. Furious, darling Furious. You weirdo. First of all, cam up, you coward. Secondly, no one has to be modded. Mumbles never has to be modded. Mumbles has been in your bloody stream like every week for like last many months, much to my chagrin. However, he's on here now. He never has to be modded, and it's kind of cool of him that he's hanging out just for old time's sake, because we used to be great pals before some shithead kind of tore us under. There you go. I hope that works for you, Mumbles. Yeah. Mint, my cat fought a snake the other day. Snake got rolled. Wow. Yeah, I was watching. I keep mentioning this stream. If you want to know more about Japan, there's a stream called Abroad in Japan, and he's traveling through in the mountains of Japan. It's very, very beautiful and amazing. And in that, there's one of these abandoned houses that a couple took over and they renovated, and they were talking about how one of their cats was in the garden with like the most deadly, poisonous, venomous Japanese snakes, and the cat just wanted to play with it. So but that's super scary because they also said if they need to take the animal to the vet, it's going to take them 2 hours to get to the vet. So that's super scary, isn't it? Like, if you love something, it's the responsibility of love is a heavy burden. Heck yeah, Mint, they are beasts. Yeah, well, cats are amazing. They're fucking amazing creatures. Mumble R.I.P. to Crimax's cats, which he seems to love just as much as he loves his guitars and making music, obviously. Mumbles, cats are vicious, man. Biggest killers in the history of animals. Yeah, but they look so cool when they're doing it, Mumbles. Gotta give them a pass, man. Hey, look at Zoich's channel. Droog, I wouldn't mind, but I will later. Genta, modded lady. Good morning, Genta. Thank you. Thanks for joining. We're having a bit of we've all guys over here right now. It's only guys and gays, and thank God we got a lady. We had Jessie. We have all the J's, the cool ladies. Thank you for showing up because not a lot of ladies are showing up today. I don't know what I could possibly have done to offended everybody. Fuck chats. Yeah, Mumbles likes to do the F something. I'm sure he had a few FSKs as well down the line, but that's cool. Yeah, Mumbles does it very succinctly. Morning, Genta. Yes, exactly. Never. Haha. MGD has bigger balls than most dudes around here. Yeah, that's what we're kind of afraid of. Facts, Mint, says Decline. Oh, there she is. Oh, well, she has. Hello, MTD. Well, of course she's going to show up if Mint's in the chat. And look, Mint's sticking around for a bit. Sorry I'm so late on everything. The resident rat is here. The resident rat came and went, I believe. Sent out the rats. Okay. Are you calling MTD the rat now? That's not nice. Uh-oh. Semi-final boss. Still waiting for you to free me. No, you're free. You're unblocked. You're unblocked. If it's you, you're unblocked. You're definitely unblocked because I need to unblock you and for me to block you. So I went out of my way to unblock you. And I did. I think you're unblocked. Try it. From chat prison, you're unblocked. I need to unblock you so I can block you again, and you're going to get blocked again, my friend, because Mumbles doesn't like you. Sorry, Mumbles, I had to throw you under the bus on that one. They love throwing people under the bus, don't they? Mumbles, I still don't even understand what the gotcha with Malware's X was, and they've recycled this bit a few times now. I'll tell you what it is, Mumbles. I'll tell you what it is. It's because I hold myself up to be slightly kind of a virtuous person, right? With principles and morals. And I hold myself accountable to certain standards, I believe. And a lot of people find that very pretentious and very pompous of me, and they don't like me doing that. And they don't like me. A lot of people, people like to rib, good-natured rib, and they like to talk shit, and they like to gang up on people, talk shit about people. And I'm like, oh, I don't like bullying. I don't like piling on. So I hold myself up to this kind of moral crusader. And I think a lot of people don't like me doing that. So by bringing on this woman, and like, the thing was, the gotcha was that I was hitting on somebody that I was supposed to be a friend of knowingly. That's the gotcha. I hit on someone I'm supposed to be a friend of knowingly, and I was trying to get sex out of them, basically. I think that's it. And I'm desperate. So there's a bunch of gotchas here. The other one is that I'm desperate enough to have to offer people money to fly them in, which was quickly dispelled. First of all, that I was going to pay any money, or B, that I was offering to fly anybody in. But again, a lot of lies got told anyway. But yeah, none of it, anybody that knows me for 2 seconds knows none of this makes any sense. But I think basically what they wanted to do was drag me down into the mud so that anything that I say now has got no moral authority, and I'm a hypocrite, and whatever I say. So if I said to you, Mumba Slam, I think you're a liar, you say, yeah, but didn't you send that DMs to that girl, and didn't you send her a playlist, and didn't you want to? That's everyone uses that as their go-to. It's the get out of jail free card with Stealth Chaos. So if I say you're a bully, you're a liar, they'll say, yeah, but didn't you send that girl? So it's become this communal, like, lucky charm for these people. They think that if they have any dispute with me, they only have to conjure up this bullshit. So that's what it's for. So basically, I know and you know that in the Dabbleverse, like hitting on young girls and like flying them over and all the rest of it, it's supposed to be player shit, right? Isn't that supposed to be a cool thing to do theoretically? It's just the fact that they know that it's not me, and it bothers me that they're saying that shit about me. That's why they're doing it. So I guess it's my own fault. But again, at the end of the day, I was trying to suss out this person. I was sort of like, I wasn't being 100%. I wasn't serious about, I didn't want them to come to Japan at all, which was one of the first reasons I got spooked. And I didn't know who it was, or I didn't know they had any sort of like any connection with the Dabbleverse, or I would have run away straight away because of exactly what happened. That's the truth. Because of exactly what happened was exactly the reason why I would have wanted nothing to do with them. But I was investigating them. I was trying to profile them and find out more about them, and find out, because they were strange, and I wanted to find out more about them, and I was bored, and that's my karma for me. So bit me on the ass. I don't think I deserve to get all the shit I got, but what the fuck? What is it? A year ago? It's over a year ago now. So who gives a shit, right? Panhandler is a sycophant. Well, it's in the name. He's a pandahandler. He's a panderer. He's a panderer. It's not a problem for me that he's a sycophant. It's the fact that he tries to create this image of him being a I hate everybody guy when he's really the opposite. So it's very disingenuous. It was a joke. Decline. Honestly, looking at all the evidence, I truly feel like malware may be more successful than bacon bits. Yeah, that's funny. But at the same time, never ever base, and I know this is not aimed at Decline House, but I just need to say this for my own sanity. Never base success on monetary wealth, boys and girls. Never, never, ever, ever. Never base it on the amount of sex you're getting. These things, don't base it on this bullshit. It's all bullshit. And anybody that is doing this whole, oh, look at all this money I've got, look how successful I am. Oh my Jesus H Christ. Okay. But anyway, that's all right. They're telling you who they are, and that's fine. It's good that people are honest, at least. Mubbles, it's small, but you have to take your time reading it. Oh, yeah, Clockwork Orange, yeah, because you have to work out what the hell they're saying. But I think there's a glossary in the back, right? And you can get a glossary online as well. But I actually looked into it thinking I was going to speak a lot more NADSAT, Clockwork Orange speak, on this stream, on these streams. But I thought, I can't be bothered. There's not that many kind of cool words, Decliners, Bacon Bits never even posted his bitch. I don't know where Bacon Bits came from. I don't know where Beef Tips came from. I don't know where these people came from. I hardly know where fucking Echo Pineapple. See, Echo Pineapple showed up in Climax's chat. That's why I know these people, because one day they all showed up in Climax's chat, and suddenly we all had to deal with them all. I feel bad for everybody. But like Bacon Bits, I don't think he's a bad guy, right? He just looks kind of lost a lot of the time. I don't know. I don't know much about the dude. And you watch his streaming, you never find out one fucking thing about the guy, right? But I don't think he's a bad guy. He might be a lazy guy. He might be he might have had issues in the past, but he's always been kind of nice to me, to be honest with you. Even when I talked shit to him, because I'm like, why the fuck are you, you're sitting there on your ass watching clips and doing fuck all. I kind of got took umbrage at that. But at the end of and then he's just kind of, he's kind of nice back to you. So it's hard to be upset with, like, you know, like meek and mild people, you know. I like it when Crimax says, like, the meek shall, and he uses the meek shall inherit the earth as like an insult. He thinks when he's saying the meek shall inherit the earth, he's saying, goddamn meek, you know, fuck the meek. I think he's literally upset at the meek, and I don't know what he's actually. He's just confused, I suppose. Okay, I don't understand. Yeah, Bacon Bits. You can hate him for doing a lazy stream and going. He goes live at any possible opportunity as well, right? But you know what? If you don't watch him, it's easier to forget about him, to be honest. Except when other people try to drag him into drama, he's just not. You know, I don't think he's a drama guy. I don't know. Mumble Slam, I read Trainspotting too. Yeah, that's hard to get through too. Jesse Angel, you tell me what to read and I will. Oh, is that Mumbles or is that me? Because that's kind of. Sorry, I don't want to get creepy. Yeah, sorry, I don't want to get creepy. Sorry, Jesse. Jesse, darling, Angel, baby. I think I say 1984, honestly. And there's a movie as well, which might also, like, you can kind of watch the movie, and I don't know if you read the book then watch a movie, or if you watch a movie then read the book. But I think you might enjoy them both. But I'd say 1984, but definitely Clockwork Orange. For me, Clockwork Orange, 1984. And I'm not going to make you read it, but there's another book called Notes from the Underground by Fyodor Dostoevsky. And if you don't mind books in which everyone has the same name and everyone's called Sasha, but actually Notes from the Underground is extremely, extremely short too. But yeah, darling, have you read Scott Fitzgerald and stuff? Have you read The Great Gatsby? That's cool. Have you read Farewell to Arms by Hemingway? That made me cry, babe. Anyway, but yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know what to tell you, darling. I could look. Maybe I'm gonna Google it. Google AI, like the most. I know there's a lot of shitty books now that you won't like because I know politically you're a very cool lady. But you know, most of the books if you like AI'd it, I bet they're all African people, Nigerians, or like bloody or Somalian book authors telling you women's stories of struggle. But yeah, but 1984 and Clockwork Orange are definitely vital texts for understanding the 20th century. Mumbles, way better book. What did I make? Oh, Trainspotting 2. Trainspotting, don't read Trainspotting. Is Jesse, are you convincing poor Jesse to read Trainspotting, Mumbles, you goddamn. How dare you? You're messing with it. Though it's a great film, again, Jesse. I'm a speed reader, so I can do any book. Wow. Jesus. I don't know, though. I think I don't know, though. Are the books supposed to be sped read? I think, Jesse. Have you read Thomas Hardy? Thomas Hardy, Droog? But I don't know. Thomas Hardy might be wild for you, but I don't know. Magdalena, that's a beautiful name. There's a really beautiful A Perfect Circle song called Magdalena, which I can't sing because I can't remember any of the lyrics. But Magdalena is a beautiful name, biblical. Comics karaoke streams need to be addressed. I've kind of like said shit about it. The thing was really upset me, Magdalena, is the fact that he started, the minute he had me blocked, he started to sing Roxy music and Japan songs, which was bad enough. But the real thing that really hurt me was he literally, and this is a quote, you know, paraphrasing, he said, like, I don't think most of you in the chat will have heard of Roxy music or Japan, so I'm pleased that I can introduce it to you. Okay? When anybody that's been watching any of these ghastly fucking streams from the past, back when he was actually, you know, he was climbing in relevancy and people were actually enjoying it when they watched it, and I was guesting quite often, they will know that it was me. He never sang, and it was me that would go on and sing him like bits of Bowie or Japan or possibly Roxy. No, Roxy's not my go-to because Ferry's such a, you know, I mean, I love it though, but Roxy's my type in my top 5 or at least my top 10. But the fact and he then, but that people know that it was me that was talking about Japan and Roxy when he was going on about his god awful fucking Durag, you know, Duran Duran. He's a Duran Duran man. He's a simpleton. And then I would say, man, but don't you know that Duran Duran is just a copy of? It's just a pure copy of Japan, coming off of who also took a lot from Roxy Music. So literally, it's on stream me telling him about, you know, that Duran Duran's a joke and Roxy Music and Japan are the. And then he goes on. He literally goes on and lies and simply says, I'm telling you about this for the first time. So there you go. Maybe he's telling like NLO trolls for the first time. But I don't know. Sorry, I digress. Sorry, Magdalene. You got me started, darling, you see. Comics is just he's the fucking worst. He's one of them. Mumble, speed reading isn't absorbing. Yeah, I don't know how you can do that, Jesse, but God love you. If you can do that, it must be great for passing exams. Decline host, I asked Jake to lend me some money one time and he didn't take it well. Just ask him to buy you a coffee, Decline. That's the polite way to do it. That's how I get away with it. So it's worked for me. They were MGD Mumbles. He's been going like almost 8 hours. Yeah, I know, it's terrible. Yeah, it's it's less than 7.5 hours actually, so it's not that great. How long are we gonna do this? At some point I want to play a clip, boys and girls. How fast do you think I'm going to be kicked off? Decline us. Does anyone still think Karmik is a good guitar player after seeing his karaoke? I'm pretty sure he's a good guitar player, Decline. I don't think he's a. But you know what he said, Decline. Guess what he said? And I hope other people heard this. I swear to God, if you've not heard it yourselves, you're going to think I'm lying. I'm making it up. At one point, he said he doesn't really want to be a guitar player. He wants to be a vocalist. He shifted, and that came after he was getting some pretty intense show your bass, you fucktard. He was getting a lot of intense show your bass action in the chat. And suddenly, after that, he shifted to I want to be a vocalist. Then cue him blocking me, cue him starting to do karaoke streams. Interconnected? I really don't know. Mint, there he is. The man, the mint, the legend. Mint Diggity, taking a break from whatever else more important he's doing and showing us some things that I can't read because I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer, baby, so why don't you kill me? Yeah, isn't it funny? Like suddenly Crimax is a massive, what's we call it, fan. The Mormon. Oh no, he's not. He's a Scientologist, isn't he? Beck. See how my brain works. I can't get it for like literally was that 10 seconds or 15 seconds. I got it eventually though. It does come up. J Mao is like another dimension. Chow. It's weird. J Mo, it's like, you know how the fecal blob and looks like a bunch of other people. He's literally like a phenotype for life forms. I don't want to get too chow in your ass, but like everybody looks like a load of people look like Final Boss. Load of people look like J-Mo as well. Have you noticed that? I mean, I'm trying not to. I mean, it's hard for me, not anyone with a beard kind of like, but there's a J-Mo phenotype too. It's bad. Everyone ends up looking the same and talking the same and sounding the same and having the same opinions. When all man's in uni fought, power's great, by with sticks taught, no pain, no joy, no power too great. Colossal minds to grasp but fade, sad-eyed man and cat. Sorry, that's an old Bowie track, and I was fucking it up big time. Hey Thompson, can you think of a band you did not like at the time they came out, but now you like? All right, I can definitely. Hey Thompson, I've said this before. Recently, I've heard the music I like so many times, so often. And literally, I've heard most good music there is and most cool music. I started to listen to bad music that I actively hated. And through that process, I ended up really loving early Alice Cooper and B, more than Alice Cooper, to be honest. I shouldn't have gone straight to Alice. I don't know why I did. Early Peter Gabriel Genesis, which I used to hate with a vengeance. And the reason I used to hate it was because things like with electronics and synthesizers, the technology advanced so quickly that a lot of the early stuff sounds crap. And like it's only really, really amazing bands like Kraftwerk that manage to sound timeless, because electronic music, because anything that tries to be futuristic ends up looking old-fashioned for some. It's really weird. It's a weird paradox, but it happens in movies too. Anything that tries to be futuristic ends up looking the most old-fashioned and out of date. And you've got to be amazing to get around that. So like Alien got around that, Solaris got around that. But anything that tries to look super, I guess to a certain extent, yeah, of course Kubrick got around it. I mean, he doesn't always. But yeah, like, so early Genesis, the sound of Tony Banks synths can often sound awful, but his piano playing is, I like the sound of a piano, and I like the sound of a harp more than probably any sound in the world. And the sound of his piano is very beautiful, but when he starts to play some weird, some of it's okay, some of it sounds incredibly dated, but I really got into early Genesis basically because in terms of lyrics, I think Gabriel was off the charts. And it's so English, and because I don't live in England, listening to early Genesis is literally like, without having to get on a plane, it's like literally walking into an English meadow. And certain movies like that too. But with Genesis, it is so English, and it's so beautifully English. Yeah, so early Genesis, A. Thompson. For some reason, I thought you were asking Mumble Slam that, but it's cool that you just asked. Can you? JMO rules, okay, AJ. Well, he's too big time to come in here. That's for sure. Jesse answered Felicia. Oh, let's not say her name. Ron Fuddle said Karmic can't play guitar. Yeah, well, they're just lashing out. They were just lashing out at each other, as you know, like broken-hearted lovers often do. The guy, he hasn't. I don't know any musician. Like, there's like, what's he called? We were talking about him earlier. The guy that does clips. God bless him. The original Dario. What's he called? But there's a guy that did streams. You don't see him around that much. Deft. Brandon Deft. See how my brain works, boys and girls? I do know it. It just takes a little bit of time. It buffers. So Brandon Deft, right? He had like, he when he streamed, he had like a room full of guitars there. God bless him, right? And he played guitars on stream all the time because he's a musician. And when you're a musicians sleep with their guitars. Am I correct? I've never been a musician, unfortunately. God damn it. But yeah, he slept with his guitars. Musicians sleep with their guitars. Drummers sleep with their drumsticks. Karmic says he's got them locked away somewhere and he refuses to get one out. He's a bullshit lying motherfucker. Okay, sorry. Spite stream. Bit of spite coming out on the spite stream. Oh, hang on. No good guitar player never fixed their amp for decades and keeps their instruments in storage. Thank you, Mumbles. Exactly, my man. This is exactly what I'm saying. It's unheard of. It's ridiculous. It's like that. So, Deft, there's another guy, Cat Diggler, who hasn't shown up either tonight. Cat Diggler, he's a musician too. He's got guitars. You see guitars in his background. I'm not a musician, so you see like a cell wall in my background. But I'm an artist of a different kind, shall we say. But yeah, it's just ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. But you know what, Mumbles? If you think about it a bit more, pull back a bit, maybe he doesn't know how a musician is supposed to act even. Maybe he's so alienated from the act of creation and the act of being a musician and the act of creating, real music with soul and vibrancy and urgency. Maybe he just doesn't know what a musician does, which is he doesn't know that musicians love their guitars and like literally have them around at all times, all the day. Maybe he just doesn't know that much about musicians. Because like when you follow Duran Duran, if you think Duran Duran is the peak of human creation, human creativity, what the fuck? You don't know anything about musicians. I mean, Duran Duran, you have to suspect them of just, having session musicians in the studio, right, when they make an album, right, and getting Simon Le Bon on to sing badly. Fucking awful, fucking awful. But anyway, is he live? He can't go for that guy. There's one guy that can't go for 7.5 hours. He's been trying. Have you noticed how long his streams got since I did the 10 hours? His streams got a lot longer. I'm just saying. And he's talking to the chat a lot more when he's not getting money. And he says, oh, this, because originally this is supposed to be a chat stream, me just talking to the chat. Yet, one of the things he hated about me going on, and what he'll often say when he goes on a rant about me, he'll say, oh yeah, all he does is talk to the chat. He hated me for talking to the chat. And yet he says it was all about him talking to the chat all the time, don't you know? Anyway, sorry, I'm basically bullying a retard at this point. It's not a good look. Decline. Did she, Jesse? Yeah, she did. Felicia. Yeah, of course she did. But what does she know anyway? Jess said she asked him to play for her and he never did, so she doesn't think he can. Of course not, Jesse. What are we doing here? We've all been living a massive lie. We've all been. Okay, here you go. I'll chip in. So this idiot made him a cardboard guitar for no reason and then donated the cardboard guitar and sent it to him. What the hell he was thinking, I have no idea, but somehow he made a lovely replica guitar, sent it to this fucking idiot, and then he had that on stream every time afterwards. He had it on stream every time, and he pretended to play it too on stream. A cardboard guitar. So if you thought, forget about the broken amplifier, and like, all he had to do was hold it up to, if you hold it up to a mic, it's basically an acoustic anyway. Yeah, it's not perfect, but you can get something out of it, right? And I'm a complete non-musician, but he loved having that cardboard guitar on. He loved pretending to be playing guitar with the cardboard guitar, and then of course, as we know, the idiot fucking moron, he spazzed out and destroyed the guitar, probably in a musician-related anecdote or something. And then, but my God, somebody that loved a cardboard guitar that much, do you think if they had any sort of anything that, like a broomstick, to hold in a guitar shape, he played his own goddamn leg. That's how much he wanted a prop guitar. So if he had a guitar within a 50-mile radius, you can be sure he would have got it and pretended to play it. Just pretended to play it. Dang. Why is everyone saying dang? Is that the new word? Is that the new MLC word? Felicia looking good. No, Min, please no. I'm gonna. They have filters, my darling. But it's showing you people's character shows through. It doesn't matter if you're a supermodel. It doesn't matter what you look like. People's character does eventually to show through. It does. It really does. And I swear to God, well, you don't have to take it from me, but being around someone that's not a cool person just because they're attractive, it's unworkable. It's unworkable. I don't care who you are. It's simply just it's undoable. It's just not worth it. And you'll see that in real life all the time. It's not worth it. It really isn't. They're just people that are bad souls, that dark souls, or, parasites, negative energy parasites. It's just too horrible to be around. It really is. And it'll make you ill eventually. Yeah, you carried water for him. Come on, Mumbles. Come on. We're all going to join hands and we're all going to get on here, because she was a mod. And Mumbles, you were a excellent mod as well. So I'm not going to bring that up now. But come on, let's be friends. Come on, let's turn a new page here. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, you blocked me over him. You blocked Mumbles. Oh no. Don't block Mumbles. Mumbles was the Jesse. If Karmic has a best female mod, he's also got a best male mod. Oh, he's got two. He's got A Thompson, and A Thompson's here too. So I better say something nice. He had two fantastic male mods, not models, mods. One called A Thompson, one called Mumbles, and they were both fucking fantastic. And then Jesse came in later, but you shouldn't have touched those OGs. You really shouldn't, Jesse. That was a bad look. I think Felicia is cool. She looks like an average weight chick. Yeah, there's A Thompson proving he lives in Thailand. No, she looks special. She does, but there's like she looks like she's got the skin is stretched very, very tightly over something kind of like alien, and I don't mean an alien, I mean the alien. Loving the alien. Yeah, but A Thompson likes to do shit. He likes to say, oh, I think Felicia's cool. So Mint, I know you're like saying Felicia's cool right now, but A Thompson did it first, all right? He's been doing that for years now, and I've been fighting with him. No, I've just been living with him, actually. It's better not to fight with A Thompson. Everyone just be friends with A Thompson because he moves in mysterious ways. He moves in mysterious ways. Thank you. Yes. Oh, please. You're the one who left. Ooh. I didn't block you. Sounds like a song lyric. Not Victoria, 444. That was Sad Timmons rip. Oh, by the way, not Victoria. I mentioned this. I think I just said it on the stream, but someone was talking about how the number 4, oh God, it was in Granny, so no one was watching. They were talking about how the number 4 in Asian countries is unlucky. It's like 13. Now, somehow they were actually right, but it's Japan. And the reason the number 4 is 13 in Japan is because to say 4 you pronounce it shit. And that's also the word for death in Japanese. So you've basically got not Victoria, death there. So it's pretty close to 666, So in Japan, sometimes there will be no 4th floor in, though I don't know. That's what I've heard. But yeah, 4 is an unlucky number. 4 is the unluckiest number that I've ever heard. My throat's going to go. Thompson, farm cats are different stuff. They are not pets. I understand, but his cats were very, very... The cats we saw back in the early days of the brown chair regime, those cats were extremely sweet and very beautiful and very, very friendly, extremely affectionate, seemingly. There's a reason Egyptians worship them. Yeah, I'm glad we're all cat lovers here. Victoria is here. Yes, she is. Thompson, very well spotted. R.I.P. Timmons. Yeah, exactly. I forgot the name. I think I was the first person to ask about Timmons, actually. I was also the first person to ask, do you believe in borderlines as well? Stealth Dream is unironically the best new stream around. Well, you're saying the best new stream. So I think it is literally the newest stream. So it might be the only new stream. So in which case it is the best one. But yeah, I've got good chatters. As long as I've got good chatters, we've got a good stream. That's the be all and end all of it. I've not blocked nor timed out anyone, nor will I. Well, that's not a good mod, though. I mean, there's some shit talkers you could have taken out today, Mumbles. Decline, I agree, Mumbles. Decline, you're fired as well. Not really. Did you hear my fake laugh, boys and girls? I've got a fake laugh, and when I laugh, it's only to ingratiate, and because I'm a fake and a liar. Okay. Mint. Oh, no, you DM'd. Oh, hang on, I forgot to put it up. Mint says, I never fell for it. Who? What? Oh no, you DM'd somebody. It's like Mint talking to someone in the chat that we can't see, or is it just me that's dumb? Victoria, would you take the flight? No. Yes, she would. She wants to come to Japan, but her and I shall never meet. Stop being silly, A. Thompson. Don't encourage her, A. Thompson. She gets flirty. I think she was drunk earlier. Mint. I guarantee Bacon Bix never even chilled. With a 10. Mint. Don't be influenced by horrible people. Tolkien, what the fuck, dude? Tolkien study has arrived. Tolkien study has arrived. Hi, stuff. Right, I was desperate to get. You'll know Tolkien study from Comics Chat. He's like a king of the Comics Chat, but also I kind of hate the guy because he'll come in and like talk to Karmic like he's not retarded, and he will make really good music requests. So I'm saying, oh, don't say that to him. Don't tell him about that, or he'll bring like really cool stuff in as if Karmic will understand, and he doesn't realize that Karmic is retarded. And also Tolkien goes on streams, so eventually we will have Tolkien on here, and we'll talk about music and we'll talk about culture and stuff. Because what we're doing here is we're assembling an elite crew of people that know about culture and know about music, and also have a sense of humor, and also know how to talk shit as well, but in a interesting, funny way. And that's kind of what we're trying to do. But we'll see how that all works out. Every time I make a plan, it all goes to shit. Anyway, Tolkien, thanks for showing up, dude. It's been a night of very few chatters, but we've kept it going somehow. Somehow, a small band of Spartans have managed to keep the hordes at bay. Mumble, some of these came from Mersh. No, it's like getting crabs. Oh, the chatters. Well, I don't know about Mersh enough to be able to verify that. I've got to uncross my legs now, boys and girls. Okay, right, I'm back. Yeah, maybe, I don't know where they came from, but definitely there's a huge influx of these people. And a lot of them are basically, all they do is talk shit about people and like to dunk on people. Like even in MLC, which is a famous shit-talking outpost, we'd get, like on a Saturday night, we'd get super, there's a lot of camaraderie there, but a lot of these people, they just want to see people suffer. Yeah, he's Canadian. Oh, we're talking bacon bits. Yeah, I don't know much about him. Yeah, I hate Canada. I do, but I like what's it called? Trailer Park Boys. I do. I think I saw. If I was running Mia Musk, I would have done the whole thing about people in the Dabbleverse of Trailer Park. Basically, they're all characters from the Trailer Park Boys, especially Crimax. Crimax is basically he's Bubbles mixed with Ricky. Literally, and maybe also the except he's not really into hip hop, but the fact that he wants to be a musician as well. But yeah, so it's literally Trailer Park Boys, to be honest with you, a lot of it. And there's also the park, the guy in charge of the park running around. There's some of them in the chat as well, in the Dabbleverse, and also the guy that loves hamburgers. And he's always never wears a shirt. What's it? He's not called Ricky, but it's something like Ricky. But that guy, he's like a Final Blob archetype as well. Unwanted chatters, yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, as long as they don't spend like years trying to like dig up bad photographs of you and clip you in like when you're looking awful, and like try to quote you out of they spent a year trying to make you look as bad as they possibly can. That's when you think, oh, maybe this person is maybe not just trying to be he's not just like a chatter. Maybe there's something else going on here. Anyway, Tolkien study, I digress. Tolkien study, yeah, he does, lol, yeah. Gatekeeping is needed. Yeah, and who we got to gatekeep? Rochi. Fantastic. Not to me. You can be a gatekeeper, Mumbles. People that still have to prove themselves are not modded here. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. I'm not blocking people, but they're unmodded. So I wouldn't like to be unmodded but I just trust the mods to be too bored to want to mod, I don't think, my mods are people that can take people out with their words, with their chats. They don't necessarily have to block people, but that's just my opinion. Tolkien, yeah, 1984 is good to start. Tolkien, Jesse, if you're still around, Jesse, my angel, if you're still around, Tolkien, I would like you to come on at some point. Tolkien, has anyone ever told you you look just like Tim Heidecker? Because I saw a clip of you on Husey, and you literally look like a young Tim Heidecker or a younger Tim Heidecker. So, and I know Tolkien's a big Tim Heidecker fan. I think maybe I should dox him. Maybe I should have let him say that himself. But you know, you can talk to Tolkien about a shitload of stuff. So I was begging Tolkien to show up on here. And a lot of you guys, you can have great conversation with Tolkien. He knows a shitload. And also he goes on streams as well. So I will get him on. And I think that'll be interesting for everybody. Magdalena, good call, my angel. She has me blocked. Somebody has you blocked. Not Victoria Mumble. She has so many blocked. Felice. Yeah. Ron Fuddle blocked me and kept saying I never unblocked somebody, and then unblocked me again on the day she split with Kami Baby. And then she blocked me again on the day on MLC I called her a sociopath. So there you go. I guess, I mean, I can't be too surprised. Soulcast Live. Okay. Magdalena says, Master and Margarita. Now, Magdalena, I can't remember who wrote it, but I think it's kind of overrated because I expected something really dark and satanic, and it's kind of like a comedy, isn't it? Bulgakov. Is it Bulgakov? Bulgakov. Yeah, but it's Russian. Master Mag, I don't know, you know, because Russian stuff, we're talking about like book club recommendations, and I think Master and Margarita, though it has a cat in it, which is always good, I kind of think that because it is pretty Russian. Oh, I tell you what, I tell you about. I'd recommend Camus, The Outsider, because that's thin and that's kind of punchy, and I think we've all felt a bit like that. I've always felt like an outsider, and the fact that but Hemingway, yeah, Mint. I actually shouted out a farewell to arms because it's Hemingway, but at the same time, it's very romantic. It's got a beautiful love story in it. So, because we were recommending for Jesse, you know, 1984 also, spoilers, has a beautiful love story in it. Or kind of, well, yeah, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful love story. It's like the last flower trying to poking up through concrete rubble. Their love story, you know. God damn it, you know, Winston and Julia. Julia, sun and moon calls me, so I sing the song of love, Julia. So every time I start off singing or vocalizing, it sounds like shit, and hopefully it gets a bit better. Hopefully. MGDDDD. Okay. I know it's hilarious. Hemingway is him. Yeah, Hemingway. I would recommend A Farewell to Arms. Though I don't think ladies enjoy, I'm being sexist here, I guess. I don't think they enjoy war stories, but there's an incredibly beautiful love story in the middle of that one too, which for Hemingway to pull off was quite, you know, Hemingway's a bit of a man's man, isn't he? Theoretically. Okay, Master and Margarita is very, very good. Yeah, Tolkien, you get it. But we were trying to recommend for Jessie, who's not even here at the moment because we bored her. Magdalena, I forced myself to read Moby Dick when I was 17. It took me a year, complete waste of time. I did for clout. But Magdalena, that's good clout, babe. And also, that is literally supposed to be the great American novel. So you can't go wrong. I mean, did you also read Adventures of Huckleberry Finn? Did you read any Faulkner? You know, has everybody read oh God, I can't even remember. Oh shit. There you go. That's what you do when you try to be pretentious. Stealth chaos. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. Mumbles, I wasn't talking to her. She has me blocked. Yeah, anyway, Magdalena. So Moby Dick, reading Moby Dick, you might have thought it was bullshit, but you read it, babe. And that is amazing. That's amazing. It's great to have read. Good for you. That's fucking food for your nutrition for your soul. And Gregory Peck was great. Mumble Slam, I wasn't talking to her. She has me blocked. Oh, you guys in your crosstalk. Okay, here we go. Tolkien. I read Moby Dick once as a kid. Didn't get it. Now I think it's the greatest American novel with East of Eden. Everybody thinks Moby Dick is the greatest American novel, right? Isn't it the great American novel, basically? rather than say Naked Lunch or Last Exit to Brooklyn or On the Road or no, never mind. I'm being pretentious again, boys and girls. Tolkien knows his shit. So if we get Tolkien, if Tolkien becomes a regular here, we have any questions about books or novels or music, anything, he's got deep pockets, man. He knows his shit. And he will give you the answer. He can back me up, I think. Every time I can't come up with a name or a date, I think Tolkien studies on it. Old Man and the Sea, Hemingway, right, exactly. And that's the one they start you off on, right, in school, because that's another quite a slim volume. Magdalena, he sings so poorly. Is that, c'est moi? Is it me? Is it me for a moment, for a moment, for a moment? Yeah, I sing, but I've got to practice, my angel, my Magdalena. I do, but then again, after a week of climax, everybody sounds like bloody hate Mariah Carey. Tolkien study also tips, Mint. Tops. Yeah, tops. Mumble Sam, a year, MGD. Have you read 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea? I've read that, Jules Verne. Yeah, of course, that's a good novel. Droogs, have you read H.G. Wells? Is good to read. H.G. Wells is easy to read. Lovecraft is great to read, though people have problems with Lovecraft for some reason. So good. Finnegan's Wake is tops me. Okay, Tolkien, you're showing off, Droog. We're talking about a book club to read that everyone can get on board with. We don't want to start them off with Finnegan's fucking Wake. Though, of course, it's great. It's great. Oh, Tolkien, my Droog. Have you listened to The Sensual World by Kate Bush? Particularly the title track. You don't have to have heard the whole album, though it's a great album. It's probably one of the last good ones. But, oh no, I lie. She made a fucking outstanding one after that. But have you heard The Sensual World by Kate Bush? If you haven't, go listen to that track and then talk to me about Finnegan's Wake, okay? Thank you. Magdalena mumbles, yes. Verne rules, yeah. Jules Verne's, there you go. You see, now we're talking about, instead of talking about bloody fucking Shmuel Buckman, we're suddenly talking about literature. Right on, yeah. Can you imagine we're talking about literature and not shitting on bacon bits for 10 seconds? Why are all these songs way gayer than Duran Duran? Who? Whose songs are gayer than Duran Duran? Who? Mumbles, you got me nonplussed here. You're not talking about, who are you talking about? I don't get it. Whose songs are gayer than Duran Duran? Ernest Hemingway? Jules Verne? Mint, A Farewell to Arms, that's the go-to. A Farewell to Legs is Quad's book. Oh, Mint's got a mean streak. Hey-yo, yeah, fantastic. We need some levity to lighten the literature talk. Tolkien study, lol, yes, exactly, Tolkien, yeah. See, we can have ball-busting and literature recommendations, including the greatest American novel and one of the most difficult ones to read in the history of English literature or Irish literature. Soren, there is the Peter Cushing and Donald Pleasance 1984. Amazing he wrote that book in 1949. How about Animal Farm? Yeah. Animal Farm is good, but it's obviously, and then I guess, did Roger Waters really base Animals on that book? But yeah, the early 1984, I remember being a little kid and seeing a photograph of that, of like him looking at the poster of Big Brother is Watching You. All I knew about 1984 for many years was the fact that there's something called Big Brother and it's watching you. And that's super spooky in itself. I think the other day, someone mentioned a TV show called The Prisoner. It's made in the 1960s by a guy called Patrick McGowan, and it's called The Prisoner. And it's kind of got 1984 vibes because they're all in a village. And in fact, there's loads of, the one I mentioned called From, which I guess no one else has watched. That's they're all stuck in this village, and it's got like M. Night Shyamalan vibes, where they're all stuck in a village and they can't go out of the village, and there's people that in the woods that want to get them and all that kind of stuff. I think that's kind of like it's kind of like a go-to in Hollywood now, isn't it? But anyway, yeah, Peter Cushing, Donald Pleasance is fantastic. I recommended the 80s one purely because it's in color and it's got a great actor. You know, that Julia and Winston were great as well, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think it could have been better. But the thing is, I'll tell you what I'd recommend you to watch. If you haven't seen Brazil, Terry Gilliam, Brazil, that is one of my all-time favorite movies. And if you haven't seen Gilliam, run, don't walk to see that movie as fast as you can. Switch off this, go watch Brazil by Terry Gilliam. And again, it's got Kate Bush sings the outro on it. But that movie is insanely, fantastically amazing. It's hilarious and also brutally horrifying at the end. It's got I guess it's got the best ending or the worst ending of any film ever for me, basically. But that's one of the best movies ever made. Terry Gilliam, Brazil. And what Brazil is, basically, it's got a weird title, but it's basically a rewriting of 1984, and he does it fantastically, amazingly well, in my humble opinion. He sucks at singing. I'm sorry. Forgive me. He can't do anything well. Mumbles. Two mumbles. Good one. Animal Farm was banned for a while in the I feel like I have to read this properly because I think he's doing something clever here. United Statia. Yeah. Well, wasn't everything good banned? Hubert Selby Jr. stuff was banned. Requiem for a Dream banned? Wasn't Burroughs was banned for a long time. Funny thing was, when I first started going to New York, I would one of the first things I would always go is go to the massive bookstore, Barnes and Noble in blah 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 blah. I go to Barnes and Noble in Union Square in Manhattan, and I loved it in there. I fucking loved it, and I'd buy a lot of books, as you do, and. But when I was kind of disappointed because I couldn't find a lot of the books I really wanted to buy. And it turns out that they had them like behind the counter because the books I like get stolen the most. Well, that's what I was told in Barnes and Noble in New York. So there you go, Droogs. Here's an English person who lives in Japan telling American people stuff about New York. United States, rather, geez. I thought talking, you're such a clever guy. I just thought you were doing something really clever with the spelling. Mumbles, we've heard his guitar work on his original songs. Very poor. Okay, we're talking about Crimex again now. Beck, yeah. He's a loser, baby. Oh, Beck did he did Lost Cause. He did a song called Lost Cause. He also did like a takeoff of oh, Jesus Christ, Serge Gainsbourg and Serge Gainsbourg. He did a takeoff of a Serge Gainsbourg, amazing Serge Gainsbourg track called Cargo Cult, and Beck basically just did a rewrite of it. I don't know how he got away with it, but it was very interesting that Beck did that because it's very cool to do anything Serge Gainsbourg related. Tolkien study, because we were allies with the Soviet Union. Is he doing it again? You're doing it again, Tolkien. I never know if it's a typo, if you're doing it on purpose. You did it on purpose because we were allies with the Soviet Union for a time. Good old Uncle Joe. Hey man. Well, yeah, that time I think I was saying to everybody that I think if shit hits the pan here in Japan, I think I'm gonna move to. Particularly St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg is supposed to be one of the most beautiful cities in the world, and Russian girls. Sorry to get all creepy and weird on you guys, but Russian girls, they never let you down. I love Beck, not gonna lie. So the only thing, what's weird is like finding out people like Beck are like they're Scientologists. That's a bit of a mind f, isn't it? Soviet Union. Yeah, we know, Tolkien. One of the best concerts I ever been to was Beck. I wonder what period that was. Doesn't Beck look like he looks like a young boy though? Isn't he looks like a fresh-faced young boy? Still Chaos Live. That's true. Cycles. I hate Phil's Genesis with a passion. Yeah, of course. They kind of got hit for a second with American Psycho. That was quite funny. But oh fuck, and oh my god, don't even get me started on the you know what that I'm not even going to talk about. But yeah, but you know what, Mumbles? I gotta say, like I said, I was on a mission to listen to all the music that I really hated, so I had to try to listen to the rest of the Genesis stuff, and it's garbage. It really is. But on a couple of the early tracks, on a couple of the early albums, when they're transitioning away from Gabriel, and they're trying desperately hard to sound like the old Genesis, there are a couple of tracks which are really beautiful, because I think there's one called Rapids, which is just very, very pretty. Yeah, anyway, I don't want to bore people that don't know anything about it. Maybe in the future we can play examples of some of this stuff. Can you think of a band you did like at first but grew to hate? Ooh. Oh, can I take a break? Can we take a break, freaks and freakesses? You can still keep talking to each other and chat, but let me go and pull my teeth out or do something interesting.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanations, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
Let's say we take as the basic supposition, which is the thing that one sees in the experience of Satori or awakening or whatever you want to call it, that this now moment in which I'm talking and you're listening is eternity. This is it. So you don't need to do anything at all. But the difficulty about explaining that is that you mustn't try not to do anything, because that's doing something. And how to explain that? Because there's nothing to explain. It is the way it is now, see? And if you understand that, it will automatically wake you up.
It's impossible through words to describe what is necessary to those who do not know what horror means.
Hey, boys and girls, I let that play all the way through because I wasn't sure if Talking Study's seen it before. And I reckon if anyone appreciates that, it will be Talking Study will get a kick out of that if he's never seen it before. So I let it play all the way through, even though everyone else has like 5-minute breaks or whatever, 10-minute breaks. I find I only need a minute and I'm back again. But guess what, boys and girls? I just noticed that even though I've only been going for 8 hours, because I started so late, because of this crazy Saturday schedule, because MLC went so late, I can't even get a takeout or anything at this point. I can't get Uber Eats because in Japan now it's 9:40 p.m. at nighttime, And like in Japan, basically, like Uber Eats, everything shuts down around. Yeah, basically everything shuts down around 10 o'clock. So sucks to be me. I wonder, like it's 8 o'clock now. Do you think I should go till? I'd love to go for 10 hours just for because it's going pretty good. But because you guys are so interesting, and A. Thompson just asked a magnificent question. But maybe I'll cut it at 9 just so I can maybe order something to eat. I don't know. Let's see what happens at 9, shall we? And maybe I'll try to play a clip, my first ever clip I've ever played. All right. So A. Thompson asked a fantastic question. Okay, can you think of a band you did like at first but grew to hate? Now while I was away in the little boys' room, I thought of a thing, and what I thought was like, I was going to answer it in a really clever way, which everyone would hate, and say that I thought it was, can you think of a band you loved at first but grew to hate? And in which case I would say, I was thinking of like T-Rex, and how like I loved like I loved T-Rex early stuff, especially mid-period T-Rex, when like Bolan Mania T-Rex, there's like the Slider and Tanks and T-Rexes. That era I really loved, and then later on it got worse and worse and worse. It really went downhill fast, and I couldn't say I ever hated T-Rex, because if you love something, I believe, and don't tell this to Crimax and Fuddle, but I believe if you love something once, you can never not love it. You will always have. I don't believe love can be destroyed. Not real love, of course, like passion or lust or infatuation can be destroyed, but I don't believe you can destroy love. Love is the hope. If you could destroy it, it wouldn't be love, right? Anyway, sorry to get all girly on your asses, but yeah. So I was trying to think. This is so because you didn't say love. You're clever. You said, "Did you like at first?" Well, I don't like. I either love it or I hate it. So no, it's too difficult. I was also thinking about Bowie, because I didn't love it at the end, and I did love him earlier, but at the end I didn't love it. Far from it. I couldn't kid myself that I did. But I never hated it either. He was always good, but excuse me. Maybe I should have taken a longer break. But no, I can't. Does anyone else? Can anyone else think of something like that? I can't. Okay, yeah, my throat is acting up a bit now. Sorry, that's a brilliant question, and I wish we could all, as a stream, as a chat, wish we could all give answers, and hopefully you've done that. Okay, I guess this is why people have guests on. Oh, Deft, so you used to like him as a musician, and now you don't like him anymore. I bet he's still a good musician. I just don't like the kind of music he likes. FG is really nice. I didn't expect that from an American woman. American woman. Okay, sorry about my throat, people. It will clear up. I saw Steve Hackett play Foxtrot and some of his own tunes. One of the best concerts ever. Yeah. So when I was on this crazy stream with Little Mia, and Little Mia is famous for being like, a rapper. He's a rapper. I don't know quite how to describe it. I want to say mumblecore, but I don't really know. And you're called mumble slam, so maybe not. Sorry, I know it's painful to listen to. But Crimax sounds like this all the time, doesn't he? But I was on a stream, and Little Mia started going on about how much he loved Yes. And he was playing stuff by Yes, which I thought, oh my God, he's going to love Genesis when Steve Hackett plays like classical guitar. And that kind of, reminded me of that, because I wasn't expecting Little Mia to be into Yes. That's why. Okay. So yeah, Steve Hackett was an amazing guitarist, and again, it's like kind of classical, kind of folky, and it really reminds me of everything that's good about England and how beautiful England is, and the countryside, and the fields. And when I hear Steve Hackett play his guitar, yeah, it takes me right back there. Sorry, okay, I think my voice is set. What does Crimax say? He needs his voice to calm down a bit, or he says something bizarre. Okay, Deft can play. Yeah, I'm sure he can. I just wish he didn't like Deftones. Correct. I want to get Deft on here. I want to ask him. What I want to talk to Deft about is I want to say, what was it made you stop streaming? And what made you start streaming? What made you stop streaming? And what would it take to get you to stream again, sort of thing, you know? Because he was, and now we don't have Deft anymore. Now we got bloody Dario, you know. So give me Deft any day. What's that song? The Virgin Prune song goes, "Give me money, give me Deft, give me food and cigarettes." Actually, give me money, give me sex, give me food and cigarettes. Oh, what to do when baby turns blue. Talking study. Def was just in Japan. Yeah, I've passed out with my guitar trying to bend the note the right way. Yeah, Def was not in Japan. There's no way Def was just in Japan. He was just in Crimax's chat with the lovely lady that I can never remember her name, that I want her to come in here. Tolkien's, yeah, that is a strange. He's never busted out one guitar to play it. Tolkien, my Droog, that, I mean, he's fun to watch, man, but please never, 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 never take him seriously, and never assume for 1 second he knows anything about music whatsoever. He doesn't have a clue. Anyone in this chat knows way more about music, about anything, than Crimax. I hate to be that guy, but I'm not just talking shit for the sake of it. I was dying to drag you up here, you know, so like for this, you know, we can get a really good group going. I mean, there's other people that aren't here today. It's kind of a strange night, to be honest. It's a kamikaze stream. It's like a spite stream, but we'll get music streams going. We'll get culture streams going. And there's musicians that we can get in. We can create an interesting forum here. You know what I mean? Anyway, never thought about that. I'm sure you have, Tolkien. I think you've thought about most things. I mean, Duran Duran was set up pop. Duran Duran was new romanticism literally for schoolgirls. It was the Bay City Rollers for the 80s. They were sold to schoolgirls, and the only people that bought it were schoolgirls. It was schoolgirl band. That's all it was. I swear to God. And they tried to claw back a bit more, you know, like they tried to get out of it, but they never really did. They've always been seen as a band like by schoolgirls. For those in the know. Talking study, I have a rare Duran Duran biography by Neil Gaiman. What the? Are you talking about the band or the character from Barbarella? That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, we all know about Neil Gaiman now, don't we? Okay, well, Mint's going off in the chat. Here we go. So, Mint Diggity, I love it, but number one is Wild. What's number one? Mint Diggity, they still get dunked on for that real music video. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Mint is kind of like he's a Crimax apologist, which Mint does his thing. Sometimes we don't always understand what he does, but we always love it. And yeah, sometimes he apologizes he stands up for Crimax. Other times he gets a bit exasperated, like as much of us, most of us do. That real music video, yeah, exactly. It's as bad as throwing your dongs around, isn't it? Really, it's just like the other thing about that, Mint, is at the time in England, the times were very, very tough, and the cool kids were like wearing that's when the distressed denim fad came in, because it was known as hard times, and it was like Dexys Midnight Runners and Specials. It was getting really, really, you know, they sing songs like Ghost Town, you know, like this town's becoming like a ghost town. Meanwhile, Crimax's idols were there like on a bloody yacht pretending to be, you know, millionaires, like sipping champagne and all that bullshit. And fucking Wham was doing Club Tropicana as well. But of course, some people love that aspiration. You know, they love to be taken out of their misery. But a lot of other people were like, you know, on the street and like getting really real with shit. You know, like Killing Joke. Metal Gear. Do you think Karmic X would have been better off if he took influence from Phil Collins instead of Duran Duran? I think he probably has taken influence from Phil. Probably, right? He's just never seen he's probably never seen American Psycho, I would imagine. There's one good thing about Climax is he's not really pretentious. He's, well, like if someone said to him, you know, do you know this song? He just says, no, I've never heard of it. And he says it to the most like songs that everyone should have heard of, like classics and standards. Oh my God, what happened? Where's everyone left? What did I do? Did I talk shit about Duran Duran? I mean, it's still most expensive music video of all time. Duran Duran beat out Michael Jackson. You're kidding me. Why was that expensive? You're joking. That was the most. Are you sure, man? Okay, I'll take your word for it. And Mumbles, where is his gay leg guitar? He can't even be asked to do that. I don't know why. Maybe he doesn't have the space to do it or something. You know, he's like trapped in a little caravan or something with a table with some crap on it. I don't think he has this. I think the leg guitar phase came in when he was at Gilly's place. Don't quote me on that, but I don't think he has space to do it. I mean, Metal Gear, though, that's tough. There you go, Metal. Do, yes, indeed. A. Thompson, I didn't really enjoy Aha when it came out. It hits now. The lead singer is really sick now. Oh, that's really sad. I didn't like the first single, but they always aspired to be, you know, they were amazing. Like, first of all, his vocal was amazing. And if you heard the song, I sit and watch umbrellas fly. I'm trying to keep my newspaper dry. My throat is still fucked. I don't want to sound like a Climax, though. We sit and watch umbrellas fly. I'm trying to keep my newspaper dry. It's called Manhattan Skyline, and it's an album track of theirs. It's one of the most beautiful, beautiful, sad, gorgeous things you'll ever hear. So yeah, they've always been, you know, they're amazingly talented. I just happen to like, I really like Scandinavians. It's hard for me to meet Scandinavians I don't like. Stealth was a mod also. Yeah, I got modded once in Carmex's chat because people were blocking me and banning me out of chat, right? I was a mod in Puppet Factory as well at one point, just because people kept dunking me. People kept blocking me all the time. So he actually made me a mod one time, long ago. It wasn't that long ago, but it seems like long ago. Last time I was in America, every woman looked 300 pounds and mean. Yeah, but what city were you in, A. Thompson? You know, I don't notice that so much. But when I went to New York, I was always in the same area of Brooklyn. Quite salubrious, I believe, and it was mostly people out walking their dogs and going. I mean, I was basically going to and from. What is it called? Oh my God! What's the big organic store? That one. I used to go to that one every day, and it used to blow my little brain. There's so much organic produce, and so many wonderful like cakes and shit to it as well. It was wonderful. I can't remember the name of it. What is it? The massive one. They've got a massive one in Union Square too, or they used to have. Can't remember. I always liked her. Are we talking about Fuddle now, or I don't know? Mumble Slam. Me, A. Thompson, and Stealth were the OG comic mods. Oh my God, yeah. Well, we were the OG everything's over there, weren't we? And the disrespect that we get now is like fucking disgusting. You know what? You might want to talk shit about Jessie, and she's not here right now. But I'll tell you right now. When he fucked with her, she never went back again. And he's trying to get her back on. He lied about her on stream, and I wanted to come on and talk about that, and tell her the truth. Because a lot of people in the chat, I mean, I've been there, we get shat on and we never get a place to tell our side. And that's one of the reasons why I had to start streaming, because I was getting shat on from every direction, every couple of weeks. And so it's good to get on here and like just at least tell my truth as I see it. And he lied about her and he shat on her, and she's never turned back. She's never been like, of course he wants to get her back on and get her to, he wants a woman around again, and again a woman that was as loyal to him as Jessie was. But she's never gone back, and hopefully she'll come back. She'll come on here first and give her side of the story. God bless her, So don't be too mean. Don't be too tough on Jessie, right? We all make mistakes. We all do things we might regret later on, but it's how we act in the present that's important, I believe. I'm with A. Thompson. I don't get it. Everybody's with A. Thompson. Everybody likes A. Thompson. If you don't, you're an idiot. I mean, they hate women, so that might have something to do with it. Who? Duran? Sorry, I'm a bit slow. Not Victoria says, haha, that's funny. 4. It's true, though. Are you talking about the death thing? It's absolutely true. Even Granny was talking about it today. So I just wanted to bring it up because I mentioned it on Granny, but I don't think they paid any attention. Metal Gear Solid, 2A Thompson. I didn't know until I met European girls at a conference, but American girls are crazy mean compared to Euros. Come on, Metal. You met some good ones. You get everything everywhere you go. You can't, you get all sorts everywhere. I mean, can be more prevalent in certain cultures, certain places, but everything, you get everyone everywhere all the time. And I've seen European girls, and I've seen American girls, and I've seen Asian girls. I've seen all kinds of girls. Not so much the central area, so much, but yes, you kind of get mean ones you get everyone everywhere. It's just different amounts, I think, different concentrations, I believe. Mumbles, you two stink. All right, Mumbles, my darling. So you two, I think there are two. You can't. Okay. Did I disappoint you or leave a bad taste in your mouth? You act like you've never had love. Now you want me to go without. Is it too late? No, sorry, I'm fucking it up. I think my go-to is with or without you. Okay, so you got like one. We're one, but we're not the same. We get to carry each other. Right, so there's early U2. I bought the very first U2 album, right? And there's some amazing tracks on that. It's post-punk, basically. And early U2 was pretty amazing. And then they kind of got successful. They got really popular really fast, and it went shitty. And then they got Brian Eno in, and then they did some other fantastic stuff. And then they got shit again, right? I guess. Well, because Radiohead kind of showed up. And when Radiohead showed up, I think U2 were the first and then U2 were like the first Radiohead. And then when Radiohead showed up, like U2 didn't need to exist anymore, But got to be careful with this mic. But like, I don't think you can just call them shit, because I know that, they're very, there were times when they were really. Is that a band I liked and that I hate? I don't even hate them. They're still very competent. I mean, he's a great guitar player, great drummer. I guess the bassist is okay. And I mean, Bono's got a great voice. It's just, I don't like his politics and all the rest of it, but they had two great periods of being really, really great, I would say. But, of course, it's all subjective, A. Thompson, yeah, for the most part, American women are nothing but problems. There you go. Well, A. Thompson, he knows more about American women than I do. American woman. Tig and Timmons, really? I know about Timmons. Actually, not Victoria. I was the one that kept saying, you know, how's Timmins? And then you picked up on that, I believe. And then you ran with it for quite a long time, because once you started saying it, I didn't want to say it anymore. A. Thompson, the brown chair needs to come back. The brown chair. I think he's still got it. Maybe it's next to his 17 guitars. I miss that brown chair. I don't miss the brown chair. I like the fact that the cats ate into the wires. The cats, okay, you know this, right? The cats ate into apparently the brown chair was like, it was electric. And the cats ate into the wires just to fuck with Crimax because they hated him so much, and probably because they hated him singing so much. And that's what started the war with Timmins, because Timmins like sabotaged his wonderful chair and took away all his power. Yeah, people, I'm not going to take credit for this, but I think people have talked about the fact that that Crimax is like, is it Hercules? No, not Hercules, Samson. You know, Samson had long hair and they cut his hair, and then, you know, famous Pixie song, you know, they cut his hair and then he lost all his power. And it's the same with Carmix and his brown chair, but he never had any power. We gave him his power. The power came. It's like my stream. The power comes from the chatters. I have no power. They think they've got power, but all they're doing is like accumulating good people around them. Japanese AIDS giver. Oh, do you intentionally mumble? No, not intentionally, but that's not a Japanese mask, my friend. But anyway, Japanese AIDS giver. I don't intentionally mumble, and I was talking a lot of shit to Ron Fuddle today, because she always sounds drunk to me. She always sounds like, yo, where you fucking, you know, she always talk like this. And I was like, is that just an accent? Or because you can train yourself not to have an accent, right? Is that an accent, or is she on some kind of SSRIs or something that is making her slur her speech? Or because she's meant to be super clean living, but she sounds like she can't say fucking correctly. Fuck, she always say like fucking. It's really weird, but you got to listen to it. But she, and then again, she erases all of her streams as soon as she finished doing them, which is nothing suspicious there. Nothing she possibly said that could have been on, you know, out of the ordinary there. That she need to delay everything. That's not strange at all. But yeah, no, I don't mumble. I don't actually think I mumbled. But what you might be referring to is the fact that my throat gets problems sometimes, and I had a really kind of a bad attack, and I do apologize for that. That's horrible. I shouldn't have made you all sit through that. So yeah, sorry about that, Japanese AIDS giver. Yeah, I had an attack, so it wasn't basically, I wasn't mumbling. It was just I could hardly talk at all, which was awful to listen to. I do apologize. Mumbles, who? There really hasn't been many trolls tonight at all. No, sorry, I'm lost. Haha, that's true. Well, people say I'm a troll, but you don't understand that I'm too lazy to be a troll. Magdalena says, low stealth, exactly. People who treat comic like he's not twisted are the worst. They're not the nice people, Magdalena. They're not nice. They're just nice people. And also that I think they're naive. They just come to it and they see someone like, okay, they come to it and they see him trying to sing a Roxy Music song or a Japan song. And it's like, oh, comic, I like Japan too. Garment, you're my guru, you're my leader now. And I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, what the hell are you? And I'm blocked. I can't say a goddamn thing about it. But yeah, you got to feel sorry for people like that, Magdalena. A. Thompson, Mumbles, a lot of people in the chat have a lot of experience of this life form. A lot of people don't, you know, they don't know what the hell's going on over there. Metal Gears. Why is bacon shits a thing now, Stelkos? He's an unwashed drug addict on a couch that looks grosser than roaches. Well, we could say a lot about this phenomena, but basically, he's a guy that watches clips and he watches popular clips. He just recycles popular clips and doesn't really say much that I've seen and doesn't really add much. But I feel that for a lot of people, he's very approachable and he's very relatable. Relatable, that was the correct word. Forget about approachable. He's very relatable to a lot of people in the same way that a lot of people see me and like, what the hell is this creature? But like Bacon Bits, I think a lot of people can really relate to him, and I believe that relatable people that look similar to the people that are watching, those people like them because they see them as being an avatar of themselves. You know, they relate to them and they think, you're doing it for us, guy. Good for you, guy. You're doing it for us. You go, Bacon Bits. And it's like, okay, well, and if I didn't have like such long hours, I could be Bacon Bits. So I think he's very relatable. And also he's watching clips that they want to see, which is also very relatable. He's watching the stuff that's popular in the Dabbleverse and that all the big shows like he's watching Chad Zumock have a fight with somebody. He's watching Crimax doing something. I should snipe Crimax, but I haven't got around to it yet. And I know how hack it's going to look when I do that. And I know that a lot of people are going to do a victory march because the great Stealth Chaos is sniping Crimax now. That's how far he's fallen. I know it's going to be a bad look, but it will be incredibly funny to do and satisfying since I'm blocked out of his chat. But yeah, that's why people like Bacon, because he's easy, he's relatable, and he's easy to consume. It's like drinking Gatorade or having a Hostess Twinkie or something, you know, or a McDonald's hamburger. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, I think that's the reason why. But chatters who probably know more about it than I do, you can tell me why. But we know why he's a big thing now. It's because he got blown up by a certain person who's throwing a lot of money around to create drama and fake beef and shit as a joke, which is fine, I guess, as a troll, as long as you understand it's a lie. And it's very good for me because this is a person that did similar things to me earlier. And I couldn't understand if he was being serious or having fun. I heard it both ways. But now people can understand that a lot of the things that he said about me, he said ridiculous lies about other people, which are more easy to verify. Because everything that I did was offline. Everything I did, well, it was online, but it was nobody saw any of it, so no one can verify if it's true or not. And he came in and soaked a lot of bullshit, and everyone believed it. But I think he's done the same things to other people now, and people understand he's just joking around. Basically, let's leave it like that, okay? Mumble says, I hate buddy trolls, but Stealthy's best is with some. Are you talking about Chow? I think the thing about Chow is he's so good at it that he's turned it into an art form. He's not mean, but also Mumbles. There's something about a troll, right? A troll is mean-spirited. It's a negative thing. It's not. They're not doing it for entertainment value. They're not doing it to cheer everybody up. A troll is trying to hurt somebody, right? I mean, am I wrong here? I mean, I'm wrong. A lot of these, you know, they call me a boomer, but for me, a troll has to be inherently negative and hurtful. And I would say that if you're talking about Chow, if indeed you are, I don't know who you're talking about because you kept it very vague, which is fair enough. You know, it's discretion is the better part of valor, as they used to say, as we boomers like to say. But if you're talking about Chow, I think he's elevated the game, and like, because I've never known him to be negative. I've said, look at this fucking dork, you know, leveling up in the dab. He's stealing it, and then he's claiming it as his own, and then he's saying it was okay to claim it from Chow, but it's not okay for someone else to claim it from him. What a complete and utter hypocritical little turd. And then they're talking about people making money out of it and making merchandise. That is like legally fucking actionable, I believe, but maybe not actually. But Chow doesn't give a shit about any of it. He's chuckling away. I'm saying, Chow, this is horrific. This guy talking shit. I can't bear it. You know, we've got to take him out. And Chow's like, no. This is what I intended. This is why I give him this shit. Chow is like, he's next level. So if you're not talking about Chow, I apologize. But I just think Chow is so entertaining. I think he's transcended the genre, bro. Karmic is okay. He's just a farm kid. Someone kept posting his address in the chat. I checked it out. That's a very depressed region of America. Yeah, but it's depressed because of like people like Karmic in it. I'd be depressed if I lived next door to that fucking gooner. Tolkien study, yeah, got a jet, but good to catch you live stuff. Tolkien, thank you so much, my Droog. I know you're probably long gone now, but Droog, come back. Well, you know, just we need to have people like you around, and I will have you on. I'd like to have you on if I ever go live again. How's he twisted? Who? Mint Diggity, because he lies on stream, you believe Melton, you dumb cunt. Min, who are you talking to, brother? Okay, Mia Musk was the first chatter show after Ski Mask, and they still get the same amount of viewers this many years later. This is true. Yeah, this is true. But, Mumbles, I got to tell you, Droog, they are very lackadaisical about what they do. And like me, similarly to me, they often can't be bothered to go live. And when they go live, they don't care who's going up against them. And they don't play the game. Again, they don't play the game. So it's like your favorite punk band or your favorite band that never made it big. It wasn't because they weren't good enough. It wasn't because they were better than everybody else even. It was simply because they refused to play the game. They didn't sell out. They didn't have the record company backing maybe, or maybe some bad things happened along the way, which kind of like, but Mia Musk, they're only in it for shits and giggles. Yeah, I mean, I wanted to get them, you know, elevate them. And I tell you what, when I was on, well, if I go on a stream, I want to get them numbers. I want to get them some kind of bump, even if it's just like 3 people who come to shit on me. But I want to get them better numbers than they've had before. Obviously, it's an egotistical thing of me. It's not just like I'm such a great guy. But if I go on a stream, I want to make it count, okay? So I was going on Mia Musk quite regularly, and I was trying to make it count. But guess what I found out? They were kept having Desperate Dan on, $2 Dan. They kept inviting me on. For him, he's the third co-host, okay? I didn't know much about him except he looked a lot like Final Boss to me. But they kept him, and he was I was the guest. Dan was the third co-host. I mean, and they're tight, those guys, and they're loyal. But what I found was that when I was going on their stream and trying to get them numbers and trying to get them, you know, good numbers against their enemies, because they had a lot of enemies that hating on them and trying to take them down and trying to take them out. So I wanted to get them as popular as possible. I found out that Dan, when he went on, he would set up his own stream simultaneously, and he would actually get more viewers than them. I don't think anyone's talked about this before. I thought about it a lot. I don't think I've ever said it live, but he would go simultaneously. So when Mia Musk went live and Dan was on, he would set up his own stream and go live simultaneously. And I swear to God, he would get at least half the viewers, but often he would get more viewers than them. Okay. So when you're looking at a Mia Musk stream with Dan on it, and sometimes he would only drop in for like 10 minutes and then he'd go away. He'd run to Stuttering John or something. But he would get most of the viewers on his stream. And then to make it even worse, he then made it members only. So you couldn't even see how many viewers he got, and then add it on to what Mia Musk had got, which meant that me going on was completely pointless. We still got very, very good. We got quite good numbers, but because of what Desperate Dan was doing over there, he completely distorted it. And I mentioned it to those guys, and they didn't care. They don't give a shit about numbers. They don't care about popularity. I'm looking at Mumble's avatar. He's staring back at me, and it's freaking me out a bit. I'm not going to lie. But yeah. So they honestly do not care. They don't care. But I cared a lot, like I said, so I would care. And they didn't care. They're very cool about shit like that. They just don't care about it. They don't care about popularity. They don't care about numbers. All they wanted was like their groovy chatters to show up. And I've got to have more of that mindset. There's only 20 of us watching this right now, right? 21 right now. And I went on as a kamikaze stream, but it's really nice to get good numbers because then you can say, suck on this asshole. But at the same time, if you go live on a Saturday night, you know you're not going to get massive numbers. But we have a cool stream, I believe, or at least your chatters are cool. So Mint, everyone lies, everyone is full of fucking shit. Why is only upsetting when Calm and Chad do it? I don't lie, Mint. I try not to. I don't think everyone lies. I don't think everyone's full of shit. I honestly don't. I really, really don't. Why is only upsetting when Calm and Chad does it? I don't care when Chad does it. It's quite funny when Chad does it. Upsets me when Karmic does it because he's sometimes doing it about me. No, I'll tell you, okay, Min, I'll tell you what's upsetting about when Karmic does it. It's because when you sell yourself, your whole selling point is that you're upfront about everything and you never lie. You know, you're just telling it like it is. And what's these fucking catchphrases? I can't remember any of them anymore. But he's like, you know, that's just me. I'm bringing it all to the table. And you just go all this bullshit about he's being legit. He's the only guy that doesn't lie and he's legit and he just brings himself. And that's what he does. This is what this stream is about, is him being, and then he lies continually to our fucking faces. That's what's so bad about him. That's what makes him stand out. Plus he said that he introduced Japan and Roxy Music to the Dabbleverse and to his chat, which is absolute garbage. So yeah, we take with Crimax is personal for me. That's why. Magdalene, a lot of course Mint goes the other way just for the hell of it. Go ahead, convince us that Karmic is a excited guy. Yeah, well, Mint likes to mess around with people. Mint loves an argument. Let's face it. I mean, watching Mint argue with those people, it blew my mind. To be honest with you. Because like I said, Magdalena knows more than anybody. I get a lot of shit from people. A lot of people are trying to, take me out. However, watching what happened with Min after that Rodney's thing, but that didn't blow my mind because there's always going to be shitting on people, who they want to take, when they see somebody kind of young and kind of cool and they heard he's got a smoking girlfriend. Sorry, Magdalena. They say he's got a smoking girlfriend and all the rest of it. But then, of course, there's all the incels will come out to try and take him out and try and tear him down. That's kind of what, not for the same reasons, but people want to take me out, tear me down, call me a liar, make me look stupid, make me look creepy, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. But they came from me. I think I got it pretty bad, actually, though I'm not saying I can't take it. But Mint really got shit on. And yet Mint seemed to love it. He really seemed to relish it. And he gave him, and that was mind-blowing for me because I'm like, Jesus Christ, Mint. Because I was worried about Mint, but he didn't give a shit. He didn't give two shits. But still, it's a lot of work, Mint. I don't know if it's worth all the work you put into to taking the, giving it back to them, and worse than they tried to give it to you. But yeah, I mean, kudos to Mint. I mean, but Mint took a lot of shit, and I didn't see a lot of people defending Mint either. I honestly, but Mint, honestly, he didn't look like he needed any defense, to be honest with you. Soren, Trailer Park Boys, Randy, a man's gotta eat. Yeah, Randy. Oh, Randy's the one I couldn't remember. He's the hamburger guy, and it's Ricky who's the super dumb guy that reminds me of Crimax. Okay, thanks, Soren. Mint, does anyone believe Shane Gillis really broke the world record comedy's ticket sales? It's all cap. I don't know, Mint, but you know what? I don't really care. I think out of those comedians, I think Shane Gillis is one of the nicer guys, right? Am I crazy? Isn't he one of the better ones? I don't know. It seems to be. But yeah, I mean, I don't believe it. I don't care. I don't really care. I don't care. Why? It doesn't affect me either way. Sorry for the boring answer. Magdalena says, fuck Carter B dunks on Karmic. Dumb Mint goes to defend Karmic. Fuck. Who is FKATB? Sorry, you see, this is where I'm not a good host. FKATB. Fuck Karmic at the bottom. Fuck Karmic ass to bottom dunks on. I don't know who FK. I'm sure Mint knew it, but come on. Let's not be nasty to each other. I know you love each other, you two. Tolkien, I have heard that. I heard that with Tim at Stealth. Where the fuck is Tim? Which Tim? There's a bunch of Tolkien. Tolkien, there's a couple of Tims here. We've got Teamster Tim, famous backstabbing fucker, and we've got Tim's Totality, who I kind of enjoy because he asks interesting questions at awkward times. But Tim Totality is supposed to be here, and he just disappeared. Mint says Tim's great. Mint, which Tim? Tim Heidecker? Yeah, okay. Tim's Heidecker. There's another Tim. There's a lot of Tims around. Carol Durant. Hello, Carol Durant. Hello, Carol. So, Carol, you were supposed to be modded, Carol, but I can mod you now, darling. Carol, follow Carol on X. Her Crimex coverage is fantastical. It's brilliant. Carol and Steel Toe Stats or something, the interplay of these two people, but Carol Durant, her comics coverage is A+. So thanks, Carol. Thanks for showing up, darling. And I really enjoy you. Bubbles, yeah, Bubbles is Crimex, but he's also Ricky as well, because Bubbles is very sweet and very nice. So we love Bubbles, right? But and he takes care of his cats, right? But he's also Ricky as well, because Ricky's an asshole. So Carmax is a certain percentage of Bubbles and a certain percentage of Ricky. And also they live up there too. He lives up there. So yeah, yep. Thank you, Carol. Okay, Tim Heidecker. Tim Heidecker is the funniest comedian alive. I'd put his shenanigans up against anyone. All right, Mint, my darling. Can you put Tim Heidecker alive now up against Tim and Eric in their heyday, pre the movie? Which is better, my droog? Tim Heidecker or Tim and Eric? Mumbles, I don't want to fall out with Mint Diggity though. God damn it! If I fell out with Mint Diggity, I'd never be able to show my face around here again. Mumbles, he's pretty dumb. Yeah, he is. They're all pretty. I don't know what you're talking about, but they're all pretty dumb. Bulgakov. Yeah, I actually said that. I think it finally came to me. I don't remember the first name. I don't think it might not be spelled like that, my darling. I don't know if there's that H in it, but you probably know better than I do. Russian novels are psychotic. Yeah, well, I have like certain Russian novels in my house, but I never read any of them according to some insane little piece of shit. But yeah, they're difficult to get through because of the names. It's the names, Magdalena. The Stranger, L'Étranger, yeah, Albert Camus. Yeah, I'd recommend that. It's awesome. I don't know if it's politically correct these days, but yeah, that's great. It's a great read, because if you felt alienated, if you've ever felt like if you felt like disconnected from the rest of humanity, that's a book that tells your story. Thank you, not Victoria 444. She. AJ, Karmic also has some Leahy in him. Yeah, that's the funny thing. When I started to think about which character is he, but then again, you can apply it to the Dabbleverse. There are all of those characters are in the Dabbleverse, I believe. So, and they've all got like various pieces of them, because all the hillbillies, right? There's all those hillbillies around. It's like beef tips and bacon bits and all. They just crawled out of the hills of eyes or something, right? So I've learned that a lot of the people that are calling me gay in chats are basically hillbillies, So I'm not surprised they don't like me. I mean, I'm not surprised they're not supposed to like me. God bless them. Oh shit. Time. It flexes like a whore, falls wanking to the floor. His trick is you and me, boy. Time in quaaludes and red wine, demanding Billy Dolls and other friends of mine. Take your time. All right, comics would never sing that because it sounds too gay. Sniper in the vein, no, sniper in the brain, regurgitating drain, incestuous and vain, and many, many last names. Oh, well, I look at my watch. It says 9:25, and I think, oh, God, I'm still alive. Okay, when I was a kid and I heard him saying, I look at my watch, it says 9:25, and I think, oh, God, I'm still alive. Yeah, that ruined me. A. Thompson, do you notice the lack of hip-hop on the Billboard charts? No, I don't, because I don't give a fuck about the Billboard charts. But I read that, A. Thompson. People are saying that it's because USAID was propping it up. Yeah, well, we know. Yeah, whatever. I mean, whatever it was, USAID, whatever it was. There's a lot of conspiracies out there, and I tend to believe all of them. Whatever it was, I didn't like it. Me no likey. I only like certain tracks, like certain like Outcast. I liked. Because it was something they raised it. They raised it out of that fucking sewer, right? But most of it, and of course, one of the other funny things about it was that apparently they said that people that were buying it was like white teenage kids. I don't know. Anyway, not The Outsider. That is The Outsider. L'Étranger is The Outsider. It is The Outsider. It's the English translation of L'Étranger. No, I'm confused now. Sorry, you outsmarted me, not Victoria. You outsmarted you. Damn you, Victoria. You made me look so stupid. Mintigiri, no, you just get all upset about calm. That's my point. Me, do I get all upset about calm? Sort of. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Yeah, I guess so. Mumbles, in Russia, books recommend you. Ha ha ha. I don't know if it's true, but I definitely this white Russian girl from Kazakhstan, she came to England. I won't tell you why she came, but she came to England, and she got like a double. What is it? A double masters. She got a double masters, and she could hardly speak English when she arrived. There are some smart chickas out there. Yes, A. Thompson. Yes, A. Thompson. Mintigly, you are an emotional twat. Don't let some loser in Minnesota affect your day, you miserable cunt. Mint, are you talking to me, darling? Mint. Mint, you've got to put in an at. I am an emotional twat. It doesn't really get me down that much, though. I'm not a miserable cunt, though. I'm really not. I forget. I don't remember shit. I don't know. Are you talking to me, Mint? Good grief. This took a turn. I love that song, White Album. Well, when you say White Album, I think Beatles. What is there sorry, Mumbles, you lost me, and it's supposed to be a music-based stream. Min, A Farewell to Legs' quotes book is beautiful, really. Min, that's the second time you brought this up. So, darling, what are you doing out there? What are you up to? Just drink lots of water, okay? Have a lie down. A Farewell to Legs' quads book. That's Mint's joke. I think I've heard Mint say that at least 4 times. It's very funny. It's a fantastic joke, Mint. And everybody, it's Mint's joke. He said that. Huckleberry Finn and Faulkner in one sentence is crazy. Why? Why isn't Faulkner? Surely there's a lot of Mark Twain in Faulkner, Magdalena. Magdalena, why are you getting all intelligent shit? Why aren't you just being a horrible troll and hanging out with horrible people and being horrible? Why are you getting all intelligent and stuff? This is crazy stuff. Yeah, Magdalena, I think you're letting your real personality shine through a bit. It's a bit worrying, but I love it. Huck Finn, man, Huck Finn, dudette. Yeah, I think there's a connection between Faulkner and Twain. Because didn't Twain start off as he was a reporter, right? Mark Twain. Mark Twain is one of the great American writers, and surely Faulkner is one too. Surely, am I crazy? I'm not American, so maybe I shouldn't talk on it. I'm losing people. The numbers are dropping. Steinbeck is better. Well, Steinbeck's, but he's the go-to, isn't he? Isn't Steinbeck like the? This is a horrible thing to say, but isn't he sort of like the? Jesus, who's the born in the USA guy? Springsteen. Isn't he like the Springsteen of American literature? Pat yourself on back. Yeah, Mint. No, we're patting you on the back, Mint. My brother named his dog Moby. Such a hack. Yeah, it does. When you say Moby, you get the other part of it, don't you? It comes into your brain. You cannot deny it. DJ Electrify, where the hell you been, you saucy lady? Yeah, DJ Electra. Yeah, I don't know when you shut up, DJ, but yeah, we're on right now. I've been going for almost 9 hours, And I'm thinking about, it's like right now it's 8 hours 56 minutes and 34, and I'm wondering about, hang on, I'm gonna look. Do you think I should go for 10, or do you think I should call it a night at 9? Because I'm not trying to compete with anybody. This is not a competition. We're not trying to compete with views. We're not trying to compete with anything. It's just purely a kamikaze. It's a snipe. It's a we object stream, to object to the trash that usually is out there on a Saturday. So I don't have to go for 10. I'm only, by going for 10, I'm only competing with myself. Let's face it. Let's see if I can find the chat. Okay, I'm just gonna hop to the end of the chat. Should I go for 10, or should I call it, and then should I try to find something open so I can get something to eat? Because everybody knows I'm a skinny bastard and I probably should get something to eat, right? Oh, God almighty. That's a lot of okay. Hoppity hop. That means leave. Depends if you want to eat or not. Kind of sort of want to leave. It's actually way too late. I usually don't eat later than 5 o'clock, to like 6 o'clock-ish, to be honest. I don't eat late at night, but I think because when I do one of these streams and I go for a long time, basically I fuck everything up. Set up a punchline humor is so mint diggity. Why are you should be on the stream, not in the chat. Magdalena, about 3 hours behind Electra. I'm caught up now, Electra. But the thing is, Electra, I'd also like to get Electra on the stream, and she likes to talk about music. So, but Electra's not, tonight's not the night, my darling. Hey, I'm going to try to play a clip, all right? Can I play it? Can I use you as guinea pigs to play a clip? And let's see, depending on how successful this is going to be bad, folks, though. I'm going to try and play a clip. But Electra, DJ Electra's helped me out. She's given me advice. So, oh, Mint's leaving. Jesus. Okay, well, I'm going to try and play a clip. Let's see how badly this goes. Oh, shit, I'm already doing it wrong. Okay, hang on a second, boys and girls. There's a certain, oh, shit. Oh, okay, hang on. I'll get it. I literally don't know how to do this. All right. Okay, I'm going to play a clip that I think I can get away with, all right? All right, boys and girls? I'm going to try and make it meaningful. Oh, shit, I messed it up. Okay. Let's try again. I don't know how to do this. It's so fucky. All right, here we go. I'm going to try again, boys and girls. Fingers crossed, everybody. Wish me luck. Because Crimax does this all the time. Why am I fucking up so bad? All right. Can you see the clip? All right. Now, maybe I don't need to blow. I'm going to try and blow it up now to make it better, more enjoyable to watch. Okay. The weird thing is you've got to click in and click out of two different. This is why it's fucking me up so bad. I'm going to try and make it bigger. All right. Does that look better? And then I go back to, and now I've got to play it. And I'm going to read the chat. So you can tell me if this looks normal or if I've messed it up. Is the volume okay? Etc. 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 I'm going to try and turn it up. Can't turn it up. Our latest daughter sang a song of darkness and disgrace, and he was alright. The band was all together. Yes, he was alright. The song went on. He was awful nice. Really quite out of sight. He sang all night long. All right, hang on. David, Ziggy, thank you. Ziggy, just hang on a minute. Okay, I feel so weird doing this. It just doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel right to do it. Who the hell is Scarlett Frampton? That's brilliant. Scarlett Frampton. Who the hell is Scarlett Frampton? Stealth Steady Bow to try to help fit in with society. Correct. Who are you, Scarlett Frampton? The thing about, you understand that Frampton, Peter Frampton played guitar on a Bowie tour, not the best one, but also Peter Frampton's dad was, I think he was Bowie's art teacher. Okay? So you calling yourself Scarlett Frampton, I fucking love it, actually. It's almost as good as Scarho Johampton, as I call her. But yeah, I don't know who you are. You're obviously, but could you subscribe, please? Now, boys and girls, did that work? It doesn't seem. I watch idiots. We all watch idiots and tards do it every day, and they seem to do it like completely seamlessly and beautifully. I am prancing, I'm jumping around trying to turn up volumes, and it just seems so. Okay, now I want to play something else to you. That the thing is that that's meant to be Bowie live, but what it actually is, I think it's Bowie live with the actual album track played over the top of it of Lady Stardust, which allegedly is about Mark Bolan. But all right, next track. But I got away with that, so that's cool. I'm gonna play. Oh, still got 20s watching. That's cool. I'm gonna play something else. I'm gonna play something comedic, which I think has less chance of getting me struck, but let's see. And Scarlett Frampton comes alive. Yeah, I need to get people subbing to me. Please sub. Anyway, new accounts. I think we might get away with this, but it's a longer clip, but I want to play it because I think it's fucking hit. Yeah, so you all know that allegedly I used to be OP podcast. That isn't OP. Could you sub, darling? My darling. Could everybody that hasn't Stuttgart? Where's all these people coming in from? Jesus. Okay. Everybody knows that people allege that I was a model, right? People have this crazy idea that I was a model. But actually, I've managed to get hold of some actual footage of me modeling, believe it or not. Okay. Of course I'm gonna fuck this up because I fuck everything up, but how do they okay. And now oh, this is so bad. All right. So now I'm going to play, like, this is one of my early modeling gigs, and I want to share this all with you guys, okay? And hopefully it won't get blocked or anything else. So, oh, shit, oh, my Jesus H. Christ. I don't know what I'm doing. Stop screen. Yes. Thank you. Okay. Share screen. Okay, I'll do that. And then share screen. Yes, I will. And then go to the video. Yes. Yes, put it up, share. Yes, I've done it. And then, hang on, what's happening? And then must be so horrendous for like DJ Electro to see. I'm going to blow it up. Okay, and then I'm going to play it, boys and girls. This is the first time I ever modeled.
My romance doesn't have to have a moon in the sky. My romance doesn't need a blue lagoon standing by the months of May. No twinkling stars, no hideaway, and no soft guitars.
Right, to pause it, I have to go to a different page and pause it, and then come back again. It just seems so fucking weird to me. It is freaky. So I want to pause it so I can talk. And people do this. We've seen people do this like thousands of times every day and every stream. Like Bacon Bits does it all the time. To me, it's so weird and strange to do this. But yeah, I mean, okay, so it's not actually me, but this is the guy that taught me everything I know about modeling. Literally, this is the OG. This is the GOAT of male models. So like, watch this and learn. But I don't know how to do this. I literally don't know how to watch it and pause it. And God, I'm going to have to get DJ Electro on to show me what the hell I'm doing.
Romance doesn't need a castle rising in Spain or a dance to a constantly surprising refrain. Wide awake, I can make my most fantastic dreams come true. My romance doesn't need a thing but you. Wide awake, I can make my most fantastic dreams come true. My romance doesn't need a thing but you.
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay, boys and girls, I'm going to quit while I'm ahead on that one. So did that? Okay, how was that for clip playing? How was that? How did that work out for everybody? Did that look sort of semi-normal? It can't have been, right? Because I don't know what I'm doing. Did that look normal to you guys? I must be doing something wrong here. Nah, come on, DJ, come on. I need some real criticism here, you know. Why is only DJ? I know DJ knows how to do a stream, but okay, that clip I can watch that. The subtlety of his face and the banality of his the poses and everything, but he does it so cleverly. And this guy, he's got a shit ton of stuff out there, and I'd love to play it all to you guys. But my God, do I adore that. Okay, should I play? I'm going to play, since I'm playing clips and everything, like a big boy, like a grown up, like a proper whatever. I'm going to do something else. Oh shit! Okay, I'm going to play something a little bit controversial. Even I think I'm going to get away with this too. I don't know. Shit. See, you can't play stuff that you think is going to get you banned, right? So it's going to get you destroyed. I'm going to do something a little bit different. I don't know what I'm doing. Obviously, I didn't prepare any of this. Okay, let's go with this. Fuck it. Okay, let's do this. Stop it. Don't do it. Wait. I can't play you yet. Good God. Okay, I'm going to add it to the stage. Yes. Okay. This was Kicking Against the Pricks is a really good Nick Cave album. So I thought it'd be cool to do, at least try to play one Nick Cave song, and it's live. So I heard it on the grapevine that live songs you can play. So I'm going to play one Nick Cave. Don't worry, it won't take too long. If you hate Nick Cave, it's cool. We'll get through it. Lublina, is that Poland? Where's Lublina? Lublina. I'm not saying it properly. Forgive me, everybody. Oh shit! I've got to go back to the other page to make it play. Okay, here we go. I think we can get away with this, boys and girls, because it's live. I am a ragged man.
I am a crooked man.
Crooked man, sorry.
And I've walked a crooked mile. Nite, the shameless widow, dropped her weeds in a pile. The stars all winked at me. The shame-day child. Your funeral, my trial. 1,000 Marys lured me into gullies deep with clover. Bird with crooked wing caskets, wicked shadow over. The stars all winked at me. The shame-day child. Your funeral, my stride. Here I am, little lambs, and all the bells in autumn ring. Oh, the crooked bitches that she was, mongers of pain, saw the moon become a fame. Your funeral, my bride.
Okay, boys and girls, thank you very much for joining me tonight. You made the stream. The stream is the chat. The chat is the stream, and you made it. Thank you for joining me. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. I don't know when I'll be seeing you again next time. Maybe you can leave a comment and say how bad the putting up clips was, because I'll watch it back, but I'm not sure. Anyway, thank you so much for joining. Have a great rest of your evening. Rest of your day. God bless. Sayonara.